Section 1 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth, Smith. Chapter 1, Carthage, Part 1. It was well for the development and civilization of the ancient world that the Hebrew fugitives from Egypt were not able to drive at once from the whole coast of Syria its old inhabitants. For the accursed race of the Canaanites, whom for their licentious worship and cruel rites they were bidden to extirpate from Palestine itself, were no other than those enterprising mariners and those dauntless colonists who, sallying from their narrow roadsteads, committed their fragile barks to the mercy of unknown seas, and under their Greek name of Phoenicians explored island and promontory, creek and bay, from the coast of Malabar even to the lagoons of the Baltic. From Tyre and Sidon issued those busy merchants who carried with their wares to distant shores the rudiments of science and of many practical arts, which they had obtained from the far East, and which probably they but half understood themselves. It was they who, at a period antecedent to all contemporary historical records, introduced written characters, the foundation of all high intellectual development, into that country which was destined to carry intellectual and artistic culture to the highest point which humanity has yet reached. It was they who learned to steer their ships by the sure help of the polar star, while the Greeks still depended on the Great Bear. It was they who rounded the Cape of Storms, and earned the best right to call it the Cape of Good Hope, 2000 years before Vasco da Gama. Their ships returned to their native shores, bringing with them sandalwood from Malabar, spices from Arabia, fine linen from Egypt, ostrich plumes from the Sahara. Cyprus gave them its copper, Elba its iron, the coast of the Black Sea its manufactured steel. Silver they brought from Spain, gold from the Niger, tin from the Sicily Isles, and amber from the Baltic. Where they sailed, there they planted factories, which opened a caravan trade with the interior of vast continents hitherto regarded as inaccessible, and which became inaccessible for centuries again when the Phoenicians disappeared from history. They were as famous for their artistic skill as for their enterprise and energy. Did the greatest of the Jewish kings desire to adorn the temple which he had erected to the Most High in the manner least unworthy of him, a Phoenician king must supply him with well-hewn cedars of his stately Lebanon, and the cunning hand of a Phoenician artisan must shape the pillars and the lavers, the oxen and the lions of brass which decorated the shrine. Did the king of Persia himself, in the intoxication of his pride, command miracles to be performed, boisterous straits to be bridged, or a peninsula to become an island? It was Phoenician architects who lashed together the boats that were to connect Asia with Europe, and it was Phoenician workmen who knew best how to economize their toil in digging the canal that was to transport the fleet of Xerxes through dry land and save it from the winds and waves of Mount Athos. The merchants of Tyre were in truth the princes, and her traffickers the honourable men of the earth. Wherever a ship could penetrate, a factory be planted, a trade developed or created, there we find those ubiquitous, those irrepressible Phoenicians. We know well what the tiny territory of Palestine has done for the religion of the world, and what the tiny Greece has done for its intellect and art. But we are apt to forget that what the Phoenicians did for the development and intercommunication of the world was achieved by a state confined within narrower boundaries still. In the days of their greatest prosperity, when their ships were to be found on every known and on many unknown seas, the Phoenicians proper of the Syrian coast remained content with a narrow strip of fertile territory, squeezed in between the mountains and the sea, of the length of some 30 and of the average breadth of only a single mile. And if the existence of a few settlements beyond these limits entitles us to extend the name of Phoenicia to some 120 miles of coast, with a plain behind it which sometimes broadened out into a sweep of a dozen miles, was it not sound policy, even in a community so enlarged, to keep for themselves the gold they had so hardly won, rather than lavish it on foreign mercenaries in the hope of extending their sway inland, or in the vain attempt to resist by force of arms the mighty monarchs of Egypt, of Assyria, or of Babylon? Their strength was to sit still, to acknowledge the titular supremacy of any one who chose to claim it, and then, when the time came, to buy the intruder off. The landlocked sea, the eastern extremity of which washes the shores of Phoenicia proper, connecting as it does 3 continents, and abounding in deep gulfs, in fine harbours, and in fertile islands, seems to have been intended by nature for the early development of commerce and colonization. By robbing the ocean of half its mystery and of more than half its terrors, it allured the timid mariner, even as the eagle does its young, from headland on to headland, or from islet to islet, till it became the highway of the nations of the ancient world, and the products of each of the countries whose shores it laves became the common property of all. But in this general race of enterprise and commerce among the nations which bordered on the Mediterranean, it is to the Phoenicians that unquestionably belongs the foremost place. In the dimmest dawn of history, many centuries before the Greeks had set foot in Asia Minor or in Italy, before even they had settled down in the secure possession of their own territories, we hear of Phoenician settlements in Asia Minor and in Greece itself, in Africa, in Macedon, and in Spain. There is hardly an island in the Mediterranean which has not preserved some traces of these early visitors. Cyprus, Rhodes, and Crete in the Levant, Malta, Sicily, and the Balearic Islands in the Middle Passage, Sardinia and Corsica in the Tyrrhenian Sea, the Cyclades, as Thucydides tells us, in the mid Aegean, and even Samothrace and Thasos at its northern extremity, where Herodotus, to use his own forcible expression, himself saw a whole mountain turned upside down by their mining energy, all have either yielded Phoenician coins and inscriptions, have retained Phoenician proper names and legends, or possess mines, long perhaps disused, but which were worked as none but Phoenicians ever worked them. And among the Phoenician factories which dotted the whole southern shore of the Mediterranean, from the east end of the greater Syrtis even to the Pillars of Hercules, there was one which, from a concurrence of circumstances, was destined rapidly to outstrip all the others, to make herself their acknowledged head, to become the queen of the Mediterranean, and in some sense of the ocean beyond, and for a space of over 100 years to maintain a deadly and not unequal contest with the future mistress of the world. The history of this great drama, its antecedents and its consequences, forms the subject of this volume. The rising African factory was known to its inhabitants by the name Kirjas Hadashath, or New Town, to distinguish it from the much older settlement of Utica, of which it may have been to some extent an offshoot. The Greeks, when they first knew of its existence, called it Carchedon, and the Romans Carthago. The date of its foundation is uncertain, but the current tradition refers it to a period about 100 years before the founding of Rome. The fortress that was to protect the young settlement was built upon a peninsula projecting eastwards from the inner corner of what is now called the Gulf of Tunis, the largest and most beautiful roadstead of the North African coast. The topography of Carthage will be described in detail at a later period of this history. At present it will be sufficient to remark that the city proper, at the time at which it is best known to us, the period of the Punic Wars, consisted of the Byrsa or citadel quarter, a Greek word corrupted from the Canaanitish Bosra or Bastra, that is, a fort, and of the Kothon or harbour quarter, so important in the history of the final siege. To the north and west of these, and occupying all the vast space between them and the isthmus behind, was the Megara (Hebrew Magarim), that is, the suburbs and gardens of Carthage, which with the city proper covered an area 23 miles in circumference. Its population must have been fully proportionate to its size. Just before the Third Punic War, when its strength had been drained by 2 long wars with Rome, and by the incessant depredations of that chartered brigand Massinissa, it contained 700,000 inhabitants, and towards the close of the final siege the Byrsa alone was able to give shelter to a motley multitude of 50,000 men, women, and children. Facing the Hermaian promontory (Cape Bon), the north-eastern horn of the Gulf of Tunis, at a distance of only 90 miles, was the island of Sicily, which, as a glance at the map and as the sunken ridge extending from one to the other still clearly show, must have once actually united Europe to Africa. This fair island it was which, crowded even in those early days with Phoenician factories, seemed to beckon the chief of Phoenician cities onwards toward an easy and a natural field of foreign conquest. This it was which proved to be the apple of fierce discord for centuries between Carthage and the Greek colonies, which soon disputed its possession with her. This, in an ever chequered warfare, and at the cost of torrents of the blood of her mercenaries and of untold treasures of her citizens, enriched Carthage with the most splendid trophies, stolen trophies though they were, of Greek art. This finally was the chief battleground of the contending forces during the whole of the First Punic War, in the beginning, that is, of her fierce struggle for existence with all the power of Rome. Such, very briefly, was the city, and such the race whose varied fortunes, so far as our fragmentary materials allow us, we are able to trace. What were the causes of the rapid rise of Carthage? What was the extent of her African and her foreign dominions, and the nature of her hold upon them? What were the peculiar excellences and defects of her internal constitution? And what the principles on which she traded and colonized, conquered and ruled? To these and other questions some answer must be given, as a necessary preliminary to that part of her history which alone we can trace consecutively. Some answer we must give, but how are we to give it? No native poet whose writings have come down to us has sung of the origin of Carthage, or of her romantic voyages. No native orator has described in glowing periods which we can still read the splendour of her buildings and the opulence of her merchant princes. No native annalist has preserved the story of her long rivalry with Greeks and Etruscans, and no African philosopher has moralized upon the stability of her institutions or the causes of her fall. All have perished. The text of 3 treaties with Rome, made in the days of her prosperity, the log book of an adventurous Carthaginian admiral, dedicated on his return from the Senegal or the Niger as a votive offering in the temple of Baal, some fragments of the practical precepts of a Carthaginian agriculturist, translated by the order of the utilitarian Roman Senate, a speech or two of a vagabond Carthaginian in the Pinulus of Plautus, which has been grievously mutilated in the process of transcribing it into Roman letters, a few Punic inscriptions buried 20 feet below the surface of the ground, entombed and preserved by successive Roman and Vandal and Arab devastations, and now at length revealed and deciphered by the efforts of French and English archaeologists. The massive substructions of ancient temples, the enormous reservoirs of water, and the majestic procession of stately aqueducts which no barbarism has been able to destroy. These are the only native or semi-native sources from which we can draw the outlines of our picture, and we must eke out our narrative of Carthage in the days of her prosperity as best we may, from a few chapters of reflections by the greatest of the Greek philosophers, from the late Roman annalists who saw everything with Roman eyes, and from a few but precious antiquarian remarks in the narrative of the great Greek historian Polybius, who, with all his love of truth and love of justice, saw Carthage only at the moment of her fall, and was the bosom friend of her destroyer. In her origin, at least, Carthage seems to have been, like other Phoenician settlements, a mere commercial factory. Her inhabitants cultivated friendly relations with the natives, looked upon themselves as tenants at will rather than as owners of the soil, and as such cheerfully paid a rent to the African Berbers for the ground covered by their dwellings. It was the instinct of self-preservation alone which dictated a change of policy, and transformed this peace-loving mercantile community into the warlike and conquering state of which the whole of the Western Mediterranean was so soon to feel the power. The result of this change of policy was that the western half of the Mediterranean became, what at one time the whole of it had bidden fair to be, a Phoenician lake, in which no foreign merchantmen dared to show themselves. It was a vast preserve, to be caught trespassing upon which, so Strabo tells us, on the authority of Eratosthenes, ensured the punishment of instant death by drowning. No promontory was so barren, no islet so insignificant, as to escape the jealous and ever watchful eye of the Carthaginians. In Corsica, if they could not get any firm or extensive foothold themselves, they at least prevented any other state from doing the like. Into their hands fell, in spite of the ambitious dreams of Persian kings and the aspirations of patriot Greeks, that greatest of all islands, the island of Sardinia. Theirs were the Egadian and the Liparian, the Balearic and the Pityusan Isles. Theirs the tiny Elba, with its inexhaustible supply of metals. Theirs, too, Malta still remained, an outpost pushed far into the domain of their advancing enemies, a memorial of what once had been, and perhaps to the sanguine Carthaginian temperament an earnest of what might be again hereafter. Above all, the Phoenician settlements in Spain, at the innermost corner of the great preserve, with the adjacent silver mines which gave to these settlements their peculiar value, were now trebly safe from all intruders. Elated, as it would seem, by their naval successes, which were hardly of their own seeking, the Carthaginians thought that they might now at last become the owners of the small strip of African territory which they had hitherto seemed to occupy on sufferance only, and they refused the ground rent, which up till then they had paid to the adjoining tribes. Step by step they enlarged their territories at the expense of the natives, till the whole of the rich territory watered by the Bagradas became theirs. The nomadic tribes were beaten back beyond the river Triton into the country named, from the roving habits of its inhabitants, Numidia, or into the desert of Tripolis. The agricultural tribes were forced to pay tribute to the conquerors for the right of cultivating their own soil, or to shed their blood on the field of battle in the prosecution of further conquests from the tribes beyond. Nor did the kindred Phoenician settlements in the adjoining parts of Africa escape unscathed. Utica alone, owing probably to her antiquity and to the semi-parental relation in which she stood to Carthage, was allowed to retain her walls and full equality of rights with the rising power. But Hippo Zarytus and Adrumetum, the greater and the lesser Leptis, were compelled to pull down their walls and acknowledge the supremacy of the Carthaginian city. All along the northern coast of Africa the original Phoenician settlers, and probably to some extent the Carthaginians themselves, had intermarried with the natives. The product of these marriages was that numerous class of Libyphoenicians which proved to be so important in the history of Carthaginian colonization and conquest, a class which, equidistant from the Berbers on the one hand, and from the Carthaginians proper on the other, and composed of those who were neither wholly citizens nor yet wholly aliens, experienced the lot of most half castes, and were alternately trusted and feared, pampered and oppressed, loved and hated by the ruling state. One enterprise which was undertaken by the Carthaginians in obedience to the fiat of the king of Persia, to the lasting good of humanity, failed of its object. Xerxes, B.C. 480, advancing with his millions of barbarians upon Athens from the east, bade, so it is said, Hamilcar advance with his 300,000 mercenaries upon Syracuse from the west. The torch of Greek learning and civilization was to be extinguished at the most opposite ends of the Greek world at one and the same moment, but, happily for mankind at large, both attempts were foiled. The efforts of Xerxes ended in the destruction of the Persian fleet at Salamis, and the disgraceful flight of the king to Asia. The efforts of Hamilcar ended in his defeat and death at Himera, and in the destruction of 150,000 of his army, and by a dramatic propriety which is not common in history, whatever it may be in fiction, this double victory of Greek civilization is said to have taken place in the same year and on the very same day. End of section 1. Section 2 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1, Carthage, Part 2. Let us now turn to the political organization of the city which achieved so rapid and marvellous a development, and inquire how far it was the effect and how far the cause of her prosperity. The constitution of Carthage was not the work of a single legislator, as that of Sparta is said to have been, nor of a series of legislators like that of Athens. It was rather, like that of England, the growth of circumstances and of centuries. It obtained the praise of Aristotle for its judicious admixture of the monarchical, the oligarchical, and the democratical elements. The original monarchical constitution, doubtless inherited from Tyre, was represented by two supreme magistrates called by the Romans Suffetes. Their name is the same as the Hebrew Shofetim, mistranslated in our Bible Judges. The Hamilcars and Hannos of Carthage were, like their prototypes, the Gideons and the Samsons of the book of Judges. Not so much the judges as the protectors and the rulers of their respective states. They were compared by Greek writers to the two kings of Sparta, and by the Romans to their own consuls. Beneath these kings came in the older constitution a council called by the Greeks the Gerousia, or Council of Ancients, consisting of 28 members, over which the Suffetes presided. This council declared war, ordered levies of troops, appointed generals, sent out colonies. If the council and the Suffetes agreed, their decision was final. If they disagreed, the matter was referred to the people at large. In this and in other ways, each element of the body politic had its share in the administration of the state. But the Carthaginian constitution described and praised by Aristotle is not the same as that of the Punic Wars. In the interval which separates the two epochs, short as it is, a great change which must have been long preparing had been completed. The Suffetes had gradually become little more than an honorary magistracy. The Senate over which they presided had allowed the main part of their power to slip out of their hands into those of another body called the Judges or the 100, which, if it seemed to be more liberal in point of numbers and in conformation, was much more exclusive in policy and in spirit. The appeal to the people was only now resorted to in times of public excitement, when the rulers, by appearing to share power, tried to lessen envy and allow the citizens to go through the form of registering what, practically they had already decreed. The result was an oligarchy, like that of Venice, clear-sighted and consistent, moderate, nay, often wise in its policy, but narrow in its views, and often suspicious alike of its opponents and of its friends. By the old constitution the Senate had the right to control the magistrates, but this new body of judges controlled the Senate, and therefore in reality the magistrates also. Nor was it content to control the Senate; it practically superseded it. Its members did not as a rule appropriate the offices of state to themselves, but they could summon their holders before them and so draw their teeth. No showfeat, no senator, no general was exempt from their irresponsible despotism. The showfeats presided, the senators deliberated, the generals fought, as it were, with a halter round their necks. The sentences passed by the hundred, if they were often deserved, were often also like those of the dreaded Ten at Venice, to whom they bore a striking resemblance, arbitrary and cruel. The unsuccessful general, whether his ill success was the result of uncontrollable circumstances or of culpable neglect, might be condemned to crucifixion. Indeed, he often wisely anticipated his sentence by committing suicide. Within the ranks of this close oligarchy first-rate ability would seem to have been at a discount. Indeed, the exact equality of all within the privileged ranks is as much a principle of oligarchy as is the equal suppression of all that is outside of it. Language bears testimony to this in the name given alike to the homoioi of Sparta and the peers of England. It was jealousy, for instance, of the superior abilities of the family of Mago and their prolonged pre-eminence in the Carthaginian state, which had in the 5th century B.C. cemented the alliance between other and less able families of the aristocracy, and so had first given rise to the very institution of the 100 judges. And it was the same mean jealousy of all that is above itself which afterwards, in the time of the Punic wars, united as one man a large part of the ruling oligarchs in the vain effort to control and to thwart and to annoy, with 1,000 petty annoyances, the one family of consummate ability which Carthage then possessed, that noble-minded Barcine gens, that lion's brood, who were brought to the front in those troublous times by the sheer force of their genius, and who for 3 generations ruled by the best of all rights, the right divine, that of unswerving devotion to their country, of the ability to rule, and the will to use their ability well. If we try, as we cannot help trying, to picture to ourselves the daily life and personal characteristics of the people whose political organization we have just described, and to ask not what the Carthaginians did, for that we know, but what they were, we are confronted by the provoking blank in the national history which has been already noticed. Such few indications as we have are in thorough keeping with the view we have taken of the political exclusiveness of the ruling clique. There were public baths, but no member of the Senate would bathe where the people bathed. A special class of baths were set aside for their use. There were public messes, as they were called, but these were not, as Aristotle supposed, analogous to the Spartan Syssitia, an institution intended to foster manliness and simplicity of life. The black broth of the heroes of Sparta would not have suited the Carthaginian nobles, who, clad in their famous cloth, dyed twice over with the purple dye of their African, their Spanish, or their Tyrian fisheries, and decorated with the finely cut glass beads, the invention of their Phoenician forefathers, fared sumptuously on their abounding flocks and herds, or on such delicious fruits as those with which Cato moved the astonishment and the envy of the senators of Rome. The Carthaginian Syssitia were incentives to luxury, not checks upon it. They were clubs formed originally for social gatherings, and afterwards applied to the purposes of political gossip or corruption. dining tables of the costly citron wood, a single specimen of which, Pliny tells us, in the time of the Roman Empire cost as much as a broad estate, must have been common amongst those who monopolized the commerce of the countries where alone the citron tree grows. Gold and silver plate cannot have been rare amongst those who controlled the rich mines of Spain, and to whom their ambassadors reported, with a touch of scorn upon their return from Rome, that they had been hospitably entertained by senator after senator, but that one service of plate had done duty for all. Objects of fine art, statues and paintings and embroideries, there were in abundance at Carthage, but they were the work of Greek, not of Phoenician artists, and their abundance indicated not so much the genius, critical or creative, of the Carthaginian community, as the number of Greek towns, Selinus, Himera, Gela, and Agrigentum, sacked in the Sicilian wars. Carthage was beyond doubt the richest city of antiquity. Her ships were to be found on all known seas, and there was probably no important product, animal, vegetable, or mineral, of the ancient world which did not find its way into her harbours and pass through the hands of her citizens. But it is remarkable that while in no city then known did commerce rank so high, the noble citizens even of Carthage seem to have left commercial enterprise to those who came next below them in the social scale. They preferred to live on their estates as agriculturists or country gentlemen, and derived their princely revenues from their farms or their mines, which were worked by prodigious gangs of slaves. The cultivation of the soil was probably nowhere carried on with such astonishing results as in the smiling country which surrounded Carthage. Those members of the Carthaginian aristocracy who did not find a sufficient field for their ability in agriculture or in politics, in literature or in commerce, took refuge in the profession of arms, and formed always the chief ornament and often the chief strength of the Punic armies. At one period at least of the history of the state they formed a so-called sacred band, consisting of 2,500 citizens, who, clad in resplendent armour, fought around the person of their general in chief, and feasting from dishes of the costliest gold and silver plate, commemorated in their pride the number of their campaigns by the number of rings on their fingers. But the most important factor in the history of a people, especially if it be a Semitic people, is its religion. The religion of the Carthaginians was what their race, their language, and their history would lead us to expect. It was, with slight modification, the religion of the Canaanites, the religion, that is, which, in spite of the purer monotheism of the Hebrews and the higher teachings of their prophets, so long exercised a fatal fascination over the great bulk of the Hebrew race. Baal-Moloch was a malignant deity. He was the fire god rejoicing in human sacrifices and in parents' tears. His worshippers gashed and mutilated themselves in their religious frenzy. Like Kronos or Saturn, to whom the Greeks and Romans aptly enough compared him, he was the devourer of his own children. In times of unbroken security, the Carthaginians neglected or forgot him, but when they were elated by an unlooked-for victory, or depressed by a sudden reverse, that fanaticism which is often dormant but never altogether absent from the Semitic breast, burst forth into a devouring flame which gratified to the full their thirst for human blood. Tanith or Astarte, in the nobler aspects which she sometimes presented as the goddess of wedded love or war, of the chase or of peaceful husbandry, was identified by the Romans now with Juno, now with Diana, and now again with Ceres. But unfortunately it was when they identified her with their Venus Coelestis that they came nearest to the truth. Her worship, like that of the Babylonian Melita, required immorality, nay, consecrated it. The abomination of the Sidonians was also the abomination of the Carthaginians. But there was one god who stood in such a peculiar relation to Carthage, and whose worship seems to have been so much more genial and so much more spiritual than the rest, that we are fain to dwell upon it as a foil to what has preceded. This god was Melkart, that is, Melek Kirjath, or the king of the city. He is called by the Greeks the Phoenician Hercules, and his name itself has passed, with a slight alteration, into Greek mythology as Melicertes. The city of which he was preeminently the god was Tyre. There he had a magnificent temple, which was visited for antiquarian purposes by Herodotus. It contained 2 splendid pillars, one of pure gold, the other, as Herodotus believed, of emerald, which shone brilliantly at night, but there was no image of the god to be seen. The same was the case in his famous temple at Thasos, and the still more famous one at Gades, which contained an oracle, a hierarchy of priests, and a mysterious spring which rose and fell inversely with the tide, but still no image. At Carthage, Melkart had not even a temple. The whole of the city was his temple, and he refused to be localized in any particular part of it. He received, there is reason to believe, no sacrifices of blood, and it was his comparatively pure and spiritual worship which, as we see repeatedly in Carthaginian history, formed a chief link in the chain that bound the parent to the various daughter cities scattered over the coasts and islands of the Mediterranean. The Carthaginian proper names which have come down to us form one among many proofs of the depth of their religious feelings, for they are all or nearly all compounded with the name of one or other of their chief gods. Hamilcar is he whom Melkart protects. Hasdrubal is he whose help is in Baal. Hannibal, the Haniel of the Bible, is the grace of Baal, and so with Bomilcar, Himilco, Ethbal, Maherbal, Adherbal, and Mastanabal. A considerable native literature there must have been at Carthage, for Mago, a Carthaginian Shophete, did not disdain to write a treatise of 28 books upon the agricultural pursuits which formed the mainstay of his order, and when the Roman Senate, in their fatuous disregard for intellect, gave over with careless profusion to their friends the Berber chiefs the contents of all the libraries they had found in Carthage, they reserved for this work the especial honour of an authorized translation into Latin and a formal recommendation of its practical maxims to the thrifty husbandmen of Rome. It was the one fatal weakness of the Carthaginian state for military purposes that the bulk of their vast armies consisted not of their own citizens, nor even of attached and obedient subjects, but of foreign mercenaries. There were few countries and few tribes in the Western world which were not represented in a Carthaginian army. Money or superior force brought to Carthage samples of every nation which her fleets could reach: native Libyan and Libby Phoenicians, Gauls and Spaniards, slingers from the far-famed Balearic Isles, Greeks and Ligurians, Volscians and Campanians, were all to be found within its ranks. But it was the squadrons of light horsemen drawn from all the nomad tribes lying between the altars of the Fellini on the east and the Pillars of Hercules on the west, which formed its heart. Mounted on their famous barbs, with a shield of elephant's hide on their arm and a lion's skin thrown over their shoulders, the only raiment they ever wore by day, and the only couch they ever cared to sleep on at night, without a saddle and without a bridle, or with a bridle only of twisted reeds which they rarely needed to touch, equally remarkable for their fearlessness, their agility, and their cunning, equally formidable whether they charged or made believe to fly, they were at once the strength and the weakness, the delight and the despair of the Carthaginian state. Under the mighty military genius of Hannibal, with the ardour which he breathed into the feeblest, and the discipline which he enforced on the most undisciplined of his army, they faced without shrinking the terrors of the Alps and the malaria of the marshes, and they proved invincible against all the power of Rome at the Ticinus and the Trebia, at Trasimene and at Cannae, but, as more often happened, led by an incompetent general, treated by him as not even Napoleon treated his troops, like so many beasts for the slaughter, and sometimes even basely deserted or betrayed into the enemy's hand, they naturally proved a two-edged weapon, piercing the hand that leaned upon it, faithless and revengeful, learning nothing and forgetting nothing, finding once and again in the direst extremity of Carthage their own deadliest opportunity. But if the life of the great capitalists of Carthage was as brilliant as we have described it, how did it fare with the poorer citizens, with those whom we call the masses, till we sometimes forget that they are made up of individual units? If we know little of the rich, how much less do we know of the poor of Carthage and her dependencies? The city population, with the exception, a large exception doubtless, of those engaged in commerce, well contented, as it would seem, like the Romans under the Empire, if nothing deprived them of their bread and of their amusements, went on eating and marrying and multiplying, till their numbers became excessive, and then they were shipped off by the prudence of their rulers to found colonies in other parts of Africa or in Spain. Their natural leaders, or, as probably more often happened, the bankrupt members of the aristocracy, would take the command of the colony and obtain free leave in return for their services to enrich themselves by the plunder of the adjoining tribes. To so vast an extent did Carthage carry out the modern principle of relieving herself of a superfluous population, and at the same time of extending her empire by colonization, that on one occasion the admiral Hanno, whose periplus still remains, was dispatched with 60 ships of war of 50 oars each, and with a total of not less than 30,000 half-caste emigrants on board, for the purpose of founding colonies on the shores of the ocean beyond the Pillars of Hercules. To defray the expenses of this vast system of exploration and colonization, as well as of their enormous armies, the most ruinous tribute was imposed and exacted with unsparing rigour from the subject native states, and no slight one from the cognate Phoenician cities. The taxes paid by the natives sometimes amounted to a half of their whole produce, and among the Phoenician dependent cities themselves we know that the lesser Leptis alone paid into the Carthaginian treasury the sum of a talent daily. The tribute levied on the conquered Africans was paid in kind, as in the case with the rayas of Turkey to the present day, and its apportionment and collection was doubtless liable to the same abuses and gave rise to the same enormities as those of which Europe has lately heard so much. Hence arose that universal disaffection, or rather that deadly hatred, on the part of their foreign subjects, and even of the Phoenician dependencies, towards Carthage, on which every invader of Africa could safely count as his surest support. Hence the ease with which Agathocles, with his small army of 15,000 men, could overrun the open country, and the monotonous uniformity with which he entered, one after another, 200 towns which Carthaginian jealousy had deprived of their walls, hardly needing to strike a blow. Hence, too, the horrors of the revolt of the outraged Libyan mercenaries, supported as it was by the free will contributions of their golden ornaments by the Libyan women, who hated their oppressors as perhaps women only can, and which is known in history by the name of the War without Truce, or the Inexpiable War. It must, however, be borne in mind that the inherent differences of manners, language, and race between the natives of Africa and the Phoenician incomer were too great. The African was so unimpressible, and the Phoenician was so little disposed to understand or to assimilate himself to his surroundings, that even if the Carthaginian government had been conducted with an equity and the taxes levied with a moderation which we know was far from being the case, a gulf profound and impassable must probably have always separated the two peoples. This was the fundamental and ineradicable weakness of the Carthaginian Empire, and in the long run outbalanced all the advantages obtained for her by her navies, her ports, and her well-stocked treasury, by the energies and valour of her citizens, and by the consummate genius of 3 at least of her generals. It is this, and this alone, which in some measure reconciles us to the melancholy, nay, the hateful termination of the struggle, on the history of which we are about to enter. But if, under the conditions of ancient society and the savagery of the warfare which it tolerated, there was an unavoidable necessity for either Rome or Carthage to perish utterly, we must admit, in spite of the sympathy which the brilliancy of the Carthaginian civilization, the heroism of Hamilcar and Hannibal, and the tragic catastrophe itself call forth, that it was well for the human race that the blow fell on Carthage rather than on Rome. A universal Carthaginian empire could have done for the world, as far as we can see, nothing comparable to that which the Roman universal empire did for it. It would not have melted down national antipathies, it would not have given a common literature or language, it would not have prepared the way for a higher civilization and an infinitely purer religion. Still less would it have built up that majestic fabric of law which forms the basis of the legislation of all the states of modern Europe and America. End of section 2. Section 3 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2, Rome. It is time now to take a glance at the origin and rise of the younger city on the banks of the Tiber, whose progress toward the dominion of the world Carthage, and Carthage alone of the states of antiquity, was able seriously to delay. The history of Rome is like and yet unlike that of Carthage. It is like it, for we see in each the growth of a civic community which, from very small beginnings, under an aristocratic form of government, and with slight literary or artistic tastes, acquired first by the force of circumstances the leadership of the adjoining cities, which were akin to her in blood, and subsequently, by a far-sighted policy or a strong arm, became mistress not only of them, but by their aid, of all the tribes whom nature had not cut off from them by the sea, the mountains, or the desert. But Roman history is intrinsically unlike the Carthaginian, for the greatness of Rome rested not, as did the greatness of Carthage, on her wealth or her commerce or her colonies or her narrow oligarchy, but on the constitutional progress which, after a long struggle, obliterated the mischievous privileges of an aristocracy of birth, and raised the commonalty to a complete social and political equality with their former lords. It rested on the grand moral qualities which formed the groundwork of the Roman character in its best times: earnestness and simplicity of life, reverence for the sanctities of the family relations, reverence for the law, reverence for the gods. It rested on the extraordinary concentration of all these qualities, together with the soundest practical ability which the state contained, in the Senate, perhaps, when taken at its best, the noblest deliberative assembly which the world has ever seen. And when the two orders of the state had become united, and Rome was fairly launched in her career as a conquering power, her greatness rested, how unlike to Carthage, on the real community of interest and of blood which united her to the greater number of the Italian tribes that she absorbed, on the self-sacrifice which bade her then, and for a long time to come, tax not her subjects but herself, on the wise precautions which she took to secure their permanent allegiance, partly by isolating them from one another, partly by leaving them in some sense to govern themselves, or by admitting them to a share, actual or prospective, in the Roman citizenship. It belongs not to our purpose here to trace the vicissitudes of the long and eventful struggle between the privileged patricians and the unenfranchised plebs. It is incumbent upon us only to note the result of that long constitutional conflict, and that grand result was that the two orders became indissolubly united, socially and politically, into one nation, and were thus prepared, whether for good or for evil, to assert their natural supremacy over the rest of Italy, and then to conquer the world. Nor again does it fall within our scope to follow with any degree of minuteness the early progress of the Roman arms. It must suffice to trace only so much of its outline as may enable us to judge of the true position of the conquering city, when a wider field opened before her, and she had to face no longer the petty warfare of bordering townships, nor even the collective strength of Samnite and Etruscan confederations, but Carthage, Macedon, and the East. The expulsion of the kings left Rome still a prey to internal discord, a circumstance of which her nearest neighbours, the Etruscans, wholly alien as they were to her race, were not slow to avail themselves. In B.C. 509, the Etruscan nation, with its gloomy and mysterious religion, the solemn trifling of its augural science, and the cruelty of its gladiatorial games, was just then at the height of its power by land and sea. Now was its opportunity, and the fond but soul-stirring romances of the ballad singers and annalists of early Rome have not been wholly able to disguise the fact that the city itself fell before the arms of Porsena. But the triumph of Etruria was not long-lived. A protracted warfare of 150 years succeeded, in which the star of Rome came gradually into the ascendant, and the fall of Veii after a 10 years' siege, and still more perhaps the hurricane of northern barbarians, which just then burst over the fairest plains of Italy, set Rome forever free from danger on the side of Etruria. But Rome was delivered from the Etruscans only to find, in B.C. 309, that the Gaul was thundering at her gates. The city was burned to the ground, her temples desecrated, her historical records destroyed, her inhabitants dispersed or slain. But no such ephemeral calamity could shatter the traditions or shake the resolution of the Roman people. Rome rose like the phoenix from her ashes and started afresh on her career of conquest. Her ancient enemies, the Achaeans and Volscians, who, according to the patriotic narrative of Livy, had for so many years in the early history of the Republic been annually exterminated, and had annually revived to be exterminated again, had long since died their last death as independent nations. The Etruscans were now powerless. The last desperate effort of the Latins to restore, when it was too late, B.C. 340 to 338, the equality of their ancient league, was crushed in 2 campaigns, and Rome now found herself face to face with the worthiest antagonists she had yet met, the brave and hardy Sabellian race, which was akin to herself in blood, which had lately almost annexed Campania, and which clung with desperate tenacity and with manners that never changed to the rugged mountains and the inaccessible defiles of the central and southern Apennines. The struggle is memorable for the deeds of heroism which mark its course on either side, for the stubborn resistance and chivalrous bravery of the weaker, and on more than one occasion for the perfidy and the meanness of the stronger combatant. But it is yet more remarkable, in the eye of him who would read the story of the Punic Wars aright, for the light it throws upon the true secret of the Roman strength in war. Never did the iron resolution and devotion of her citizens, never did the unbending consistency of purpose and the marvellous self-restraint of the Senate display itself more brilliantly. Without haste and without a pause, never elated by victory, never depressed by defeat, not caring to overrun what they could not hold by force of arms, or to obtain by treaty what they could not take without it, willing to employ years instead of months, and to conquer by inches where they might have conquered by leagues, the Roman Senate, slow but sure, held on the even tenor of their course, determined only that where the Roman eagles had once set their talons, there they should remain, till the time came to plunge them more deeply into the vitals of the foe. Did Samnium, at the close of the great 22-year struggle, lie to all appearance prostrate at the feet of Rome, the last of her fortresses, Bovianum, in the grasp of the conqueror? That conqueror concluded an equitable peace on terms of all but equal alliance, not because she liked to spare the conquered — that maxim is to be found only in the patriotic imagination of the author of the Aeneid — but simply because she did not choose to be brought face to face with southern Italy before she had made quite sure of central. To build a new fortress, to found a new military colony, to complete a stage or two more of a great military road, if only it could better secure what lay behind, and give a vantage ground for future operations whenever the time should come. This was the strictly practical object of Rome when she took up arms. This she kept in view when smarting under a defeat, and what is more remarkable, with this she rested content even when flushed with victory. In this way, always aiming only at what was feasible, making sure of every inch of her way, drawing her iron network of colonies and military roads over every district which she professed to claim, Rome found herself at length in 293 B.C. with not a single danger behind her, and with nothing in front save some luxurious Greek cities and some insignificant tribes of Italian aborigines, to separate her from that which was at once the object of her highest hopes and of her most practical and stern resolves, the union of the whole of Italy beneath her sway. We have said that there was but one obstacle to the realization of the aim of Rome, but one other there shortly appeared, which, as it had been beyond the visible, so was it necessarily beyond the mental horizon of so matter-of-fact a body as the Roman Senate. The adventurous king of Epirus, whose erratic course it would have required a genius like his own to have anticipated, shot down like a meteor on the scene. Fired with the ambition of emulating his great relative Alexander, and of founding a vast Greek empire in the west on the ruins of Italy and Carthage, as Alexander had founded his on the ruins of Persia and Egypt, in 280 B.C. Pyrrhus eagerly seized the opportunity afforded him by the appeal of the frivolous Tarentines, and offered to lead the Greek cities of Italy in their opposition to Rome. The struggle is rich above most of those in which Rome engaged, in the play of individual character and in the traits of knightly chivalry and generosity which lend to it a charm which is altogether its own. Even his sober-minded and severely practical enemies could scarcely come into contact with so high-bred and chivalrous a foe as Pyrrhus without catching some sparks of his courtesy and his enthusiasm. But the struggle is also memorable as the first occasion in which Greece and Rome met in the shock of battle. Here for the first time might be seen the Roman legion meeting the phalanx of Macedon, a national militia arrayed against highly trained and veteran mercenaries. Individual military genius against collective mediocrity. For a moment fortune seemed to waver or even to incline in favour of the adventurer, but she could not waver long. The victories of Heraclea and Asculum must have made the name of Pyrrhus a name to be spoken with bated breath even in the Roman Senate, and the lightning rapidity with which he swept Sicily from end to end, cooping the Mamertines and Messana on the extreme west, and the Phoenicians and Lilybaeum in the extreme east, must have made his name a name of terror even among the burghers of Carthage. But the proud answer returned by the Roman Senate to the embassy of Pyrrhus after his first victory, that Rome never negotiated so long as an enemy was on Italian soil, must have at once opened the eyes of the Epirot king to the hopeless nature of the enterprise he had undertaken, and marked triumphantly the goal to which centuries of tempered aspiration and of impetuous resolve had raised the Latin city. To the Roman mind, an ideal which could not be realized was no ideal at all, and the Romans had now realized their highest ideal to an extent which entitled them to take a wholly new point of departure. In 278 B.C., Pyrrhus disappeared from the Western world almost as rapidly as he had descended on it, crying with his last breath, half in pity, half in envy, "How fair a battlefield are we leaving to the Romans and Carthaginians!" He spoke too truly. The arena was already cleared of its lesser combatants, and for some few years there was, as it were, the hush of expectation, the audible silence of suspense, while mightier combatants were arming for the fray, and the great duel was preparing of which 100 years would hardly see the termination. End of section 3. Section 4 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. First Punic War. Messana and Agrigentum, 264 to 262 BC. Hardly had Pyrrhus turned his back for the last time on Italy, when the first note of war between the Romans and the Carthaginians, who had so recently formed an alliance against him, was sounded. It came, as was to be expected, from that fair island, which by its position seemed to belong half to Europe, half to Africa, and from that point in it which lay actually within sight of Rhegium, the town which was as yet the farthest outpost of the Roman alliance. For more than a century past, Greeks and Carthaginians had been contending with varying success for the possession of the island. Few towns of any importance within its limits had escaped destruction. Fewer still had escaped a siege, and many had been taken and retaken almost as many times as there had been campaigns. On the whole, in spite of the efforts of able leaders like Dionysius the tyrant, Timoleon, and Agathocles, fortune had favoured the Carthaginians, and the power of Syracuse, the head of the Greek states, was now confined to the southeastern corner of the island. But there was one town in the island, and that an all-important one from its geographical position, which had by a strange destiny ceased to be Greek without becoming Carthaginian, and after outraging Greek and Carthaginian alike and rousing their active hostility, had now, to make matters better, appealed for aid to a third party, which was destined to prove mightier than either. When Agathocles, tyrant of Syracuse, died in about 289 BC, his mercenary troops were disbanded, and a body of them, on their way back to Campania, their native country, treacherously seized Messana, which had entertained them hospitably. They expelled or slew the male inhabitants, divided their wives and children, and calling themselves the children of Mammers or Mars, proceeded to justify their name by plundering or harrying all the surrounding country. Such outrages could not be overlooked by the Carthaginians. Still less could they pass unnoticed by the young king Hiero, who had lately obtained the vacant throne of Syracuse by the best of titles, the free choice alike of his comrades in arms and of his fellow citizens, and he proceeded to lay siege to the town. The Mamertine councils were divided. It was clear that without allies they could not hold out against the powerful foes whose deadly hostility they had provoked. One party among them was for surrendering the place to the Carthaginians to keep out the Syracusans. The other was for invoking the Romans to keep out both alike. Never was a question fraught with more important issues, moral and political, brought before the Roman Senate, and never did they shirk their responsibility more shamefully. It is not perhaps so easy to see what was the right thing to do as it is to see that what the Roman Senate did was the very worst thing that they could do. Were they, on the one hand, to refuse to protect Italians who appealed to them avowedly as the head of the Italian Confederation for aid against the Greeks and the Carthaginians, and to look calmly on while the city of Messana fell into the hands of the Carthaginians, to be used by them as a standing menace to their power, and a vantage ground in the great conflict which could not now be far distant? Or were they, on the other hand, to lull their consciences to sleep, to turn round upon Hiero their ally, who had recently lent them his aid in getting rid of the lawless banditti who had seized Rhegium as the Mamertines had seized Messana, and to take under their special protection a band of cutthroats on one side of the straits, while they had just scourged and beheaded every member of a similar and perhaps a less guilty band on the other? It was a question beset with difficulties. National honour and common gratitude pointed clearly in one direction. Ambition and immediate interest pointed as clearly in another. And the Roman Senate took the most ignoble course of all open to it, that of shifting the responsibility from their own shoulders to that of the people assembled in the comitia. The consuls Appius Claudius Caudex and Marcus Fulvius Flaccus were ambitious men, eager for war at any price. It was easy for them to raise a patriotic cry of Italians against foreigners, and to hold out visions of assignations of public land amongst the rich fields of Sicily to the multitude whose appetites for such booty had been recently whetted by the large distributions of land in Italy. The decision of the people was not doubtful, and the most momentous resolution ever arrived at by the Romans was taken without either the definite sanction or the explicit disapproval of the Senate, B.C. 264. It was possible for the Senate, perhaps, by such paltry conduct, to deprive themselves of some of the credit which might ultimately be won by the war. It was not possible to relieve themselves of the shame of its commencement. Nor was the step now taken less serious from a political than from a moral point of view, for in truth, upon the passing of the narrow arm of sea which rages between Italy and Sicily, hinged the future destinies of both countries, and not of these alone, but of the ancient civilized world. Hitherto the policy of the Roman Senate had been definite and strictly practical, and had not carried them beyond the horizon of Italy proper. If they had owned ships of war at all, they had been of a small size and built upon an antique model. Now, for the first time, they were about to set foot beyond the seas, to embark upon a policy the course of which it could no longer rest with them to determine, to claim, without ships of their own, from the greatest of naval powers, a portion of the island which had for centuries been looked upon as their peculiar appanage. Some clear-sighted men there must have been among the Roman senators who recoiled from the results of what they had done, or rather from the results of what they had refrained through moral cowardice from doing. But their voices were not heard, and active operations began. War, indeed, against Carthage was not formally declared, for the diplomatists of either nation had yet to go through the solemn farce which usually precedes such a declaration, by raking up forgotten grievances or inventing new ones to justify the resolution which had already been taken. But orders were given at once to relieve Messana. The command was committed to Appius Claudius, B.C. 264, more easy work being found for his colleague Flaccus near home. The want of ships of war, and even of transports, for by a strange short-sightedness the Romans had allowed such ships as they had to fall into decay at the very time when they most needed them, was met by borrowing them from the Greek cities of Italy, Tarentum, Lacri, Velia, and Neapolis. But a more serious difficulty occurred when Claudius, the legate of the consuls and forerunner of the Roman army, appeared at Rhegium. Things had taken an unexpected turn at Messana. The party favourable to Carthage had got the upper hand, and the Carthaginian fleet was riding at anchor in the harbour, while a Carthaginian garrison was in possession of the citadel. This was an awkward predicament for the Romans, but Gaius Claudius was, like most of his family, a man of energy and audacity. He crossed the straits at the peril of his life, invited the admiral Hanno to a conference, and then, in defiance of the law of nations and of honour, took him prisoner, and allowed him to purchase his liberty and life only by the surrender of the citadel. The Mamertines, who were equally ready to follow anyone who seemed able to promise them the lives which by their crimes they had so justly forfeited, were now besieged in Messana from the north side of the city by a second Hanno, whom the Carthaginians had sent out to replace the first, while Hiero attacked it from the south. Such was the condition of affairs when Appius Claudius himself appeared with his army upon the scene. How he managed to cross the straits with 20,000 men in the face of an enemy whose proud boast it was that without their leave no Roman could even bathe his hands in the sea, we do not know. But cross them he did, and by a double victory on 2 successive days he succeeded in raising the siege, and after ravaging the country in every direction, pitched his camp under the walls of Syracuse and prepared to besiege Hiero in his own capital. Here he suffered far more from the malaria of the marshes of the Ecnomus than from any active hostility of Hiero, and when the Romans thought fit to retreat toward Messana from so unhealthy a region, and were followed closely by the Syracusans, Hiero found that the troops of the rival armies were more disposed to meet in friendly gatherings at the outposts than in hostile array in the battlefield. So ended the first campaign. With one small army the Romans had already attained the ostensible objects of the war. The Mamertines had been relieved, the protectorate of Rome over them asserted, much booty had been gained, the Carthaginians had been driven back toward the northwest, and the Syracusans toward the southeast of the island. But Rome was not content to stop here. The horizon of the Senate had once more expanded with their achievements, and no longer content with securing the corner of Sicily nearest to themselves, they had conceived the design of stripping Carthage and Syracuse alike of so much of their Sicilian possessions as could render them forever innocuous neighbours. The second campaign was not less successful than the first. There was now no rumour of disturbance in the neighbourhood of Rome, and the two consuls, Marcus Audicilius and Marcus Valerius, were able to cross together into Sicily with their united armies amounting to 35,000 men. They met with no serious resistance. 50 towns belonging to Hiero or the Carthaginians submitted to them, and Hiero himself, consulting partly no doubt the wishes of his subjects, partly his own feelings of hatred toward the hereditary oppressors of his country, turned from the setting to the rising sun, and made overtures of peace to Rome. The Romans were keenly alive to the advantages which an alliance with Syracuse would bring them while they were waging war in the interior of the island, and Hiero agreed to pay a war contribution of 200 talents and to surrender several of his towns. He became henceforward, to the end of his long life and reign, to all appearance, the grateful and certainly the faithful and the trusted ally of Rome. Under his wise and beneficent rule, Syracuse, though war was surging round her by land and sea, enjoyed a degree of prosperity and of internal quiet to which, it may perhaps be said, she had been a stranger for 2 centuries before, and which she has never enjoyed since. But where were the Carthaginians all this time? 2 campaigns had been fought and won, and they had nowhere yet shown themselves in force. They had allowed themselves with hardly a struggle to be swept away from the larger half of the island. Would they allow themselves to be swept without resistance from the remainder? The truth is that they were neither inactive nor cowardly. They were simply, owing to the defects of their military system, unprepared, and they were all this time straining every nerve to raise a force in Africa, in Liguria, in Spain, and in Gaul, which they hoped might eventually be able to strike a vigorous blow and to retrieve their fortunes. About halfway between the promontories of Lilybaeum and Pacanus, and drawn back a mile or so from the southern coast, was the important city of Agrigentum. It had once boasted a population of 200,000 souls, a fact to which the size and extent of its majestic ruins still bear witness, though its ruthless destruction by the Carthaginians, B.C. 405, and the misgovernment of domestic tyrants had shorn it of much of its grandeur and prosperity. It had been refounded by Timoleon, and was still at the time of the First Punic War the second Greek city in Sicily, and was able to give shelter to a garrison of 50,000 men. Here Hannibal, son of Gisco, concentrated the forces which had been gathered from such distant countries. Here he determined to make a stand in the field and behind its bulwarks, after collecting vast stores of provisions and of materials for war. He was prepared, if need be, to stand a siege. Hither also came all the forces which the Roman Senate thought necessary to deal with a foe who during 2 campaigns had seemed anxious only to keep himself out of sight, a small army, so it is said, of 2 legions only. The consuls of the year, Lucius Postumius and Quintus Mamilius, B.C. 262, pitched their camp 8 stadia from the town, and imprudently sent out their troops in large numbers to forage in the surrounding country. Hannibal seized the opportunity, and only the heroism of some Roman pickets, who, to allow time for the foragers to get back into the camp, died to a man, fighting bravely at their posts, saved the Romans from disaster. Both sides now displayed greater caution. The Carthaginians contented themselves with harassing the Romans with missiles from a distance, while the Romans broke up their army into 2 separate camps, connected by a double line of entrenchments, the one to protect them against the sallies of the besieged, the other to guard against possible dangers from the rear. The town of Erbessus, a few miles to the north, supplied them with abundant provisions, and seemed to remove famine, at all events, from the list of contingencies to which they might be exposed. In this state of things 5 months passed away, and to all appearance the siege was no nearer a successful termination than at the beginning. But provisions had begun to fail in the closely packed quarters of the defenders, and in deference to the urgent solicitations of Hannibal, Hanno was sent to Sicily with a new army, and with orders, if possible, to compel the Romans to raise the siege. Making Heraclea his headquarters, Hanno managed to surprise Erbessus, and so cut off the supplies of the enemy. The Romans now found themselves in the position of besieged rather than besiegers, and pestilence as well as famine was at work in their lines. Decisive operations could not now be long delayed. In a preliminary engagement, the Roman horse experienced for the first time the superiority of the famous Numidian light cavalry. But in the battle which ensued, the motley Carthaginian infantry found that they were, as yet, no match for the soldiers of the legion. 50 elephants, wild beasts, Polybius with an air of horror still calls them, fought on the side of the Carthaginians, a number many times as great as that which a few years before, in the time of Pyrrhus, had carried dismay and confusion into the Roman ranks. But on this occasion, as often afterwards, elephants were found to be a 2-edged weapon, which might be fatal to the hand that wielded it. 30 of the 50 were killed, and 11 remained alive in the hands of the Romans, as vast moving trophies of the victory that had been won. Hanno saved a remnant of his army by his hasty flight to Heraclea, and Hannibal, whom the Romans looked upon as already within their grasp, sheltered by the darkness of a winter's night, and helped by the energy of despair, made a last effort to break through the lines of his victorious foe. The Romans, overcome with fatigue or giving the reins to their joy, had relaxed their vigilance. With bags stuffed with straw, Hannibal filled up the deep trenches, scaled the ramparts, and managed with the effective part of his army to pass through the Roman lines unobserved. In the morning, the enemy, discovering what had happened, went through the form of pursuing the retreating Hannibal. But they were more eager to fall on the unhappy town which he had abandoned to their mercy. The inhabitants surrendered at discretion, but they had to undergo all the horrors of a place taken by storm. The town was given up to plunder, and 25,000 freemen were sold into slavery. Nothing throughout the whole of Sicily now remained in the hands of the Carthaginians, save a few fortresses on its western coasts. And this was the precise moment at which, according to the explicit statement of Polybius, it first dawned upon the Romans that they had embarked upon a war, the true and only object of which must be to eject the Carthaginians altogether from the island. End of section 4. Section 5 of Rome and Carthage, The Punic Wars by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4, First Roman Fleet, Battles of Mylae and Ecnomus, 262 to 256 BC. If the resolution now come to by Rome was to be carried out, it was clear that a complete change in the conduct of the war would be necessary. The Carthaginians had at length begun to put forth their real strength, and to assert the supremacy over the seas which had, in fact, never ceased to belong to them. With a fleet of 60 ships they coasted round Sicily, and by sheer terror, without striking a blow, brought back to their allegiance many towns which had gone over to Rome. The Romans might retain their grip on the interior of the island, but the coasts, it was clear, would belong to Carthage, so long as she remained mistress of the seas. Nor was this all. By making frequent descents at distant points on the Italian coast, the Carthaginian fleet kept the inhabitants of the seaboard in a state of constant alarm, which it was quite beyond the power of any land forces raised by the Italians themselves to allay. For by the nature of the case, the Carthaginians, choosing, like the Northmen centuries afterwards, their own place and time, were able to destroy a town or to harry a district before alarm could be given to the nearest military station. It was apparent that the war might go on for ever, each of the combatants being able to annoy and injure, but not to paralyze or destroy the other, unless something should occur to change the conditions under which it was being carried on. The Carthaginians wanted only what they had not yet succeeded in finding, a first-rate general, to enable them to make a descent in force in Italy, and so make Rome tremble for her own safety. The Romans wanted only an efficient fleet, to enable them to meet Carthage on her own element, and then to transfer the contest to Africa. The all-important question was which would be found first. A life-and-death struggle generally finds out and brings to the front, in spite of all artificial obstacles, a true military genius, even amongst a people whose collective genius is not military. But it has very rarely been known to change the whole character of a people at once, to transform landlubbers into seamen, and what is more extraordinary still, enable them to cope on equal terms with the greatest naval power of the time. The chances, therefore, were so far not in favour of Rome. But we must beware of indulging in the exaggerations in which it was natural enough for Polybius and other historians of the time to indulge in their admiration of the energy of Rome. What the Romans did was wonderful enough without the addition of a single fictitious detail to make it more so. It may be true, as Polybius says, that at the outbreak of the war Rome had no decked ships, no ships of war, not even a lembus, a small ship's boat with a sharp prow, which they could call their own. But that the Romans were not so wholly ignorant of naval affairs as the ludicrous picture of 100 batches of would-be sailors training themselves to row on the sand from scaffolds would at first suggest, is clear from the fact that Rome had, in the early days of the Republic, fitted out ships with 3 banks of oars to keep in order piratical neighbours like the Antiates or the Etruscans, that there were magistrates called duumviri navales, who from time to time were appointed for the express purpose of repairing the fleet, and that the Carthaginians themselves had thought it worth their while repeatedly to form a commercial treaty with the Romans, restricting carefully their mutual rights and duties. Still, the Romans had never been a really maritime or commercial people. They did not love the sea, much less had they been a naval power. And how were they to become so all at once? The question was beset with difficulties. Triremes, no doubt, they might borrow from the Greek cities of Italy, as they had done once before. But these would no more face the bulky monsters called quinquiremes, which now formed the Carthaginian ships of the line, than an English revenue cutter could board a frigate. The Romans must have felt all the needs upon a vaster scale which dawned upon a person as land-loving and exclusive as themselves when the conquest of Asian Gaber opened to the untravelled Israelites the navigation of the Red Sea and the unknown possibilities of the East beyond it. But to the Hebrew subjects of King Solomon a way out of the difficulty was open which was not available to the Romans now. The gold of Solomon was able to procure Phoenician shipwrights who could construct, and Phoenician mariners who could navigate and steer, his vessels among the dangerous waters of the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. The descendants of these selfsame Phoenicians, the heirs of their traditions and of a double portion of their maritime genius, were the deadly enemies of Rome, and the Roman landsmen must face the dangers of the sea, not with their aid, but against their most strenuous opposition. Again, the quinquereme was not merely twice as large as a trireme, but was of a different build and construction. It was necessary, therefore, to obtain either shipwrights or a model from some nation to which such moving castles had been long familiar. Here chance was on the side of the Romans. A Carthaginian quinquereme had run ashore on the coast of Bruttium 2 or 3 years before, and had fallen into the hands of the Romans. This served as the wished-for model, and it is asserted by more than one writer that within 60 days a growing wood was felled and transformed into a fleet of 100 ships of the line and 20 triremes. The next difficulty was to find men for the fleet, and when they had been found, to train them for their duties. How the large number of 30,000 rowers necessary to propel the ships, and of 12,000 marines necessary to fight on board of them, were raised in so short a time, from a people that was not a seafaring people, we have no precise information. But as soon as they had been got together, and while the building of the ships was still in progress, they went, if we may believe the well-known story, through a course of training for the most important of their functions, that of rowing in time at the voice of the koloistes, by taking their seats on tiers of stages, and making believe to go through the various evolutions which would be expected of them. Probably never did a fleet set sail under greater difficulties of every kind than this. The starting timbers of the unseasoned wood of which the ships were built, and the distressing maladies which would assuredly befall a herd of landsmen who had gone through only the mechanical preparation for the sea which we have described, might well have made men doubt whether either ships or crews would ever live to experience the shock of the Carthaginian battle. But we hear nothing of this. Perhaps, after all, the ships were manned in part not by Romans, but by Greeks and Etruscan mariners, and we know only that hardly were the ships launched when they fearlessly set sail, B.C. 261. But the skill in naval warfare which the Carthaginians had acquired in centuries could not be learnt by Rome in a day. There are many points connected with the equipment and management of an ancient trireme which have not been cleared up, but it is certain that even for the simple manoeuvres practised by the ancients, the embole or charge on the side, and the prospole or charge beak to beak, the periplus and the diaplus, there was an incalculable difference between trained and untrained rowers. It must also be borne in mind that the ancient rowers had often to contend in battle against wind and tide as well as against the foe, for the sails and masts were always cleared away as a preparation for action, and if the sea was running high, the utmost nicety in steering and the most perfect time and skill in rowing would be essential to the success of even the simplest manoeuvre. There was nothing but the voice of the koloistes to keep the 3 tiers of rowers ranged one above the other, with their oars of different weights and different lengths in time, and that voice would necessarily be drowned by the least excitement or confusion among the crews. If such careful training was found to be essential for the management of the trireme, what must it not have been for the quinquereme, a ship nearly twice the size, with 5 banks of oars instead of 3. The immediate problem, therefore, for the Romans to solve was not how best to train their crews to charge with the beak, for no training would have fitted them for that task before the engagement which was imminent, but how best to parry the charge, and then to convert the naval into a land battle, leaving as little opportunity as possible for subsequent manoeuvring, and as much as possible for hand-to-hand conflict. The device which the Romans adopted to secure these ends was clumsy, but it was effectual. On the forepart of each vessel was erected an additional mast, and lashed to it by a powerful hinge was a species of drawbridge. On the end of this last, and standing out from it at right angles, was a sharp spike of the strongest iron, which, from its resemblance when in this position to the bill of the raven, gave the name of corvus to the whole construction. When an enemy's vessel was seen approaching for the purpose either of charging directly beak to beak, or of striking obliquely the tiers of oars, and so of incapacitating them for further use, the drawbridge, by an ingenious contrivance, could be swung round the mast toward the point where the danger threatened, and the moment the enemy came within reach, it could be let fall from its commanding height and with its heavy weight upon the deck of the attacking ship. The iron beak would pierce through the planking of the deck and hold it fast in a death grapple, and in a very few moments from the time the corvus fell, the whole body of the Roman mariners would find themselves on board the enemy's deck. The sea fight would be practically over, and the land fight would begin, and the issue of this conflict between the mere rabble of an African crew and the picked Roman legionaries could not be for a moment doubtful. Duilius, consul and admiral of the fleet, finding that the enemy was engaged in ravaging Mylae, a peninsula and town on the northeast of the island, not far from Messana, sailed fearlessly toward them. The Carthaginians, when with 130 well-built and well-manned ships, they saw the 100 ungainly Roman hulks, the timbers of which ought still to have been seasoning in the timber yard, and their landsmen sailors, drawn from they knew not where, must have felt something of the thrill of long-deferred delight which forced from Napoleon the exclamation, "At last I have them, those English, in my grasp," as assuredly they must have felt something of the keenness of his disappointment at the still more unlooked-for result. Not caring in their confidence and joy even to form a line of battle, they bore down at once upon the Romans as on an easy prey. When they drew near, they were for the moment taken aback by the strange appearance of vessels coming into battle with their masts left standing, masts, too, with such uncouth and extraordinary appendages attached to them. But their hesitation was only for a moment. Evidently these raw enemies of theirs did not even know how to clear their decks for action. With redoubled confidence, 30 of the Carthaginian vessels charged beak to beak on as many Roman vessels, and each immediately found itself prisoner, held fast by the grappling iron which had so excited their surprise and their contempt. Others of the Carthaginian ships, thinking to escape the fall of the drawbridge which had caught their comrades, charged sideways against other parts of the Roman ships, but round swung the fatal raven as though it was a thing of life, and descended upon them, pinning the vessels tight alongside of each other, and enabling the Roman legionaries to dispense with the bridge and to leap at once from every part of their vessel into that of the enemy. After 50 of their ships of war had been locked in this deadly embrace, the remainder, declining to fight at all with foes who were ill-bred enough to fight and conquer against all the rules of naval warfare, took to flight. The Romans were overjoyed, as well they might be, at their success. It was their first naval battle, and their first great naval victory over the greatest naval power which the world had seen. Its importance was not to be measured by its immediate results, but rather by the omen it gave for the future. Honours, till then unexampled, were freely bestowed upon the plebeian Duilius. When he went out to supper, it was to the sound of music. When he returned home, it was with an escort of torch-bearers. A pillar was erected to his honour in the Forum, called the Columna Rostrata, for it was adorned with the brazen beaks of the vessels which his wise ignorance and his clumsy skill had enabled him to capture. The great battle of Mylae was fought in the year B.C. 260, and the Roman army improved the victory of their fleet by at once marching to Egesta, a town which claimed relationship to Rome by reason of their supposed common descent from Troy, and which was situated in a part of Sicily considerably beyond any in which we have as yet seen the Romans. The Roman fleet, too, now no longer confined its aims to the narrow Sicilian waters, but striking boldly across the open sea, threatened the empire of Carthage in the rich island of Sardinia also. In the savage mountains of the interior the natives still managed to maintain something of their independence and of their barbarism, but the coasts had been for centuries in the possession of the Carthaginians. Thither the unfortunate Hannibal, son of Gisco, had withdrawn shortly after his defeat at Mylae, thinking doubtless that there at least he would be safe from Roman molestation. But even there the Romans, in the exultation of their first victory, pursued him. Penned within the harbour in which he had taken refuge, he lost several of his ships in an engagement, and on his escape to land was apprehended by his own men and crucified. They took the law into their own hands, but doubtless they only anticipated the sentence which would have been passed by the inexorable 100 on an unlucky admiral who should have returned to Carthage after surviving so many and such unprecedented reverses. The Romans followed up their success by an attack on Olbia, the capital of the island. The expedition failed, but an attempt upon Aleria, formerly a Phocian colony and now the capital of Corsica, was more successful. Corsica had probably never belonged outright to Carthage, but it had at least acknowledged her maritime supremacy, and the second treaty between Rome and Carthage seems to have recognized it as a kind of neutral territory between the two. The epitaph of Lucius Cornelius Scipio, which is still preserved, tells us how he took Corsica and Aleria, and how on his return to Rome had dedicated a well-deserved temple to the tempest which had almost overwhelmed him in the Corsican waters. But the absence of the Roman fleet in Corsica and Sardinia proved a serious, if only a temporary, setback to the progress of the Roman arms in Sicily. Rome could not yet afford so to dissipate her energy, and Hamilcar, commander-in-chief at Panormus, now gave evidence of a vigour and a capacity such as had hitherto not been witnessed among either of the contending parties. Hearing that the Romans and their allies, on their return from Egesta, were at discord among themselves, he surprised and cut to pieces 4,000 of the enemy in their camp near Himera. He destroyed the town of Eryx and transferred its inhabitants in a body to the neighbouring fortress of Drepanum. And it was doubtless the bold front he showed which in the following year compelled the Romans to retire from before Panormus, after merely convincing themselves of the strength of its fortifications. Meanwhile, both sides were straining every nerve to raise such an army as should be able by sheer strength to bear down all opposition to it. The Romans with the avowed intention of fighting their way into Africa, and so compelling Carthage to submit to the terms of peace which they might be willing to offer her; the Carthaginians with the hope of recovering the empire of the seas which had now been half torn from her, and of excluding the Romans, if not from the whole of their dependencies, at all events from her home domain in Africa. The material results in the way of shipping obtained by either side were not disproportionate to the efforts that had been made. Probably never, either before or after, did such vast naval armaments put to sea. The most important naval combats of ancient and of modern times, the battles of Artemisium, Salamis, and Naulochus, of Lepanto, Trafalgar, and Navarino, sink into insignificance as far as mere numbers go when compared with that of Ecnomus. Other battles doubtless enlist the sympathies more fully on one side or the other, or interest more keenly those who care for war merely as war. The stake fought for at Salamis was an infinitely higher stake, and was fraught with vastly more momentous issues for the whole human race, for it was the cause of Greek freedom and civilization against Asiatic slavery and barbarism. At Trafalgar, the darling scheme of the heartless oppressor of all Europe was for ever frustrated by the crowning naval victory of a war which the worst calumniators of England must admit was not a selfish war. In all these points in the motives of the combatants, in its purely military or scientific interest, and in its results. The battle of Ecnomus is not specially remarkable. It is impossible to give our undivided sympathies to either side. It was a battle in the main of brute force and not of consummate skill. It was not decisive even of the result of the war, of which it formed so bulky a part. Still less can it attract those who look upon all wars except those waged in self-defence or for purely moral ends. All wars, that is, except those waged ultimately in the interests of peace, with horror and condemnation. Yet men are men, and even the Carthaginian mercenaries, though their employers did not think so, were worth something more than the pay they earned by their services. And size is size, and will always, apart from everything else, and whether it ought to or not, attract to itself the attention of mankind. And from the point of view of mere size, the number, that is, of its ships and the crews who fought in them, the battle of Ecnomus is certainly entitled to a conspicuous place in history. The vicissitudes of the battle are somewhat complicated, but it is necessary for one who would understand aright the first Punic War to dwell a while upon a conflict which is so eminently characteristic of it. The Romans set sail from Messana, BC 256, with 330 ships, while the Carthaginians mustered the still more portentous number of 350 ships in their famous port of Lilybaeum. So that if we are to accept the deliberate calculation of Polybius, who assigns 300 rowers and 120 mariners to each ship of war, nearly 300,000 men must have met in the battle which ensued. The Carthaginians, who knew too well what an invasion of Africa meant, and who felt that the ravages of the Roman army would not be the worst of the evils that it would involve, moved slowly forward to Heraclea and Minoa, determined to crush the invaders before they could leave the Sicilian coast. The Romans, having taken on board their legions at Phintius, divided their immense fleet into 4 squadrons. The 2 first squadrons formed 2 sides of an equilateral triangle, while the third, having behind them the transports laden with cavalry, formed its base. To the rear of these again, and forming at once a rear guard and a reserve, came the 4th squadron, which Polybius calls, from the important function allotted to it, the Triarii. At the apex of the triangle, their prows standing out to sea, and pointing the rest of the fleet the way to Africa, sailed abreast the 2 monster hexaremes, ships as large probably as our ships of the line, of the consuls and admirals in one, Marcus Atilius Regulus and Lucius Manlius. The whole Roman fleet together thus formed the figure called in nautical manoeuvring an embolon, or wedge, a figure said by Polybius to be suited to energetic action and very difficult to break through. On the other hand, it postulated a skill in seamanship and a confidence in their own powers both of attack and of defence, very different from that which marked the Roman fleet at their victory at Mylae 3 years before. The Carthaginians, reminded by their admirals, Hanno, who had in vain attempted to raise the siege of Agrigentum, and Hamilcar, who had lately fought, not without credit to himself, at Tyndaris, of the momentous issues that were at stake, and asked to choose whether they would henceforward fight for the possession of Sicily or in defence of their own hearths and homes, moved westward along the shore in good spirits and order. They hove in sight of the enemy, as it would seem, to the west of the promontory of Ecnomus, and observing the 4-fold division of the Roman armament, they divided their own fleet into a similar number of squadrons. The Carthaginian admirals, in order to detach the first 2 squadrons of the Roman fleet from the third, which was retarded by the transports, arranged that the part of their line which should be first attacked by the thin end of the Roman wedge should give way before it and feign a flight. The stratagem was partially successful, for the flying Carthaginian ships, wheeling round suddenly, closed in upon the sides of the Roman triangle which had pursued them too far, and by their superior rapidity and skill seriously threatened its safety. But the knowledge that they were fighting under the immediate eye of the consuls, and the confidence inspired in them by the possession of the Raven, enabled the Romans to hold their own, till Hamilcar in sheer exhaustion was compelled to save himself by flight. Meanwhile a fierce double combat had been raged elsewhere. Hanno, who was on the Carthaginian right, had forborne to take any part in the first onset, but keeping out to sea, as soon as the first 3 Roman squadrons had got well past him, had fallen upon the rear guard. Ventum erit ad Triarios, and for a time it seemed as if even the Triarii would give way. The Carthaginian left, which had hitherto hugged the shore in a long line at right angles to the rest of the fleet, as soon as they had got well behind the Roman position, attacked the 3rd squadron, which was impeded by the transports. These, however, slipped the ropes and did battle with their assailants. There were thus 3 distinct sea fights, simultaneous and well maintained. Hamilcar, as has been said, was the first to give way, and his flight practically decided the battle. Hanno followed his example, and Manlius just then coming up, both consuls bore down together on the left wing of the enemy, which, had they only been less afraid of the boarding bridges, must ere this have been victorious. A few only of the Carthaginian ships escaped. The Roman victory was complete, and there was now nothing left to bar the conquerors from Africa. End of section 5. Section 6 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5. Invasion of Africa. Regulus and Xanthippus, 256 to 250 BC, Part 1. The resolution of the Roman Senate had been long since taken, but it is hardly to be wondered at that when the hour had come for carrying it out, the hearts of some among the Roman soldiers should have been filled with misgivings, and that these should have found expression in the mutinous language of a tribune. Xenophon has told us how anxiously Cyrus the Younger concealed from the 10,000 Greeks the real nature of the perilous adventure he had undertaken, and how before he revealed to them the fatal secret, he took care so far to commit them to the enterprise that a retreat would be then not less dangerous than an advance. The Romans were now entering on a phase of the great contest which to them must have seemed hardly less perilous than the Anabasis to the Greeks. They had to cross a sea which to them was as unknown, and under existing circumstances as fraught with the possibilities of mischief, as the trackless deserts of Mesopotamia. They were to enter a new continent, peopled not by the wild ass and the antelope and the scudding ostrich which had amused the 10,000 Greeks, but, as popular imagination would have it, and as a grave historian had related, by lions and by dog-headed monsters and by creatures with no heads and with eyes in their breasts. However, threats of a more summary kind used by Regulus overpowered these forebodings of distant disaster and crushed the rising mutiny, and the Roman fleet, after it had been revictualled and repaired, stood right across the Mediterranean to the nearest point of Africa, a distance of only 90 miles. The Hermaian promontory is the northeastern horn of the Bay of Carthage. Here the Romans waited a while to muster their forces. It was the precise point beyond which, as treaty after treaty made with the jealous commercial state had stipulated, no Roman ship should dare to pass, whether to trade, to plunder, or to colonize. And it must have been with feelings not of satisfaction or of curiosity alone that after a short pause the Roman fleet began to penetrate deeper into the mysteries of that great Carthaginian preserve by coasting along till they reached a town which, from the shield-shaped eminence on which it stood, they called Clypeia. as the Greeks had already named it Aspis. They set foot without opposition on African soil, and when the town refused to surrender, they besieged and took it. Meanwhile, the Carthaginians had been forewarned of the coming danger. Hanno, after his defeat at Ecnomus, had made straight across to Carthage, and though he must have risked his life in so doing, had bidden the citizens prepare for the worst. But to be forewarned was with the Carthaginians at this period of their history not necessarily to be forearmed. Their best armies were absent in Sicily. Their navy was demoralized and half destroyed, and the native Libyans were in a state of chronic disaffection. Had the Romans marched at once upon the capital, without an adequate army or a competent general as it then was, it is just possible that it might have fallen. But this was not to be. The rich territory which lay between Clypea and Carthage was too tempting, and too easy a prey for the needy Roman soldiery. It had now quite recovered from the devastations of Agathocles, and the Romans, strangers as yet, happily for themselves, to luxury, contemplated with amazement and delight the pleasant gardens and the opulent palaces of the merchant princes of Carthage, which had sated the greed of the mercenaries of Agathocles 50 years before. Nor did their hands spare what their eyes admired. The palaces were ransacked of their valuables, and then ruthlessly set on fire. The cattle were driven in vast herds toward the Roman camp, and 20,000 of the inhabitants of the surrounding country found themselves collected in the Roman ships to be sold into slavery. Nor did the Carthaginians, in the interval which had elapsed since the invasion of Agathocles, grown less fatally distrustful of their own subjects. They still forbade the subject cities to surround themselves with walls, not because, like the Spartans, they thought a living rampart of men was a better protection than any masonry, but because they had good reason to suspect that such defence might be turned against themselves. Accordingly, Regulus passed with facility from village to village or from town to town till, as the Romans boasted, he had nearly doubled the number of 200 townships which Agathocles had conquered before him. But just now came from Rome the astounding order, which may well have aroused the misgivings even of the triumphant Roman army, that one of the two consuls was to return home at once with his troops and his ships, leaving the other in Africa, with what Polybius calls, one would think with a touch of irony, a sufficient force to bring the war to a conclusion. It was not so much that the Roman Senate actually underestimated the difficulty of conquering Carthage, is that it did not occur to a body of so conservative a frame of mind that now that the scale of their warfare had been so enlarged, it might be advisable to make a corresponding alteration in all the conditions under which they carried it on. The principle that every soldier is above all and before all things a citizen, and that he ought not to forego any of his civil rights or duties for a longer time than is absolutely necessary, is in itself a noble principle, and one which modern states with their overgrown and appalling standing armies would do well to remember. But the rule that an army should always return to Rome, either to go into winter quarters or to be disbanded, was a practical application of the principle which, though it had its advantages, must have been inconvenient even in the early struggles of the Roman Republic, while the maxim of state policy that the commander-in-chief, whatever his talents and whatever the complications of his military plans, should, as soon as a particular day of the year came round, be superseded by a civil magistrate, whatever his military incapacity, was a maxim which, though it may have acted well enough in a border warfare against a discontented Latin or Etruscan town, had broken down completely in the Samnite wars, and would be absolutely fatal in the far more gigantic struggle against Carthage. But the Roman Senate whatever its practical ability and courage in carrying out the current business of the state, was not more foresighted than other deliberative assemblies, and needed the bitter teaching of experience to bring home to them what seems to us so obvious a truth. Its orders were obeyed without a murmur, and Manlius set off for Rome with his prisoners, his army, and his fleet, leaving Regulus behind him, the heir to that strange inheritance of a reputation for military rashness and disaster on the one hand, and for disinterested patriotism on the other, which, immortalized as it has been by Horace, has gone the round of the world, and will doubtless survive the most convincing demonstration of its groundlessness by pitiless critics. The army with which he was expected, as it would seem, to complete the conquest of Africa amounted only to 15,000 infantry and 500 cavalry. He immediately threatened Addis, a town of some importance, and to raise its siege the Carthaginians occupied a hilly district where they could make but little use of the arm in which they were really strong, their elephants and cavalry. The Romans were not slow to perceive this mistake, and in spite of the strenuous resistance of some of the mercenaries, assaulted and carried the position, while the Carthaginian cavalry and elephants extricated themselves as best they could from the broken ground, and as soon as they reached the plain, saved themselves by flight. The Romans now fell to devastating the country with redoubled energy and with even less of caution than before. Tunis, an important town in the sight of the capital, fell into their hands, and Regulus encamped on the banks of the Bagradas in the heart of what was then the most fertile country in the world. The prospects of the Carthaginians looked desperate indeed. Their only available army had been defeated, and what the Romans had spared in their devastations, the Numidians, a people always on the move and always eager for plunder, carried off. If the Romans had chastised the country district with whips, the Numidians, maddened with oppression as well as thirsty for booty, now chastised them with scorpions. All the inhabitants who could flee took refuge in the capital, and the vast increase of population was already threatening the city with the famine and the pestilence, which are usually the last outcome and not the forerunners of a siege. Regulus, seeing their miserable plight and anxious lest his successor, who according to Roman custom might be soon expected, should reap the glory of the war which he had so far conducted prosperously, offered to negotiate for peace. The proposal was joyfully accepted, but Regulus, intoxicated with success, offered the Carthaginians terms which could scarcely have been harder if the Romans had been within their walls. The conquered people were to acknowledge the supremacy of Rome, to form an offensive and defensive alliance with her, to give up all their ships of war but one, to cede not Sicily only, for that the Carthaginians, acknowledging the fortune of war, would have been glad to do, but Corsica and Sardinia and the Lipari Islands also, to surrender the Roman deserters, to ransom their own prisoners, to pay all that it had cost the Romans to bring them to their knees, and a heavy tribute besides. Terms intolerable in themselves were made still more intolerable by the insolent bearing of the plebeian consul toward those whom he looked upon as prostrate before him. He had already written to Rome that he had sealed up the gates of Carthage with terror, and now he told the ambassadors roughly that men who are good for anything should either conquer or submit to their betters. The Romans, when after the battle of the Aegaean Isles they had to recoup themselves as best they could, for 15 more years of tedious warfare, for the loss of 4 fleets and the humiliation which befell this very Regulus so soon afterwards in Africa, did not propose such ruinous conditions as these, and Scipio himself after Zama, if only because so many of the tiger's teeth had been already drawn, did not think it necessary to clip its claws as well. It argues an insensate ignorance on the part of the Romans of what was truly great in their antagonists, if they thought they would accept such terms. The spirit of the ambassadors rose with their adversity. They refused even to discuss the conditions offered them, and the Carthaginian Senate determined to die, fighting bravely with arms in their hands, rather than sign voluntarily their own death warrant. Be the story of the subsequent heroism and self-sacrifice of Regulus ever so true, a serious abatement must be made in estimating his qualities, both of head and heart, for the insolence and infatuation which he displayed on this critical occasion. The moment at which the Carthaginians were obliged to give up all hopes of peace was also, luckily for them, the precise moment at which a recruiting officer happened to return from Greece with a band of soldiers of fortune, whom he had induced to place their swords at the disposal of the rich republic. Among these was Xanthippus, a Lacedaemonian of inferior grade, but one who had been well schooled in war by the admirable training which the Spartan discipline still gave, and by the troublous times in which the whole of Greece was involved. Observing the excellence of the Carthaginian cavalry and the number of Carthaginian elephants, and hearing also the story of the recent defeat, he remarked casually, as the story goes, to his friends, that the Carthaginians had been conquered not so much by the enemy as by themselves, or by the blunders of their generals. The words were caught up and ran from mouth to mouth in the eager and anxious city. Before long they reached the ears of the government, probably of the dreaded 100 themselves. The 100, seldom backward, if our accounts are trustworthy, to listen to anything to the prejudice of the instruments they employed, summoned Xanthippus before them. He justified what he had said by argument, and pledged his word that if only the Carthaginians would keep to the plains and utilize that in which their real strength lay, they would be victorious. It is little creditable to the insight either of the Carthaginian government or generals that they should have required a Greek soldier of fortune to apprise them of the mistake they had made. But there seems no reason to doubt the plain statement of Polybius. The command, but not as yet the sole command, was entrusted to Xanthippus. His confidence was contagious, and there ran through the city the joyful news that now the hour had come and the man. Confidence grew into enthusiasm when men saw the way in which Xanthippus handled his troops, and contrasted it with the sorry performances of the other generals. A cry was raised for instant battle, for all were convinced that no evil could befall them under such a leader as Xanthippus. A council of war was held, but the popular enthusiasm carried everything before it, and the other generals, pocketing their pride, or sharing, as it would seem, in the general enthusiasm, handed over the undivided responsibility to Xanthippus. The Carthaginian army, reinforced by the addition of the recruits from Greece, numbered 12,000 infantry, with 4,000 cavalry, and a formidable array of 100 elephants. Regulus, surprised at the novel sight of a Carthaginian army encamping on the plains, hesitated a moment, as though there was something more in this change of tactics than met the eye, and pitched his own camp at a distance of a mile from them. But finding that the Carthaginians meant to fight, and flushed with his hitherto unbroken success, he drew up his army in order of battle. His small body of cavalry he placed as usual on the wings, but his infantry he massed much more closely together and in much deeper formations than was common among the Romans, thinking that they could thus be better able to resist the onset of the elephants. At last Xanthippus ordered the elephants to charge, while the cavalry were to attack, and then to close in on the wings of the enemy. The Roman horse, outnumbered in the proportion of 4-1, took to flight without striking a blow, and the elephants, rushing wildly into the foremost ranks of the Roman infantry, laid them low in every direction and trampled them to death by scores. The main body, however, stood firm, and when the elephants turned aside toward the flanks, it found itself face to face with the Carthaginian centre, which had not yet drawn the sword. Attacked in front by the infantry, on the flanks which the flight of their own cavalry had left unprotected by the Numidian cavalry, and on the rear by the elephants, the majority of the Roman legionaries stood their ground nobly, as they did under similar circumstances at the Trebia 40 years later, and died where they were standing. A few took to flight, but the flight of foot soldiers from Numidian cavalry over level ground only meant a slight prolongation of the miserable struggle for life. Regulus himself, at the head of 600 men, surrendered to the conquerors, and of the whole army 2,000 only, who had at the first onset defeated the mercenaries, and after pursuing them to their camp had taken no other part in the battle, escaped to Clypea with the news of the disaster. Clypea was the only spot in the whole of the country which the Romans had so easily overrun that they could now call their own. The Carthaginians first spoiled the slain, and then, leading the Roman consul himself and the other survivors in chains, returned in triumph to the capital. It was the first pitched battle which they had fairly won, but that one battle had reversed the whole fortune of the war. The Roman army had been all but annihilated, and its miserable remnant was besieged upon the spot where they had first landed. The inhabitants of the country districts could now return to their homes and rebuild their shattered homesteads, and the richness of the incomparable soil with its abundant irrigation would soon efface all traces of the invaders. The citizens themselves once again breathed freely, for they were delivered from the prospect of an immediate siege, the last horrors of which in the shape of sickness and starvation they had already begun to taste. What wonder, as Polybius says, if in the exuberance of their joy all ranks alike gave themselves up to feasting and thanksgiving to their gods? But what kind of thanksgiving did the Carthaginian deities delight to receive, and the Carthaginian worshipper bring himself to give? We know from Diodorus that when Agathocles was threatening Carthage 50 years before, 200 children of the noblest Carthaginian families had been offered alive to appease the angry Moloch, and 300 men had willingly devoted themselves for the same purpose, if haply they so might save the city from the impending siege. Nor can we doubt that the greater agony through which the Carthaginians had now passed, and the still more unlooked-for triumph by which they had issued from it, were marked by the same horrible offerings on a more imposing scale. There stood the huge brazen god with arms outstretched to receive his offerings, as though a father to clasp his children to his breast. But the arms sloped treacherously down toward the ground, and the victim placed upon them rolled off into a seething cauldron of fire below, his cries drowned as in the vale of Hinnom by the rolling of drums and the blare of trumpets. This was the end, no doubt, of some of the noblest among the Roman captives, for Moloch was a jealous god. No alien children bought with money and reared up for human sacrifice would he accept. He allowed no substitutes, nor would he take from his worshipper that which cost him nothing or cost him money only. An only child, a firstborn child, a child remarkable for its beauty, its wealth, or its noble birth. This was the offering which touched the fire god's heart, and the parents who had sacrificed their own children to avert the siege would now, not unnaturally, come forward to give the noblest among the Roman captives as thank offerings to the god who had heard their prayer and, as they believed, delivered them from their distress. End of section 6. Section 7 of Roman Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5, Invasion of Africa, Regulus and Xanthippus, 256 to 250 BC, Part 2. The Romans, when they heard of the disaster which had befallen Regulus, fitted out a large fleet for the rescue of the survivors B.C. 255, while the Carthaginians, rightly judging that the resolution of Rome would not be broken by any one calamity, however great, also set to work to build a new fleet which should protect them from a second invasion. But in vain did they endeavour to reduce Clypea before the Romans could reach it. The desperate courage of the small garrison repelled all assaults, and enabled it to hold out till the ensuing summer, when the Roman fleet arrived. A naval battle took place off the Hermaean promontory. The Romans gained the day, and took on board, at their leisure, the defenders of Clypea, who had so well earned their lives. They had well earned their lives, but they were not long to enjoy them. They turned their backs with joy upon Africa, but they were not to see Italy. The armament had reached Camarina in safety, and was about to round Pachynus and to sail home through the Straits of Messana, when a terrific storm, such as is common in those parts and at that time of the year, broke upon them. Some of the Roman ships foundered in the open sea, more were dashed to pieces against the sharp rocks and numerous promontories of that iron-bound coast, and the shore was strewed for miles with wrecks and corpses. Out of the 340 ships, it was said that only 80 escaped, and what must have given an additional sting to the calamity was the consciousness that it might have been avoided. The pilots, probably the only persons on board who had real experience of the sea, or who knew what ugly weather was, had warned the admirals of the dangerous storms to which the south of Sicily was exposed after the rising of the tempestuous Orion. Along the northern shore they would be in calm water. But the maritime experience acquired in 5 years, wherein nothing had gone wrong with them, had taught the Romans, as they fondly thought, that there was nothing in the terrors of the sea with which Roman courage could not cope. And the admirals were deaf to the voice of the weather-wise pilots, who shook their heads at dangers which could neither be seen nor handled. Moreover, they wished to make the most of their recent victory, and by its prestige to bring over to themselves a few small towns on the south coast of Sicily, which still wavered in their allegiance. The prize was small, as Polybius significantly remarks, and the stake large, but they staked and lost it. Elated as they were by the rapid departure of the Roman fleet from Africa, the spirit of the Carthaginians must have risen higher still when they heard of its sudden and complete destruction. Like Athens or like Venice, Carthage might well call herself by the proud title of Bride of the Sea, and her citizens, like the Vikings of after times, might well boast that they were friends of the sea and enemies of all that sailed upon it. The war might now be once more transferred to Sicily, and thither Hannibal was sent with all the available land forces, with 140 elephants, and with a fleet which was to co-operate with the army. He made straight for Lilybaeum, and taking the field, prepared to ravage the open country. With unconquerable resolution, however, the Romans determined to fit out a new fleet to replace the one that had been destroyed, and the miracle of speed which we have noticed before is said to have been repeated again. Within 3 months 220 vessels were built from the keel and were ready for action. The 2 consuls, Aulus Attilius and Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio Asina, who had been released from his captivity, picking up on their way the few vessels which had escaped to Messana from the general wreck, made for Panormus, Palermo, B.C. 254, and in the hour of their humiliation hazarded an attack upon its strong fortifications, which they had shrunk from making even after their victory at Mylae, and what is more surprising, they took it with ease. A tower which commanded the fortifications toward the sea was first destroyed. This disaster put the new city into the hands of the Romans, and the old at once surrendered. Never was a war more fertile in vicissitudes and surprises than had been the first 9 years of this. Here were the Romans, stronger and more energetic after a defeat than after a victory, taking by a sudden onslaught an almost virgin fortress, which had never yet been taken but by Pyrrhus, baffling all calculations of a not inexperienced foe, and then sailing back to Rome as though nothing extraordinary had happened, leaving only a small garrison and what had been the Carthaginian capital of the island, the headquarters of its army and its fleets. In the following year, B.C. 253, the Romans tempted fortune again by reconnoitring the African coast. They headed here and there and ravaged the surrounding country, but with no result proportionate to the danger they ran, and they ended, owing to their want of maritime experience, by falling into the Syrtis, whose name expresses the power with which an unlucky vessel coming within its reach is sucked into its deadly embraces. The vessels ran aground, and were rescued only by a sudden rise of the sea, which the crews helped by throwing overboard their valuables. The moment they were extricated from their danger, like animals that have been in the toils, they made their way back to Panormus, only too thankful if they could escape the pursuit of the enemy. But the worst was still to come. In crossing from Panormus to Italy, they were overtaken off the promontory of Palinurus by another storm, which, as it must have seemed, could not now let even the seas to the north of Sicily alone if Romans were to be found in it. Never since the tempest had raged day after day on the southern coast of Magnesia, and strewn the coasts of Thessaly and Euboea with the wrecks of the vast Persian fleet, had the god of the sea shown himself so decidedly a partisan in a naval contest, or demanded so costly a series of sacrifices. The Roman spirit at length began to show some symptoms of giving way. At all events, the Senate determined not again at present to tempt the sea, but to depend upon their land forces, and for the next 2 years the war was carried on under conditions not very dissimilar to those under which it had been begun. The Carthaginians were now once more able to carry the war into Sicily, and the large army which they sent under Hasdrubal to Lilybaeum had that within it which seemed able, for the time at least, to demoralize, nay, even to paralyze their foes. The havoc wrought by the elephants amongst the troops of Regulus in the battle near Carthage had been duly reported to the Roman armies in Sicily, and it had lost nothing in the transmission. To be knocked down and then trampled to pieces by a furious beast, against which neither fraud nor force could avail aught, would be terrible enough to any well-regulated mind. But the fear which it seems to have inspired completely unnerved the Romans. It was not death itself, for that they would have faced gladly in 100 fair battlefields or forlorn hopes. It was the instrument and the manner of death that they feared. They refused to face the elephants, much as the bravest troops nowadays might refuse to measure their collective strength against the brute power of a steam engine, or as men armed with muzzle loaders might demur, however great their valour, to standing up against the cold and cruel mechanism of a mitrailleuse. Once again did the two armies face one another at a few furlongs' distance, in the territory of Selinus, and once more did they part company without coming to blows. It takes two to make a quarrel, and the Romans clung steadfastly to the hills, where their experience in Africa had taught them that the 140 elephants would be useless, and where the Carthaginians therefore could not attack them with any hope of success. There were symptoms, too, of serious disaffection and discontent among the Roman officers, and once again it was clear to the Roman Senate that the sea itself would be less terrible than such an indefinite and purposeless prolongation of the war. They accordingly reconsidered their resolution and began to build a third fleet. In 251, Hasdrubal, meanwhile, encouraged by what he thought the cowardice of the Romans, issued from Selinus and proceeded to carry off the rich harvests, just then ripe, from under the eyes of the Roman army at Panormus. Caecilius Metellus was in command there, a man of prudence and self-restraint, but able to strike a vigorous blow when there was occasion for it. When Hasdrubal and his elephants had crossed the river near the city, a step for which he had been anxiously waiting, he sent forth his light troops in such numbers as to induce the Carthaginians to draw up in line of battle. In front of the city wall ran a broad and deep ditch, within which the light troops were warned to take shelter if, after they had provoked an attack from Hasdrubal, they should find themselves hard pressed. Here they would find fresh weapons awaiting them, thrown down by the townsmen from the walls above, and, safe under their protection, would be able to shower missiles upon the advancing elephants. The order of Metellus was carried out to the letter, and the result answered his expectations. The elephant drivers, Indians, Polybius here and elsewhere calls them, eager to assert their independence of Hasdrubal, or to win special credit for themselves, advanced to close quarters before the word of command was given. The light troops gave way, and leaping down into the ditch received the unwieldy monsters, which came blundering on to its very edge with showers of darts and burning arrows. Unable to vent their rage on their assailants in the ditch, the elephants rushed wildly back on the Carthaginian army, and wrought amongst them the havoc which the Romans had feared for themselves. Now was the moment for Metellus. Unobserved by the enemy, he had amassed the main body of his army close behind the gate of the town. He sallied out in force, charged the enemy, who were already in confusion, on the flank, and routing them completely, drove them headlong back towards Selinus. It was the greatest pitched battle of the war, and restored confidence to the Romans at the time when they needed it most sorely. But we must dwell a moment on the fate of the elephants, who had played so important a part in the battle itself, and whose terrors exercised so critical and so characteristic an influence on this part of the First Punic War. 10 of the elephants had been taken prisoners during the battle with their drivers. The drivers of the remainder had been either thrown to the ground by the elephants themselves, or killed by the weapons of the Romans, and the creatures were still, after the battle, rushing wildly about, no Roman daring to lay hands on them. The promise of their lives to the captured drivers induced some among them to exercise their moral control when physical force was out of the question, and in time the panic-stricken monsters, 120 in number, were reduced to order. It was determined to send them to Rome to grace the well-deserved triumph of Metellus, but it was no easy matter to convey them across the stormy straits of Messana. Huge rafts were lashed together, earth and herbage was scattered over the planks, and high bulwarks carried round the whole, and the animals allowed themselves to be ferried quietly across the straits, under a total misconception as to the operation which they were undergoing. They marched in stately procession up the sacred way, and were drawn thence, like so many captured kings or generals before and after them, to the place of execution, the Roman circus. There, after being baited with arms of courtesy to familiarize the people and the soldiers that were to be with their formidable appearance, they received the coup de grâce with armes à outrance, and the fatal appetite for blood, which was then just beginning to show itself among the Roman populace, must have been sated to the full by so gigantic and horrible a sacrifice. The noble family of the Metelli always cherished, as well they might, the memory of the great battle of Panormus among their most precious heirlooms, and coins of theirs are still extant representing the formidable beast which their ancestor had, by his victory at this critical point of the war, robbed of half its terrors. It was probably about this time that an embassy appeared at Rome from Carthage to negotiate, if possible, a peace, but anyhow an exchange of prisoners. It was accompanied by Regulus, who had been languishing for 5 years in a Carthaginian prison, and who came upon his parole to return to Carthage if his mission should prove unsuccessful. Every one knows the beautiful touches with which the story of what follows has been filled in by the genius of Horace, and of other late poets and orators; how Regulus refused to enter the city as a citizen, or the Senate house as a senator, since he had lost his right to both on the day when he became a captive; how, when at length he brought himself to speak before the Senate, he spoke in terms such as no Roman had ever heard before. Let those who had surrendered when they ought to have died, die in the land which had witnessed their disgrace. Let not the Senate establish a precedent fraught with disaster to ages yet unborn, or buy with their gold what ought only to be won back by arms. He was old, and in the short time of life that still remained to him could do no good service to his country, while the generals who would be exchanged for him were still hale and vigorous. How, when he saw the Senate still wavering between pity for him and their sense of duty to their country, he nailed them to their purpose by telling them he had taken a slow poison which was even then coursing through his veins; and how, last of all, he strode off with his eyes indeed fixed upon the ground, lest he should look upon his sorrowing wife and children, but with a step as light and a heart as free as though he were going for a holiday to his country estate. It is an ideal picture of a brave man bearing up under a great misfortune, and striving as best he could to wipe out disgrace, and as an ideal picture we are content to let it pass. But it is otherwise with the sequel to the story, with that which not only idealizes the Roman character, but sets it off by blackening that of its rivals, as if it were the Carthaginians who enjoyed a monopoly of cruelty, and as if the Romans themselves had always behaved with ordinary humanity to a conquered foe, a foe like Gaius Pontius, for instance, far more generous and high-spirited than Regulus himself. This we are bound to scrutinize carefully, and to mete out stern justice to those who seem to deserve it. We could hardly wonder if, under the circumstances, Regulus had been put to death as soon as he was taken prisoner by a nation which must have been stung to the quick by his insolent bearing in the hour of his success, and which showed so little mercy to its own defeated generals. But it is so far from being true that Regulus was put to death with horrible tortures by the Carthaginians, that there is reason to believe that he died a natural death, and that the story of the tortures was invented to cover those which had been really inflicted on two noble Carthaginian prisoners by a Roman matron. No writer before the time of Cato knows anything of the cruel death of Regulus, and when once the legend had been set going, we find that there are almost as many different versions as there are authors who refer to it. Moreover, the silence of Polybius, the most trustworthy of historians, who relates the exploits of Regulus in detail, and whose chief fault it is that he is too didactic, seldom adorning a tale, but always ready to point a moral, is in itself sufficient to outweigh the vague rhetoric and impassioned poetry of the late Republic. On the other hand, as has been already hinted, we have the authority of a fragment of Diodorus Siculus for a story which, when we remember his anti-Carthaginian bias, we can scarcely suppose that he invented, of the shocking cruelties inflicted on Bostar and Hamilcar, two Carthaginians given over by the Roman Senate to the wife of Regulus as hostages for the safety of her husband. Regulus died, so clearly implies Diodorus, a natural death. But his widow, thinking in her vexation that there had been neglect or cruelty on the part of the Carthaginians, ordered her sons to fasten the two captives into a cask of the smallest possible dimensions, and kept them there 5 days and nights without food or water, till Bostar, happily for himself, died of the torture and the starvation. In that same cask she kept the living and the dead for 5 more days, by a cruel kindness, supplying Hamilcar with just so much food as might serve to keep life in him and enable him to realize the horrors of the situation. At last, the advanced putrefaction of the body roused the pity of even the servants of the Attilii. They brought the matter before the tribunes of the people, and Hamilcar came forth from his living death, and was protected from further violence by the more merciful people. To palliate the story of the foul cruelty of the widow of Regulus, for which the Romans at large were certainly not responsible, was invented, as seems likely, the story of the cruel death of Regulus himself. End of section 7. Section 8 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6. Hamilcar Barca and the Siege of Lilybaeum, 250 to 241 BC, Part 1. The victory which the Romans had won before Panormus nerved them to make a strenuous effort for the expulsion of their enemies from Sicily. The Carthaginians were now hemmed up in the northwestern corner of the island, and of all their former possessions, the 3 fortresses of Lilybaeum, Eryx, and Drepanum alone remained to them. If the first of these could by any means be taken, the other 2 would not offer any prolonged resistance. The war might then once again be transferred to Africa, and the Romans, whose proud boast it was that they first learned from their enemies and then surpassed them, would be able to prove to the Carthaginians that this war was no exception to the rule. 14 years had passed since the war had broken out, and both sides were fully alive to the vital importance of the crisis at which it had arrived. With the siege of Lilybaeum, BC 250, opens the last scene of the First Punic War. It is the last scene, but a long and tedious one. The siege is one of the longest known in history. Strictly historical as it is, it equals in length the mythical siege of Troy and the semi-mythical siege of Veii. The Romans distinguished themselves in it by their heroic perseverance and by little else, but it was that kind of heroic perseverance which lay at the root of most of what they achieved, and is not, after all, so far removed from genius. The Carthaginian defence was marked by all the versatility and inventiveness, the prudence and the daring, which characterized the Phoenician race. Above all, it was marked by the appearance on the scene of at least one real military genius, the great Hamilcar Barca. Lilybaeum was built upon the promontory which formed the extreme western point of Sicily. It was the point nearest to Africa, and directly fronted the Hermaean promontory. It was therefore, so long as it remained in the hands of the Carthaginians, the most important support to their power in Sicily. It would be a standing menace even to their home rule in Africa as soon as it should pass into the hands of their enemies. It possessed a fine harbour, to the capabilities of which the name given to it by the Arabs in medieval times of Marsa Allah, or the harbour of God, still bears witness, Marsala. But the entrance to it was rendered difficult by the constant winds that blew off the headland, and by the treacherous sandbanks and sunken reefs which lay off the shores, and these, if they were dangerous to the inhabitants who knew them well, would be doubly dangerous to an enemy who did not. Pyrrhus, a few years before, had overrun all the rest of Sicily with ease, but the impetuosity of his assault had been beaten back by the solid walls of Lilybaeum. Would the Romans succeed where Pyrrhus had failed? They saw that a place so situated and so defended could only be attacked with any hope of success by a strong army and a strong fleet at once, and they supplied them ungrudgingly. 2 consular armies consisting of 5 legions and 200 vessels appeared before the place. The first attack was directed against the wall which stretched from sea to sea right across the peninsula on which the city was built, and the immediate success obtained by the Romans was such as appeared to promise an early termination of the siege. By regular approaches the Romans worked their way up to the city wall, undermined some of its towers, and when these had fallen, brought up their battering rams to threaten the whole line of defence. But Hamilcar, the commander of the garrison, was a man of energy and of fertility of resource. By building a second wall behind the first, he made the weakening of the first to be of small importance. He met the mining operations of the enemy by countermines, and he quelled by his address and personal influence over the better disposed of the mercenaries a formidable conspiracy which had broken out among them to betray the town to the Romans. Meanwhile, the Carthaginians, knowing the weakness of their naval force off Lilybaeum, and fully conscious that the place could not hold out unless relieved from home, made vigorous efforts to throw succour into it. Hannibal, son of Hamilcar, was dispatched with all haste to Sicily with 50 ships and 10,000 troops. He moored his fleet among the Aegaean Isles opposite to Lilybaeum, waiting for the moment when he should be able to face, with some slight chance of success, the double dangers of the Roman squadron and the rocks and reef that girt in the harbour. A favouring, although a violent wind sprang up. He spread every inch of his canvas, and massing his troops on deck to be ready for an engagement, with that happy rashness which is the truest prudence, he made his way in safety through the narrow entrance, while the Roman guardships remained at anchor close by, the sailors stupidly looking on, aghast at his rashness and expecting to see him dashed to pieces upon the rocks. The sea walls of the city were thronged with the eager inhabitants, hoping, as it seemed against hope, that some few of the ships might by a lucky chance pass safely through, and amid their loud cheers Hannibal rowed into the harbour under full sail without losing a single vessel, and deposited in safety his 10,000 troops and his stores of provisions. His example was contagious. A Rhodian mercenary of the same name volunteered with a single vessel to do as he had done. Again and again he ran the blockade and found his way out in safety, as though he bore a charmed life, through the midst of the Roman vessels which were drawn up at the entrance of the harbour for the very purpose of preventing his escape. Doubtless he held a clue to the dangerous navigation of the straits, which, now that the buoys were removed, no enemy could discover. Each venturesome visit breathed fresh courage into the garrison and spread fresh despondency in the blockading fleet, while it enabled the Rhodian to communicate to the Carthaginian government the wants and wishes of their beleaguered subjects. The Romans tried to block up the entrance to the harbour by sinking ships filled with stones in its narrowest part, but the depth of the sea and the violence of the current, helped by opportune tempests, carried them away and opened the passage again. It seemed that the sea was never going to desert its favourites, when, in an unlucky moment, a Carthaginian quadrireme ran ashore upon a part of the mole which the Romans had just sunk, and fell into their hands. They immediately manned it with their own men, and lay in wait for the return of the Rhodian. He had run the blockade once too often, and in trying to force his way out, he was followed by a vessel whose speed and build convinced him that she must be of Carthaginian workmanship, though the rowers who propelled her were clearly Romans. Finding that he could not escape by flight, he turned boldly round and charged the enemy. But a trireme had no chance against a quadrireme. It was taken prisoner, and the adventurous Rhodian's vessel henceforward formed part of the blockading squadron of the very fortress which it had done so much to relieve. The condition of the Roman army was not an enviable one. A plague had broken out in their camp, occasioned partly by the unhealthy climate, partly by the want of bread, a want which all efforts of their zealous ally, Hero of Syracuse, could not meet. The Romans were ordinarily vegetarians, and the abundant supply of meat which they had till very lately received from the Sicilian flocks and herds had not mended matters. And now, to complete the tale of their misfortune, Publius Claudius was sent out to take the command, B.C. 249. A man who proved to be as incompetent as he was arrogant, and who mistook, if our accounts do not do him injustice, severity for discipline, violence for strength, and childish weakness for manly courage. Despising alike the consuls who had preceded him and the officers who served under him, he first renewed the attempt to block up the mouth of the harbour, as though a Claudius must succeed where others had failed, and when the waves showed him that they had no more respect for patrician than for plebeian blood, he determined, as though the siege of Lilybaeum was not enough to occupy his energies, to attack Drepanum, 15 miles away, in hopes of taking Adherbal and his fleet there by surprise. His generals remonstrated, and the sacred chickens, so the augurs reported, refused to eat. "If they will not eat, they shall drink," said he, and ordered them to be flung into the sea. It is possible that this story may have been invented to account for the calamity that followed, but the words attributed to Publius have a genuine Claudian ring about them. Neither gods nor men should stay a Claudius from his purpose. The generals were browbeaten into compliance. 10,000 troops had just arrived from Rome. Claudius put the best of them on board his vessels to serve as marines, and there was no lack of volunteers for the enterprise, not probably because they trusted the abilities of the consul, but because anything seemed better than a blockade which was no blockade at all. The fleet set out at midnight, and by daybreak its foremost ship had reached the entrance of the harbour of Drepanum. The surprise was complete. Adherbal, knowing how hard pressed the Romans were at Lilybaeum, ignorant that they had been reinforced, and ignorant also of the character of the new consul, had never dreamed that they would molest him at Drepanum. He who would attempt it must be either a fool or a military genius, and Rome in this war, at all events, had not been fertile of either. A respectable mediocrity had hitherto been the order of the day, alike among the Romans and the Carthaginians. But Adherbal was not disconcerted. Determined not to be besieged like Hamilcar at Lilybaeum, he set his rowers to their work, and summoning up the sound of the trumpet, the mercenaries from the city to the beach, he addressed them in a few stirring words, and then distributing them over his ships, he led the way in his own ship out of one side of the sickle-shaped harbour of Drepanum, while Claudius was still hovering near the entrance of the other. Surprised at this, and fearing now in his turn to be enclosed between a hostile navy and a hostile town, Claudius turned round, hoping to make his way out of the harbour by the way he had entered it. But the signal could not reach the whole of the long column round the headland at once, and it was with difficulty that the consul got all his ships out of the trap into which he had drawn them, and arranged them in line of battle close along the coast, their prows pointing toward the fleet of Adherbal, which was already in line, and ready with superior forces to bear down upon them. In the battle which ensued we hear nothing of the ravens of Duilius. When the ships did close with one another, there was hard and free fighting, for the decks carried the pick of either army. But in every other respect, the build, the number and the speed of their ships, the experience of their rowers, and the space for manoeuvring, the advantage was with the Carthaginians. The Roman ships, when hard pressed, could not retire behind the line, for there was no room left between it and the shore, and for the same reason they could not give help to one another in their distress. The consul, as he was the first to get into the mess, was also the first to get out of it. He took to flight, and his example was followed by the 30 ships nearest to him. It was well, perhaps, that he did so, for the whole of the remainder, 93 in number, fell into the hands of the Carthaginians, who, it is said, did not lose a single vessel. Whether Publius cared aught for the lives he had thus thrown away, we are not told, but probably his sister, some years afterwards, expressed pretty accurately the family feeling for the loss of the mere rabble of the fleet. She was taking part as a Vestal Virgin in a procession, and when the crowd pressed upon her more closely than she liked, she was heard to exclaim, that she wished her brother were alive to get rid of some more of them at sea. Loud must have been the curses of the Roman army at Lilybaeum when the consul brought back the news of his own defeat and flight, and deep certainly was the resentment of the Roman Senate at his reckless incapacity. He was recalled, and being ordered to nominate a dictator in his stead, he named with true Claudian effrontery a freedman of his family, Marcus Claudius Glycia, but he was shortly after put on his trial and met with the punishment which he deserved. The blockade of Lilybaeum, such as it was for the time practically at an end, and the Romans were more anxious to keep the troops who were already there from starving than to supplement their number or to make the blockade effective. A fleet of 800 merchant ships laden with supplies of every kind and convoyed by 120 ships of war was dispatched from Rome and reached Syracuse in safety. Anxious to take on board the provisions offered him by the ever-zealous hero, the consul Lucius Junius Pullus lingered a while at Syracuse with half his fleet, while he sent forward the other half toward its destination. But the Carthaginians were on the lookout for them. Adherbal, admiral of Drepanum, was determined to push his victory to the utmost. After sending as trophies to Carthage the ships which he had taken, he dispatched his vice-admiral Cartallo first to Lilybaeum to attack the remainder of the Roman fleet which had taken refuge there, and thence to Heraclea to await the arrival of the provision ships. The advanced portion of the Roman convoy, hearing of the approach of Cartallo, and unable to offer battle or to take to flight, ran into the nearest roadstead on that inhospitable coast, and protected themselves as best they could by the military engines planted on the cliffs above. Cartallo, not caring to run unnecessary risk, and sure now of his game, kept watch at the mouth of a river hard by till they should be obliged to move. Meanwhile, the other portion of the Roman fleet had left Syracuse and rounded Pechinus, and was sailing quietly along the coast in ignorance of the close proximity of their own and of the enemy's ships. To prevent the junction of the two fleets, Cartallo advanced to meet them, and they too, knowing their weakness, made for the nearest shore, a spot which, unfortunately for them, had neither harbour nor roadstead, and was exposed to every wind that blew. Cartallo, sure of his game, now lay to in the offing, half-way between them, pinning with his small fleet the two much larger ones to the shore. But the weather-wise Carthaginian pilots saw the signs of a coming storm, and warned the admiral while there was yet time to make for shelter. He sailed round Pechinus eastward, and was in calm water, leaving the storm to take care of the Romans, and the storm did take care of them. Some of the crews indeed escaped to land, but the 800 ships were broken into fragments, not a plank of them remaining, says Polybius, which could be used again. And for miles along the coast the hungry foam was discoloured by the corn intended for the famishing Roman army before Lilybaeum. When this sad news reached Rome, the destruction of a third fleet by the waves and the undisputed mastery of the sea, won back by the Carthaginians in the 15th year of the war, 249 BC, there were symptoms of despondency even in the Roman Senate. But the consul Junius was among those who had escaped from the wreck, and he made his way to Lilybaeum, burning by some signal achievement to wipe out the blame which he felt might be thrown upon him. Nor was he disappointed. A few miles to the north of Drepanum, between it and Panormus, and standing back a little from the coast, rises a mountain then called Eryx, and now known by the name of San Giuliano. It stands by itself, and rising to a height of some 2,000 feet in solitary grandeur, is so imposing an object that ancient geographers and historians mention it in the same breath as Etna, which is really 4 times its height. Right on its summit stood a temple of immemorial antiquity dedicated to Venus, and celebrated for the wealth which it had amassed and had managed to retain amid the vicissitudes of all the conflicts that had ranged around it. It had been taken and retaken many times in the long contest between Dionysius of Syracuse and Carthage, and more recently it had fallen before the assault of Pyrrhus, but revered alike by Sicilians and Phoenicians, by Greeks and Romans, it had escaped plunder, even at the hands of the adventurous prince, who did not spare the wealthy sanctuary of Proserpine at Locri. Halfway up the mountain was a city which was not so proof against all the storms that blew as was the temple on its top, for it had been partially destroyed by the Carthaginians in this war, and its inhabitants transferred to Drepanum. But heaps of its buildings must have still remained, and it was evidently still an important position for defence. Of this natural stronghold, mountain, fallen city, and temple, one of the only 3 strongholds that still remained to the Carthaginians in Sicily, the consul Junius managed to get possession by a sudden attack, and held it firmly against any similar surprise from the enemy in the closely adjoining Drepanum. Such was the general condition of affairs in B.C. 247, when the great Hamilcar, the man whom Melkart protects, appeared upon the scene. Hamilcar Barca was the head of a great family named after him, the Barcine. The word Barca is the same as the Hebrew Barak, and well did Hamilcar justify the name which succeeding ages have always coupled with his, and with his alone, of his family by the lightning rapidity with which, in this the 16th year of the war, he now swept the Italian coast with his privateers, now swooped down and carry off a Roman outpost, and anon would seize a stronghold which the terror of his name alone rendered impregnable under the very eyes of an opposing army. Equally great as an admiral and a general, after ravaging the Roman coasts from Locri to Cumae, he landed suddenly in the neighbourhood of Panormus, and seized the commanding elevation called Ercte, now Monte Pellegrino. This hill, like Eryx, rises to a height of about 2,000 feet, but unlike it, on 2 of its sides rises sheer from the sea, a 3rd side rises equally perpendicular from the plain, while on the 4th alone, which directly faces Panormus, at the distance of 1.5 miles, is the plateau at all accessible. This stronghold Hamilcar seized, and this he held for 3 years in sight of the Roman garrison at Panormus, and in the near view of a fortified camp placed almost at its base, in spite of all of the efforts of the Romans to dislodge him. And when he left it only of his own free will, to occupy a similar though less advantageous position elsewhere. The place was admirably adapted for his purpose. At its base was a little cove into which his light ships might run laden with the spoils of Italian or Sicilian towns, accessible from the high ground occupied by his troops, but not accessible from any place on shore. There was an abundant spring of water on the very summit, and above the precipitous cliffs that underpinned the mountain was a broad plateau which, in that delicious climate, Hamilcar found that even at such an elevation he could cultivate with success. A rounded top which crowned the whole was a post of observation commanding the country round, and in case of need would serve as an acropolis, where no one of the defenders need die unavenged. But neither the success of the consul Junius at Eryx, nor the presence of a master spirit among the enemies, which the Romans could not fail to see, could now rouse the Senate to take the active measures which the times required. The drain upon the resources of the state had been too enormous. The muster roll of the citizens had fallen in the last 5 years from 297,000 to 251,000, a 1/6 part of the whole. The ass, the unit of value among the Romans, which had originally weighed 12 ounces of copper, had now fallen, as Pliny tells us, to 2 ounces, to 1/6 that of its former value. The state was bankrupt, and the Senate could neither make up their minds to withdraw altogether from the war, nor yet to prosecute it with the necessary vigour. They still made believe to continue the blockade of Lilybaeum, but the seas were open to the Carthaginians, and everyone knew that as long as the seas were open to them, they might laugh at all the efforts of the Roman armies. Nor were the Carthaginians on their part more self-sacrificing or more far-sighted. Finding that the Romans had retired from the sea, they cut down their navy by a wretched economy to the narrowest possible dimensions, and were quite content if only they could supply with food their heroic garrisons at Lilybaeum and at Drepanum, not to make an effort to reconquer any of the places which had so recently belonged to them. Having lighted at last upon an able general, they would not indeed interfere with his making the best use he could of the small band of mercenaries whom they had given him at so much a head, and so far as they were concerned he might utilize his few ships to collect supplies, but not to them must he look henceforward for more ships or men. The war, or his part of the war at all events, must henceforward support itself. If Hamilcar, they argued, was successful in his venturous enterprises, so much the better for them. If unsuccessful, he and not they lost. End of section 8. Section 9 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6. Hamilcar, Barca, and the Siege of Lilybaeum, 250 to 241 BC, Part 2. Hence the 5 or 6 long and listless years of war which followed the appointment of Hamilcar, discreditable enough to the governments of the contending states, but redounding to the honour of that one heroic soul, who, learning from the past the lesson which no Carthaginian general had yet been able to learn, applied it to the exigencies of the moment with a patience, a perseverance, and an energy which seemed more than human, and conscious all the time, as it would seem, that his efforts were, for the present at least, foredoomed to failure, was yet content to sacrifice himself if only he might prepare the way for vengeance in the remoter future. What mattered it if Sicily was lost? A greater Sicily might be found beyond the seas in Spain. A new world might be called into existence to redress the balance of the old. In that great coming struggle, Africa should turn back the tide of aggression upon Europe, and Rome, not Carthage, should tremble for her safety. Hamilcar Barca was not far wrong. The genius of the son carried out what the father had planned and had prepared. The army of Hannibal, welded by the spark of his genius out of the most unpromising materials into one homogeneous and indissoluble whole, was the legitimate counterpart of the small band of mercenaries trained so painfully by Hamilcar. The ultimate result of Hamilcar's patient struggles on Mount Ercte was the victorious march of Hannibal on Rome. To explain a little, Hamilcar saw that the real defect under which the Carthaginians had laboured all along had been the want of a trustworthy infantry. Their cavalry was excellent. Their elephants more than once had borne down all before them. Their ships had been beaten, not by skill, but by brute force. But as long as they were without a body of infantry who, man for man, could stand up against the Roman legionaries, so long it was impossible that they could beat their enemies. The mercenaries who formed the bulk of the Carthaginian armies had sold their services to Carthage for gold. What wonder if they transferred their services at the critical moment to those who would appraise them more highly? What wonder that Lilybaeum had been all but betrayed, and that the temple of Eryx itself was on the point of being seized by Gallic deserters from the Carthaginian army? To the task of remedying these defects Hamilcar addressed himself with a patience and a self-restraint which is the more surprising, the more conscious he must have been of his own superlative talents for aggressive war upon a mighty scale. By enforcing strict discipline at any price, by never fighting a battle, and therefore never risking a defeat, by maintaining a daily and hourly warfare with the Roman outposts, he gradually trained his troops to face the terrors of the Roman presence, as the Romans, on their part, had at last trained themselves to face the terror of the elephants. Knowing that he could expect no efficient aid from Carthage, he determined, if possible, to save her in spite of herself. To attach the mercenaries to Carthage by ties of gratitude or respect or patriotism was impossible, but it might not be impossible to attach them to himself by that close tie which always binds soldiers to a general whom they can alike fear and trust and love, and then to utilize that attachment, not for his own, but for his country's good. How nobly Hamilcar carried out his resolve every action of his life proves. Day after day he would sally from his mountain fastness like a lion from its den on the fair plains of Sicily. Unobserved or unattacked, he would pass by the Roman camp placed at the foot of the mountain, and return with the supplies necessary to keep his small force from starving. Once we hear of him even at Catana on the east coast of the island. His galleys in the same way would harry or alarm the coast of Italy, even as far as Cumae. Never was a more harassing warfare waged, and yet there is little to record. Polybius remarks that it is as impossible for the historian to do more than state these general facts as it is for the spectator at a prize fight either to see or to describe the blows rained by practised pugilists on one another when the contest is nearing its end. They know perhaps the strength and the skill of the combatants, they hear the heavy thud, and they see the lightning lunge. They note the result, but they cannot accurately observe or recount the process. So was it with Hamilcar. And yet it must be remembered that the struggle was hardly at present a life and death struggle, for the Romans seem never to have tried seriously to beard the lion in his den, and Hamilcar with his handful of troops can hardly have hoped to raise the siege of Lilybaeum. At most, he might distract the attention of the Romans and impede their progress. So things might have gone on forever, when Hamilcar, BC 244, surprised even the Romans, though by this time they could hardly have been surprised at anything Hamilcar did, by voluntarily abandoning the stronghold endeared to him by 3 years of hairbreadth escapes and romantic adventures, and attacking Mount Eryx, a stronghold which lay nearer indeed to the beleaguered Carthaginian cities of Drepanum and Lilybaeum, but in all other respects was less advantageous, and at that very time was held in force by the Romans. He managed to dislodge the garrison from the ruined city halfway up the mountain, but he failed in all his efforts to take the temple on the summit, occupied as it then was by a band of Gallic deserters who had been taken into their pay by the Romans, and who, since they carried their lives in their hands, were prepared to sell them as dearly as possible. Here then once more was Hamilcar on an isolated hill, 2 miles from the coast, and therefore beyond the reach of immediate succours from his galleys, with a band of desperate enemies above him, and a Roman army encamped below. Well might it seem that a single strenuous and united effort on the part of the Romans might bring Hamilcar to his knees, or that at all events he might be starved into surrender. But this was not to be. For 2 more years did Hamilcar hold out in this most impossible of situations, fighting, says Polybius, like a royal eagle, which, grappling with another eagle as noble as himself, stops only to take breath from sheer exhaustion, or to gather fresh strength for the next attack. The war was fought out elsewhere, and its issue was decided by men of other mould and making than the royal soul of Hamilcar. It must have long since been apparent to the Roman Senate that unless they could fit out a fleet more effective than any that had preceded it, Drepanum and Lilybaeum might hold out forever, and that while they held out, their own hold on the rest of Sicily must be precarious. They had built 4 fleets since the war began, and all had been utterly destroyed. With what conscience could they now propose to throw more public money into the Gulf, and to commit themselves to the mercies of the hostile and insatiable sea? Even if they should decree a property tax, it was doubtful, such was the general distress, whether it could be levied. But where public enterprise failed, it should be recorded to the eternal credit of the Romans that private citizens were forthcoming, who volunteered either singly or in combination to furnish ships of war to make up another fleet. If the venture should prove successful, the state might repay them, should it like to do so, at its own time. If it failed, as every fleet had failed before, they would have done nothing more than their duty, and duty must be its own reward. A good model was found in the Rhodians' vessel which had been captured off Lilybaeum, and as if to complete the dramatic history of this unlucky craft, the very trireme which had performed such prodigies of speed and daring for the Carthaginians in the siege of Lilybaeum was now to reproduce itself in the shape of 200 Roman vessels, which should raise the siege of that very town and bring the war to its conclusion. The consul, Gaius Lutatius Catullus, took the command of this pre-eminently patriotic armament early in the year B.C. 242, and once again Roman ships of war were to be seen riding in the harbours of Drepanum and Lilybaeum. Hamilcar could now no longer receive supplies by sea, and unless he could break out in force, his surrender was, as it seemed, only a question of time. But the Carthaginians, hearing of the danger, and finding to their surprise that a Roman navy was again in Sicilian waters, made for the first time a serious effort to support him. For 4 long years Hamilcar had borne the brunt of the conflict, without receiving supplies of men or money from home, and now that they were about to lose him, the Carthaginians awoke to a consciousness of his true value. But a fleet could not be built in a day, even by the Carthaginians, and by the time the transports, for they were transports rather than ships of war, reached Sicily, Catullus had, by dint of constant training, transformed his landsmen into tolerably experienced sailors. In March of the following year, B.C. 241, Hanno, the Carthaginian admiral, made for Hiera, one of the Aegacian isles, in hopes of being able from thence to communicate with Mount Eryx. His plan was to land his heavy cargo of corn there, to take on board instead the pick of Hamilcar's men, and above all the great Hamilcar himself, and then, and not till then, to fight a decisive action. Catullus had already selected the best from among the Roman troops before Lilybaeum to serve the same purpose on board his ships, and he now made for Aegusa, the principal of the Aegacian Isles, with the intention of cutting off Hanno from the shore and bringing on a general action. On the morning of his intended attack, a strong wind sprang up from the west, the very thing which the Carthaginians needed to carry them rapidly into Drepanum. To intercept them, the Romans would have to contend against wind and tide as well, and from this even the bravest mariners might shrink. Catullus, or rather the praetor Quintus Valerius, for Catullus was laid up by a wound, knew the odds against him, and hesitated for a moment to face the risk, but reflecting that if he did not strike a blow, the enemy would be able to take Hamilcar on board, and that Hamilcar was more formidable than any storm, he determined to close with the lesser of 2 dangers. Down came the Carthaginian ships, heavy with their cargo of corn, but flying before the wind with all their sails spread, and the rowers using their oars as well. When they saw the Romans venturing out on such a sea to intercept them, they struck sails and prepared for action. But the battle was over almost as soon as it began. After the first shock, the well-made, slightly built Roman ships, with their practised crews and their veteran soldiers, obtained an easy victory over the awkward and heavily laden Carthaginian vessels, with their inexperienced rowers and their raw recruits. 50 of the Carthaginian ships were sunk, and 70 taken, the remainder escaping with the help of an opportune wind to Hiera. This great victory, the victory of the Aegaean Isles, ended the war. Both sides had played their last card, and the Carthaginians had lost. Their spirit was not altogether broken, but it was impossible to fit out a new fleet in time to relieve Hamilcar, and they wisely resolved, by utilizing his great name and the indefinite possibilities of his future when driven to stand at bay, to obtain more favourable terms than would otherwise have been offered them. We could hardly wonder if Hamilcar had declined the thankless duty, and had left the task of surrendering Sicily to those who far more than himself were responsible for it. But no thought of self seems ever to have entered his great soul. For his faithful band of followers and their honour he was jealous, but of his own feelings of outraged pride and righteous indignation we hear nothing. He rejected with scorn the ungenerous proposal of Catullus that his troops should give up their arms and pass under the yoke, and it was arranged that when peace should have been concluded, they should depart with all the honours of war. The terms of peace were then agreed upon by Catullus and Hamilcar, subject to the subsequent ratification by the Roman people. The Carthaginians were to surrender Sicily to the Romans, and to bind themselves not to wage war on Hero or his allies. They were to restore the prisoners they had taken without ransom, and to pay within the next 20 years a war indemnity of 2,200 talents. The Roman people were not satisfied with these conditions, but the plenipotentiaries who were sent out to the spot contented themselves with raising the indemnity by half as much again, while they halved the time in which it was to be paid. The easy terms thus granted, so far easier than those demanded by Regulus 15 years before in the heyday of his success, are to be explained partly, no doubt, by the exhaustion of the Romans themselves, but partly also by the dread they felt as to what Hamilcar might still dare if driven to desperation. As such, it is the noblest homage paid by the conquerors to the military genius of the unconquered general of the conquered nation. Two individuals, and two only in the whole course of Roman history, seem by the mere fact of their existence to have inspired real terror into the Roman heart. The one was Hamilcar Barca, the other his perhaps still greater son. So ended the First Punic War, the longest war, says Polybius, the most continuous and the greatest which the world had then seen, and it may be questioned even now whether there has ever been a war in which the losses were so frightful and the immediate gain to either party so small. The Romans had indeed gained Sicily, but Sicily, with the one exception of the dominions of Hero, which were still to belong to him and not to the Romans, was then drained of everything which made it worth having. Its territories had been ravaged, its population swept away, its towns destroyed one after the other. Greek as well as Phoenician enterprise and civilization had been almost blotted out. The island has never entirely recovered its prosperity. Its soil is still in great part uncultivated. Its population is one of the most degraded in Europe. To set against this equivocal gain, the Romans had lost 700 ships of the line, containing not less than 70,000 men, and army after army had fallen victims to starvation, to pestilence, or the sword. The Carthaginians, on their part, had lost 500 ships of war, but the crews which manned them and the soldiers who formed the staple of their armies were such as, in their callous indifference, they could bear to part with. For more were to be had for money from their still vast recruiting ground. The richness of their soil and the abundance of their irrigation had already repaired the injury done by Regulus. They had been driven indeed from Sicily, but had not the Phoenicians been driven before in like manner from Crete, from Cyprus, and from Asia Minor? What mattered it if, with the enterprise and buoyancy of their race, they could still found new colonies, and build up a new empire in countries whither the Romans had never penetrated, and of which they had hardly yet heard the names? Everything portended an early renewal of the conflict on a more gigantic scale. Rome, by crossing the narrow straits of Messana, had entered on her career, for good or evil, of universal conquest and aggression. Carthage was still mistress of the western half of the Mediterranean, and had no intention of voluntarily retiring from it. More than this, Hamilcar Barca was still alive. Hamilcar Barca, with his patience and his genius, with his burning patriotism and his thirst for revenge, above all with his infant son. End of section 9. Section 10 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. Hamilcar Barca and the Mercenary War, 241 to 238 BC. The 22 years which separated the first from the second Punic Wars were not years of rest to either Rome or Carthage. The Carthaginians had barely concluded peace when they found that they had to face dangers far more terrible and foes far more implacable than any they had met with in the 23 years' war from which they had just emerged. The Romans, on their part, busied themselves in organizing their newly conquered province, in appropriating to themselves with shameless meanness and injustice the island of Sardinia, the oldest foreign possession of the Carthaginians, and that which next after Sicily had been the object of her most jealous precautions, in suppressing Illyrian piracy and extending their northern frontier from the Apennines to the Alps. Let us bridge over the interval between the war of Hamilcar and the war of Hannibal, not by describing these events in detail, but by touching on them just so far as they bring into clear light the dealings of either nation with their dependencies, or as they directly influenced the mighty struggle which was looming in the distance. The great Hamilcar, during his 3 years of warfare at Mount Ercte, had managed to make the war support itself. But during the last 2 years at Eryx, when he was cut off from the sea and was hard pressed by enemies alike on the peaks above and in the plains below him, he had found it difficult enough to procure the bare necessities of life for his troops, and he had been able to pay them by promises, and by promises only. That he was able to keep his band of fickle barbarian followers in so dangerous a position for a couple of years, without remunerating them for their services, and yet without any symptom of mutiny or insubordination on their part, is not the least striking testimony to his commanding personal qualities. When the war was finished, he handed them over, with spirits still unbroken, to Gescon, the Carthaginian commander at Lilybaeum, and to Gescon fell the disagreeable duty of transporting them to Africa and of informing the home government of their obligations toward them. But the party then in power at Carthage were at once short-sighted and unscrupulous. They neither paid the mercenaries their arrears of pay, nor told them boldly that they could not do so. Things soon assumed a threatening aspect. The mutineers, to the number of 20,000, marched for Carthage and pitched their camp near Tunis, and the government, thoroughly frightened, began to cringe when they could no longer threaten, and sent out provisions to be sold at a nominal price in the hostile camp. This only made the mutineers despise them more. New promises and new concessions were met by new and more exorbitant demands. The mutiny had come to a head. It had found leaders in Spendius, a runaway Campanian slave, in Mathos, an African who had served with distinction in Sicily, and in Autaritus, a Gaul. Gescon, who in a fit of impatience at the insolence of their demands had let slip the wish that the malcontents would lay their demands before Spendius and not before him, was taken at his word. He was thrown into chains, the money he had brought with him was seized, and the war began. Messengers were at once dispatched by Spendius and Mathos to the peoples of Africa, summoning them to liberty. The joyful news spread from village to village, and was enthusiastically responded to by the natives. Men flowed in so plentifully that the rebel generals were able at once to begin the siege of Utica and Hippo Zarytus, the two places which alone of the surrounding African and Phoenician cities had hitherto signalized themselves by their attachment to the oppressor. Money was so abundant that Spendius was able not only at once to discharge all the arrears of pay to his troops, but also to meet all the immediate expenses of the war. The Carthaginian government had never yet been in such sore distress. In a moment they had been cut off from the rich districts which supplied them with food, which filled their treasury with money, and their armies with their best troops. They had no ships, for their last fleet had just been destroyed in Sicily, and they had no independent allies, for it was the fate of Carthage, the fate, it must be added, she too well deserved, never to possess any. It was useless to treat for peace with men who were loaded with the accumulated wrongs of centuries and were burning for revenge. The natives remembered the crucifixion of 3,000 of their countrymen, the finale of their partial and unsuccessful attempt at revolt during the invasion of Regulus a few years before, and they were determined that this revolt should be neither partial nor unsuccessful. Bitterly must the Carthaginians have rued their cruelty when they reaped its natural consequences, when they found that the proverb, "as many slaves, so many enemies," was in their case no figure of rhetoric, but the stern and simple truth. Among the magistrates who had acquired the special confidence of the governing clique at Carthage by the amount of money which they had squeezed out of their subject communities, no one was more conspicuous than Hanno, and he it was whom they now selected for the chief command in the Libyan war, a sad omen of the character which it was likely to assume. Hanno was the personal enemy of Hamilcar, and was as incapable as he was self-confident. If he won a partial success, he failed to follow it up, and after having won, as he thought, a complete victory, he allowed his camp to be surprised and taken. The government, in its distress, was obliged to apply to Hamilcar, the man whom they had treated so ill in Sicily, and whom they had treated worse still in the persons of his trusted veterans when the war was over. But Hamilcar, still placing his country before all else, consented to serve the government which had betrayed him. He induced or compelled the easygoing citizens to enlist, and having got together a force of 70 elephants and 10,000 men, he managed to slip through the armies which, stationed as they were, one at Utica and one at Tunis, had almost cut Carthage off from Africa, and then by his strict discipline, by his energy, and by his influence with the Numidian chiefs, he defeated the enemy in a pitched battle, and overrunning the country, recovered several towns which had revolted, and saved others which were being besieged. Deserters, some of them doubtless veterans of his own, came over to his side, and Spendius and Mathos, fearing wholesale desertions, determined to cut down their bridges and burn their boats, by involving the whole force in an act of atrocity which not even Hamilcar could forgive. Panic is always cruel, and the panic of barbarians, if less culpable, is far more uncontrollable than the panic of civilized men. By a well-laid plan, Spendius and Mathos contrived to create such a panic. Those who counselled moderation were greeted with the cry of treason, treason, or smite him, smite him. And when in this way a reign of terror had been established, the irreconcilables carried everything their own way. Gescon, the soldier's friend, lay ready to their hand. He and his company of 700 men were led out to execution, and having been cruelly mutilated, were thrown still living into a ditch to perish, and from that day forward the war deserved the name by which it is known in history, the War without Truce, or the Unexpiable War. Upon its horrors we need not here dwell. Suffice it to say that Hamilcar was driven to make reprisals for the barbarities of the Libyans by throwing his prisoners to be trampled to death by the elephants, and the war was henceforward, in the literal sense of the word, internecine. The Carthaginian government managed, even in this supreme hour, to thwart Hamilcar by allowing his inveterate enemy Hanno, discredited as he was, to share the command with him. Nor was it till after the quarrels which ensued had led to many reverses, till the news arrived of the total destruction of their own ships in a storm, of the revolt of Hippo and Utica, the towns which alone had been faithful to Carthage in the invasions of Agathocles and Regulus, above all, till the news had come of the insurrection of the mercenaries in Sardinia, and the probable loss of that fair island, that the Carthaginians allowed the voice of the army to be heard, and committed to Hamilcar once again the sole command. Hamilcar soon penned the Libyans in their fortified camp near Tunis, and so effectually cut them off from all supplies that they were driven to eat first their prisoners and then their slaves, and it was not till they had begun to look wistfully upon one another that some of the chiefs, with Spendius at their head, came forward to ask for the parley which they had themselves forbidden. Hamilcar demanded that 10 of the mercenaries, to be named by himself, should be given up, while the rest of the army should be allowed to depart unarmed with 1 garment each. This having been agreed upon, Hamilcar immediately named Spendius and his fellow legates and threw them into chains. The rebel army, thinking, as well they might, that Hamilcar had been guilty of sharp practice, flew to arms. They were still 40,000 in number, but they were without leaders, and they were exterminated almost to a man. Mathos still held out at Tunis, and when Spendius was crucified by Hamilcar in front of its walls, Mathos, by a sudden sally on the other side of the town, took a Carthaginian general prisoner, and shortly afterwards crucified him with 50 others on the very spot which had witnessed the last agonies of Spendius. A horrible interchange of barbarities. The army of Mathos was soon afterwards cut to pieces. The rebel chief himself was taken prisoner, and after being led in triumph through the streets of the capital, was put to death with terrible tortures. So ended the truceless war, after a duration of 3 years and 4 months, B.C. 241 to 238, with the total extermination of those who had made it truceless, a war, says Polybius, and he says truly, by far the most cruel and inhuman of which he had ever heard. End of section 10. Section 11 of Roman Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 8. Hamilcar Barca in Africa and Spain, 238 to 219 BC. During the desperate struggle for life on the part of the Carthaginians, which has just been related, the Romans had on the whole behaved with moderation, or even with generosity, to their conquered foe. Had it pleased them to make one more effort and once again to risk a Roman army upon African soil, when they were invited to do so by the revolted Uticans and by the mercenaries themselves, there can be little doubt that Carthage would have fallen, and that there would have been no second and no third Punic war to relate. And had they dreamed of what lay deep hidden in Hamilcar's breast, or of the vast military genius which was being reared amidst those stormy scenes in his infant son, no exertion would have appeared too great to make, and no danger too desperate to dare, even to the cautious Roman Senate. But when the genius of Hamilcar had saved Carthage, and an expedition was being fitted out by the government to recover Sardinia, which had revolted, the Romans, professing to believe that the armament was intended to act against themselves, and hatching up various fictitious grievances, threatened the Carthaginians with instant war if they dared to molest those who had thrown themselves on their protection. It was an act of unblushing and yet at the same time hypocritical effrontery on the part of the Romans, hardly less base and certainly more inexcusable than had been their support of the Mamertines. But the Carthaginians had no choice but to submit to the right of the strongest, and they gave up not Sardinia only, but such parts of Corsica as they had ever claimed, and were compelled also to atone for their warlike intentions by paying an indemnity of 1,200 talents to the outraged and peace-loving Romans. Hamilcar once more showed his greatness by submitting to the inevitable, but the iron must have entered into his soul more deeply than ever, and he must have bound himself by still more binding oaths, if such could be found, to drink the cup of vengeance to the dregs when the time should come, or to perish in the attempt. It might have been thought that the incapacity of the governing classes at Carthage, and the double disasters which they had brought upon the country, would have so seriously discredited them that Hamilcar Barca and his patriotic party would, for a time at all events, have been supreme in the state. But so far was this from being the case, that while Hamilcar was returning red-handed from the desperate victory which had saved the state, the party of Hanno was strong enough and impudent enough to place the deliverer upon his trial. He had been, they did not scruple to assert, the cause of the mercenary war, for he had made promises of pay to his troops which he had not been able to perform. But it was beyond the power or the impudence even of the Carthaginian peace party to find him guilty, and the indictment seems to have fallen by its own weight or its own absurdity. There had been sharp conflicts for some time past between the war and the peace party, between the reformers and the reactionaries at Carthage, and the events of the last few years had made the distinction between them sharper still. Around Hanno, called one would think in irony Hanno the Great, gathered all that was ease-loving, all that was short-sighted, all that was selfish in the great republic. The commercial, the capitalist, the aristocratical interests seem on the whole to have followed his lead. Around Hamilcar Barca, on the other hand, gathered all that was generous and far-sighted, all, in fact, who were not content to live in peace, knowing that after them would come the deluge. Jewish kings, and those by no means the worst of their race, were often consoled when they heard on their repentance that the evil should come not in their own, but in their sons' days. Not so was Hamilcar Barca, and not such were his followers. But he was the head of a minority only, and finding that it was impossible to bring the majority over to his way of thinking, or to reform them by pressure from without, he determined to accept, or it may be, to demand, a post in which he could serve his country more effectually. He obtained from the fears, the hatred, or the hopes of those opposed to him, the command of the army, an appointment which for different reasons must have been equally acceptable to his friends and his enemies. He first stamped out the embers of the Libyan revolt, which were still smouldering in the country to the west of Carthage, and then, accompanied by the fleet, made his way slowly along the Mauretanian coast, toward the immediate goal of his long-cherished schemes. When he reached the Pillars of Hercules in 237 BC, on his own undivided responsibility, he crossed the straits and set foot in another country and another continent. It was a bold step, but it was a wise one. If Carthage was to be saved at all from the ruin which Hamilcar and all keen-sighted men saw impending over it, it must be by Hamilcar and Hamilcar's army. But where in Africa could he raise an army, and how, when it was raised, could he have fed it there? The merchant princes of the city, who under the pressure of necessity had enrolled themselves in his ranks to defend their all, had returned to their businesses or their pleasures as soon as the immediate danger was over. His own veterans and thousands of other Libyans who, under his training, might have become as valuable as they, had been, by the most tragic of necessities, exterminated by Hamilcar himself in the late war, and he could hardly hope just then to enlist others who could serve him as their predecessors might have done. A few of his Sicilian officers, indeed, still followed the banner of their chief, and a few devoted friends and members of his family were left behind at Carthage, and these last, if they held no office in the state, showed that they could do more. If they were not allowed to govern, their ability and their patriotism yet gave them the divine right to rule. Of this nothing could deprive them, and like the Medici at Florence or the Dukes of Orange in the Netherlands, this half-outlawed Barcine family actually received foreign embassies and concluded foreign treaties as an independent body, co-ordinate with the Senate itself. But officers alone cannot make an army, and the Barcine family, powerful as it was, could not induce the money-loving Carthaginian merchants to untie their purse strings in support of the distant and chimerical projects of Hamilcar. Nothing could be done at Carthage without money, and it was necessary for Hamilcar, if he would hold his own, not only to pay his troops, but to remit large sums to Carthage in order to keep his supporters there together and to maintain his influence. Now it must have seemed to the eager eye of the Carthaginian patriot as though Spain had been created for the very purpose of supplying all these various and conflicting wants. It was from Spain, if it was from anywhere, and by Hamilcar, if by anyone, that Carthage might be saved. The previous history of the Spanish peninsula and its immemorial connection with the Phoenicians, the fathers of the Carthaginian race, were all in favour of his projects. It was from Tarshish or Tartessus, the district abutting on the very straits which he had to cross, that as far back as the time of Solomon had come the strange animals and the rich minerals which were landed in the harbours of Phoenicia proper, and which had so enlarged the ideas and transformed the instincts of the untravelled and exclusive Israelites. In more recent times, Gades, Gadir, on almost the same spot, itself a Phoenician colony, and boasting of a splendid temple to Melkart, the patron god of both Tyre and Carthage, had served as an emporium for the products alike of the Scilly Isles and the Niger. For centuries Phoenicians had thus found in Spain what centuries after Spain itself was destined to find in Mexico and Peru, and it was principally to maintain her connection with this El Dorado that long line of factories known in later times as the Metagonita Urbes had been planted at equal distances on the most suitable points of the barren Mauritanian coast. It was no slight advantage, too, for Hamilcar's purposes, that the connection of Spain with Carthage had hitherto been commercial only, and not imperial. Otherwise, the deadly hatred which accompanied the spread of the Carthaginian rule in Africa must have sprung up in Spain as well, and Hamilcar would have had as much to do in pulling down as in building up, and his great constructive genius would not have had free play. It was into such a land of promise that Hamilcar now passed. Its gold and silver mines, worked henceforward by Phoenician enterprise and skill, yielded many times as much as they had ever yielded before. With part of the produce, Hamilcar paid the Spaniards themselves who had flocked to his standard, but as with his Libyan followers at Ercte and Eryx, it was the spell of his personal influence, far more than the gold he was now able to promise and to give them, which kept them ever afterwards indissolubly attached to him. Part he remitted annually to Carthage as the price he paid to her for being allowed to carry out his schemes for her safety and her empire. His soldiers, his generals, his own son-in-law Hasdrubal, intermarried with the natives, and made their interests one with their own. For 9 long years, years to which Polybius unfortunately has devoted scarcely as many lines, Hamilcar worked steadily on, with his eyes indeed fixed upon the distant goal, but using no unworthy means in order to reach it, and when the end was almost in view, when it seemed that he might himself carry out his magnificent schemes, he died a soldier's death, fighting sword in hand, and left to the lion's brood, as he loved to call, and well might he call, his sons, the rich but dangerous heritage of his genius, his valour, and his undying hatred to Rome. We know all too little of Hamilcar's heroic struggles in Sicily, of his death grapple with the revolted Libyans, and of the achievements of the last 9 years of his life, alike in peace and war in Spain. Did we know more, the world would in all probability admit that in capacity, if not in performance, in desert, if not in fortune, he was the equal of his wonderful son. But we know at least enough to justify the judgment, passed half a century later by one who was assuredly no friend to Carthage, and yet who, in spite of his narrow Roman prejudices and his delenda es Carthago, judging solely by the traces he saw in Spain of what the great man had done, pronounced emphatically that there was no king like Hamilcar. Hamilcar died in battle in the year 228 BC. His son Hannibal was then not quite 19 years of age, and was too young at once to succeed his father. But the command did not pass out of the family. It devolved on Hasdrubal, the son-in-law and faithful companion of Hamilcar, who was endowed with something of his military talents, and with no small part of his influence over men. The empire which Hamilcar had founded in Spain, Hasdrubal organized and enlarged. Above all, he gave it a capital in New Carthage, a town which, from its admirable situation on the south-east coast, with its convenient harbour, and from its proximity to some rich silver mines which were just then discovered, seemed destined to be all that its proud name implied, and to spread the Phoenician arts and empire in Europe and the ocean beyond, even as the old Carthage had spread them over the Mediterranean and in Africa. Tribe after tribe of Iberians solicited the honour of enrolling themselves as subjects of a power which knew how to develop their resources in the interest of the natives as much as in its own, which found them work to do and paid them well for doing it. And when Hasdrubal, BC 221, in the 8th year of his command, fell by the hand of a Celtic assassin, he had extended in the main by peaceful means the rule of the Barcides from the Baetis to the Tagus. Hannibal was now in his 26th year. The soldiers unanimously proclaimed him commander-in-chief, and their choice was ratified by the Carthaginian government. He was still young for the Herculean task which lay before him, but he was strong in the blood of Hamilcar which was flowing in his veins, strong in the training which he had received, strong above all in the consciousness of his religious mission. None the less so that the secret of it remained locked in his own breast till all chance of fulfilling it in its entirety had passed away forever. It was not till he was an old man, living in exile at the court of King Antiochus, but even so an object of suspicion and terror alike to the Syrian king and to the Roman Senate, that he told the simple story of that which, far more than military ambition, more even than the love of country and the consciousness of his supreme ability, had been the ruling motive of his life. In his 9th year, so he told Antiochus, when his father Hamilcar was about to set out for his command in Spain, and was sacrificing to the supreme god of his country, he bade the attendants withdraw, and asked the little Hannibal if he would like to go with him to the wars. The boy eagerly assented. "Lay your hand then," said Hamilcar, "on the sacrifice, and swear eternal enmity to the Romans." Hannibal swore, and well did he keep his oath. It suits the purposes of Livy to say that Hannibal was a man of worse than Punic faith, with no reverence for what was true or sacred, serving no god and keeping no oath. The accusation is untrue in every point. But even Livy must have himself admitted that to this oath at least he was true, that this god at least he reverenced, and that this religious mission he kept before his mind and carried out to the best of his superlative ability from that day even to the day of his death. From the age of 9 to 18 he had watched in silence the patient development of his father's far-sighted designs. From 18 to 25 his had been in the main the hand to strike and the will to carry out, while Hasdrubal's had been the mind to plan and the right to command. And now, in his 26th year, he was called upon to stand alone, to enter upon his great inheritance of obligation, and by his patience and his impetuosity, by his powers of persuasion and of command, by his energy and his inventiveness, by his arts and by his arms, to redeem his early pledge. But why had the Romans been looking calmly on, while the Barcine family were winning back for themselves, and for the state at large in Spain, all and more than all that had been lost in Sicily? They had to face a formidable enemy nearer Rome. The whole of the region to the north of the Apennines and the Rubicon still belonged to the Gauls, and one of their tribes, the Boii, who dwelt between the Apennines and the Po, frightened at the work of the popular champion Flaminius, the division of the lands which had once belonged to their Senonian brethren amongst the poorer citizens of Rome, and fearing that their own turn would come next, determined to anticipate the evil day. A movement among the Gauls was known by a name of terror, tumultus, even in the later days of the Republic, and at this time the memories of the Alia and of the burning of Rome were too fresh to allow the Roman Senate to take any half measures. A Gallic man and woman were buried alive by order of the Senate in the Ox Market, in hopes of thus fulfilling the dread oracle which promised a share of Roman soil to the Gauls. A levée en masse of the military resources of the Confederation was decreed, and those actually under arms in various parts of the Roman dominions are said by Polybius to have reached the astonishing number of 170,000 men. Against such a nation under arms, as Polybius significantly adds, Hannibal was on the point of marching with 20,000 men. But the terrors of the Gauls were destined on this occasion, BC 225, soon to pass away. The Transalpine barbarians who fought, many of them stark naked with 2 javelins, gessa, in their hands, or with swords that bent at the first blow, fell an easy prey to the skilful dispositions of the Roman armies. Surrounded by the 2 consuls near Talamum in Etruria, they were almost exterminated, and the Roman capital was filled with the standards and the golden necklaces and the bracelets which were the trophies of the victory. The Romans followed up their success with vigour and transferred the war into the enemy's country. The Boians suffered the fate which they had anticipated, and which they had in vain tried to avert, and the name of Italy might be now extended, on the east of the peninsula at all events, to the line of the Po. In the following year, Gaius Flaminius, a man whose name has already been mentioned, and of whom we shall hear again at a critical point in the Second Punic War, led a Roman army for the first time in their history across that river, and attacking the Insubrians took their capital city, Mediolanum, Milan, while Marcellus, the consul of the year BC 223, was able to dedicate in the temple of Jupiter Feretrius the spolia opima, which he had taken in single combat from the Gallic chieftain. The Romans riveted their grasp on their new conquests by founding More Suo, 2 new colonies, Placentia and Cremona, on either side of the Po, and by completing that imperishable monument of their own organizing and constructive genius, La Flaminia Via, the great military road of northern Italy from Rome to Ariminum. Nor were these precautions taken a moment too soon, for before the Romans had established themselves firmly on the line of the Po, Hannibal was on the Ebro, and to the surprise of the Roman Senate, and the terror of not a few among the Roman citizens, it was now apparent for the first time that the approaching contest might possibly be waged not in Africa for the possession of Carthage, but in Italy for the possession of Rome. But we must now return to Hannibal. During the first 2 years of his command, B.C. 221 to 219, the young general had crossed the Tagus and had reduced the whole of Spain to the south of the Ebro to submission. But there was one exception: the town of Saguntum, a Greek colony, so the inhabitants boasted, from Zacynthus, and near the site of the modern Murviedro, Muri Veteres, though far to the south of the Ebro. The stipulated boundary line between the two powers had formed an alliance with Rome and Hasdrubal. Nay, Hannibal himself had up to this time forborne to attack it. Hannibal knew that he could choose his own time for picking a quarrel, and now the ground seemed clear before him. To the Roman ambassadors who came to warn him not to attack an ally of theirs, he gave an evasive answer, and referred them to the Carthaginian Senate, while he prosecuted the preparations for the siege with redoubled vigour. For 8 months the Saguntines held out, and when they could hold out no longer, the chiefs kindled a fire in the marketplace and threw into it first their valuables and then themselves. Hannibal, who had been wounded in the course of the siege, divided a part of the booty amongst his troops. A part he dispatched to Carthage in hopes of committing those who received it beyond the hope of recall to his great enterprise. He then retreated into winter quarters at New Carthage, and dismissing his Spanish troops to the enjoyments of their homes for the winter, bade them return to the camp at the approach of spring, prepared for whatever it might bring forth. The Romans had by their dilatoriness allowed Saguntum to fall, but they were now not slow in demanding satisfaction for it. An embassy was sent direct to Carthage demanding the surrender of Hannibal, the author of the outrage, on pain of instant war. The Romans fondly hoped that the Carthaginian peace party would seize the opportunity of compassing their chief end at the easy price of the surrender of so troublesome a servant or master as was Hannibal. But the gold of Hannibal had done its work, and was more potent than Hanno's honeyed tongue. The peace party dared hardly to mutter their half-hearted counsels, and when Quintus Fabius, the chief of the embassy, held up his toga, saying, "I carry here peace and war, choose ye which ye will have." "Give us whichever you please," replied the Carthaginians. "War then," said Fabius, and the decision was greeted, as is usual in times of such excitement, by the short-sighted acclamations of the masses. They feel the enthusiasm of the moment. They do not realize its tremendous responsibility. They see with their mind's eyes the pomp and pride and circumstance of war. They do not see its horrors and its devastations. They hear the din of preparation. They are deaf, till it is too late, to the cry of agony or to the wail of the bereaved. Else war would never, as experience proves it so often is, be welcomed as a boon. It would be submitted to only as the most dire necessity. The die was now cast, and the arena was cleared for the foremost man of his race and his time, perhaps the mightiest military genius of any race and of any time, one with whom in this particular it were scant justice to compare either Alexander or Caesar or Marlborough, but who, immeasurably above him as he is in all moral qualities, may, on the score of military greatness, be named without injustice in the same breath with Napoleon, and Napoleon alone. End of section 11. Section 12 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9. The Second Punic War, 218 to 201 BC. Passage of the Rhone and the Alps, BC 218. There was still a brief interval of preparation before the rival nations could meet in battle array, and Hannibal utilized it to the utmost. He took measures for the safety of Spain during his absence by garrisoning it with 15,000 trusty Libyans, while Libya he garrisoned with as many trusty Spaniards, thus making, in a certain sense, each country a security for the good behaviour of the other. The supreme command in Spain he committed to his younger brother Hasdrubal, and during the winter friendly messages passed and repassed between New Carthage and the chieftains of Transalpine and Cisalpine Gaul. It is said that negotiations were carried on, even with Antigonus, king of Macedonia, to arrange for a combined attack on Italy from east and west at once. But was Italy to be reached by land or sea? The Phoenicians had not yet lost their maritime skill. The sea was their home, and had the Carthaginians so willed it, a fleet might have been collected in the harbour of New Carthage, which probably could have bidden defiance to any that the Romans could have raised against it. Why then did Hannibal, the greatest product of the Phoenician race, perhaps of all the Semitic races, and certainly the noblest embodiment of the national spirit and will of Carthage, prefer a land journey, which involved the crossing of broad and rapid rivers, of lofty and of unknown mountain chains, amidst races proverbial for their fickleness and faithlessness, a journey which would take months instead of days, and which, if it failed at all, must fail altogether? Was it that the Carthaginian government was backward or unable to supply the ships? Or was it that Hannibal miscalculated the distance and underestimated the dangers of the route which he chose? Perhaps both in part. It is no slur upon the military qualities of the great Carthaginian to suppose that he did not fully realize the difficulties of the task he was undertaking, a task which no description given by interested and friendly mountaineers could have brought adequately home to him. But what no doubt especially determined him to make the attempt was the alliance which he had already concluded with the formidable tribes of Gaul itself and of northern Italy. Swooping down from the Alps on the rich fields of Italy, his numbers swelled by the reinforcements he would have gathered in his course from farther Gaul, he would, by a first success, rally all their brethren in hither Gaul to his standard. The basis of his operations for the Italian war would then be no longer Spain or Gaul, but Italy itself, and it would be strange indeed if the Samnites and the Etruscans, the Umbrians and the Lucanians, whom Rome had so recently and so hardly conquered, did not flock to his standard as he swept victoriously on towards the south, to wreak condign vengeance on the common oppressor of them all. Such were the hopes, not altogether ill-founded, with which Hannibal undertook the gigantic enterprise which astonished and still astonishes the world. The army with which he set out from New Carthage early in the summer of BC 218 consisted of 90,000 foot, of 12,000 horse, and of 37 elephants, a force far smaller than that which the Carthaginians had often employed before in their petty conflicts with the Sicilian Greeks. He crossed the Ebro, and not without heavy loss to himself, subdued the hostile Spanish tribes beyond that river, who, as far as a treaty could make them so, were already the allies of Rome, and, as the Romans believed, a firm bulwark against Carthaginian encroachments. Leaving Hanno with 10,000 foot and 1,000 horse to hold the country which he had conquered, he actually sent back to their homes 10,000 more of his already much thinned army, men whom, like Gideon at the Well of Trembling, he saw to be faint-hearted, and therefore cared not to retain in his service. Then, confident in those that remained and in the future, he crossed the Pyrenees, and without opposition from the Gallic tribes reached the Rhone in safety. The Romans, as behindhand in their arms as in their diplomacy, still, it would seem, believed that the contest which was beginning would be fought out at a distance from their own shores. Scipio, as had been arranged, started from Pisa, and coasting leisurely along to Marsala (Marseille), learned to his extreme surprise that Hannibal had already crossed the Ebro and the Pyrenees, and was in full march through Gaul. Well knowing that a prolonged delay might render the Alps impassable for that year, and if for that year, perhaps for ever, Hannibal, when he found that the Gauls were disposed to dispute his passage, had sent Hanno with a considerable force 2 days' march up the river to a point whence he could cross unopposed. After a brief pause to refresh his men, Hanno moved down the left of the stream and kindled the beacon fires for which Hannibal was anxiously waiting. He had already laden with his light-armed horsemen the boats which he had hired from the natives, while the canoes which he had extemporized were filled with the most active of his infantry, and he now gave the order to put across. The signal was obeyed with alacrity, and the horses swam the stream, attached by ropes to the boats which carried their riders. Down poured the barbarians in disorder from their fortified camp, fully confident that they could bar the passage. But the flaming camp behind them, and the fierce onset of Hanno's force upon their rear, showed them that they had been out-generalled, and they fled in confusion, leaving Hannibal to transport the rest of his army in peace. The army rested that night on the Italian side of the river, and on the following day the most unwieldy and not the least sagacious part of his force, the 37 elephants, were cajoled, as at Messana in the First Punic War, after the battle of Panormus, into entrusting themselves to a raft. Some, in their blind panic, leapt into the mid-river, drowning their drivers, but raising instinctively their trunks above their heads, they reached the opposite bank in safety. But the real difficulties of the undertaking were only now beginning. How little accurate knowledge of the localities through which he had to pass Hannibal can have gained, even by the most careful inquiries, is evident from the obscurity which has always hung over his march itself. That march riveted the attention of the world. It was described by eye-witnesses, and one great historian at least, who lived within 50 years of the events he was recording, took the trouble to go over the ground and verify for himself the reports which had reached him. Yet many of its details, and even its general direction, are still matters of dispute. The fact is that the ancients, even the most observant of them, had no eye for the minute observation of nature, and no wish to describe its phenomena in detail. Accordingly, there is hardly a pass in the whole Western Alps which has not been made, as though they were cities contending for the honour of a Homer's birth, to lay claim, with some show of reason, to be the scene of Hannibal's march. Yet broad geographical facts and the few data of time and place given by Polybius enable us, in the light of recent researches, to restrict the choice to 2, if not to 1, of the total number. These passes are the little Mont Cenis to the north of the Cotillon, and the little Saint Bernard to the north of the Graian Alps. Mont Cenis appears to have been unknown to the ancients as a practical passage. Moreover, it would have brought Hannibal down among hostile Ligurian tribes. The little Saint Bernard, on the other hand, was not only the easiest of approach, and one of the lowest available passes, being only 7,000 feet high,
but once and again in history it had already poured down the Celts of the north upon the plains of Italy. It was, in fact, the highway between Transalpine and Cisalpine Gaul. Where Celtic tribes had passed before, the expected ally and deliverer of the Celts might well pass now, and with this hypothesis nearly all the facts given by Polybius will be found to agree. On the Italian side of the pass lay the Selacians, the hereditary friends of the Insubrians, who would give their messengers, as they passed to and fro, a safe conduct, and would secure to Hannibal himself the rest and refreshment which after his own passage he would so sorely need. He had crossed the Rhone at a spot nearly 4 days' journey from the sea, probably the reach above Roquemaure. He marched thence, we are told, 4 days up the river to the spot where the Isère joins the Rhone, the apex of the triangle, afterwards called the island of the Allobroges. It was then, as now, populous and well cultivated, and Hannibal, it would seem, preferred to continue his march northward through its champaign country, rather than to take the shorter route eastward by following at once the mountain valley of the Isère. There would be enough of mountain climbing later on. Accordingly, he followed the course of the river northward, as far probably as Vienne. Then, turning eastward, he took the part of one of 2 rival brothers whom he found contending for the throne, and so obtained from him supplies of food and clothing and trusty guides. Then, once more striking the Rhone where it leaves the frontiers of Savoy, he reached the first outwork of the Alps, probably the Mont du Chat, a chain 4,000 feet high. Hannibal had taken 10 days to cross the island of the Allobroges, and had hitherto met with no difficulty or mishap of any kind. But here, where the great physical difficulties began, the first symptoms of open hostility appeared also. The native guides had returned to their master, and amidst the precipitous ravines the Numidian cavalry was no longer formidable. The one track over the mountains, the Chevelus Pass, was occupied by the mountaineers in force. But Hannibal, learning that it was their practice to return to their homes for the night, lighted his campfires as usual at nightfall, and leaving the bulk of his army behind, climbed the steep in the darkness with the most active of his troops, and occupied the position which had been just vacated by the natives. Slowly and toilfully on the following day his army wound up the pass, aware that Hannibal was waiting to receive them at its head, but exposed to loss and to annoyance at every step from the attacks of the enemy who moved along the heights above. The path was rough and narrow, and the horses and the sumpter animals, unused to such ground and scared by the confusion, lost their footing and either rolled headlong down the precipices themselves, or, jostling against their fellows in the agony of their wounds, rolled them down with the baggage they carried. To an army crossing a lofty mountain, baggage and provisions are a matter of life and death, and Hannibal risked his own life and those of his few brave followers to save the rest. Charging along the heights, he put the enemy to flight, and the immediate peril was surmounted. For the next 3 days Hannibal followed the Tarentaise, or the rich valley of the Isère, which he had struck on his descent from the pass, and there was now no symptom of hostility or opposition. On the 4th day the people whose homesteads he was passing presented themselves to him, bearing garlands and branches of trees, the signs of goodwill, and proffering provisions, nay, even hostages, as pledges of their sincerity. But the wary Carthaginian was not to be deceived by a foe who offered him gifts. He received them kindly, accepted their provisions and their hostages, but pursued his march as one prepared for treachery. The cavalry and beasts of burden led the way, and at some distance behind came Hannibal himself with his infantry. They were now entering the defile which leads up to the main mountain wall of the Alps, the one barrier which still separated Hannibal from the land of his hopes, and the cliffs rose more precipitously above, and the torrent, the Reclus, foamed more angrily below as they neared the spot where both would be left behind. Hardly were the infantry well entangled in the defile when the stones which came thundering down from the heights above showed that the barbarians had at length thrown off the mask. The destruction of the whole army seemed imminent, but Hannibal drew up, or rather drew back, his part of it to an escarpment of white rock which rose in a strong position facing the entrance of the gorge, far enough back, it would seem, to be out of the reach of the descending stones, but not so far as that he could not keep the attention of the enemy concentrated on himself. The cavalry at the head of the column pressed on almost unmolested, till they emerged into more open and therefore safer ground. The white gypsum rock, La Roche Blanche, as it is called by the natives, still stands conspicuous in front of the grey limestone mountain which towers above it, and here, if at no earlier point in the route, the traveller may well feel that he is treading the very ground which Hannibal trod, and looking upon the solemn assemblage of peaks and pinnacles, of mountain torrent and of mountain valley, on which his eager eye must have rested in this supreme moment of anxiety and peril. Here Hannibal stood to arms with half his forces the whole night through, and the following morning everything like organized resistance had disappeared from the cliffs which flanked the pass, and on the 9th day the whole cavalcade reached the summit in safety. It was only 9 days since Hannibal had begun the first descent of the Alps, but they were days of hard work and danger, and he now rested for a time to recruit his troops and to allow stragglers to rejoin him. But no stragglers came. Those who had dropped behind from exhaustion or from their wounds on such a route were not likely to be heard of more. Only some beasts of burden who had lagged behind or had slipped down the rocks had, in the struggle for bare life, managed to regain their feet, and following instinctively in the footprints of the army, now came draggling in one after the other, half dead from starvation and fatigue. It was a sorry spot on which to recruit. It was late in October. The snows were gathering thick on the peaks above the Col, and the troops who had been drawn from burning Africa or from sunny Spain shivered in the mountain air, which is keen and frosty even in the height of summer. Rest only gave them time to recollect the difficulties through which they had so hardly passed, and to picture, perhaps to magnify, the perils which were still to come. Symptoms of despondency appeared, but Hannibal, seizing the opportunity, called his troops together and addressed them in a few stirring words. There was one topic of consolation, and only one. Below their feet lay one of the Italian valleys, and winding far away among its narrow lanes and humble homesteads could be seen the silver thread of one of the feeders of the Baltea torrent, which leapt forth from where they stood. It seemed in the clear atmosphere, which Alpine climbers know so well, that they had but to take a step or two down and be in possession. "The people who dwell along that river," cried Hannibal in the inspiration of the moment, "are your sworn friends. Ye are standing already, as ye see, on the Acropolis of Italy. Yonder," and he pointed to the spot in the far horizon where with his mind's eye he could see the goal of all his hopes and the object of his inextinguishable and majestic hate, "yonder lies Rome." The spirits of his men rose at his words, and on the morrow the descent began. After a toilsome climb, the first steps of a descent are always pleasantly deceptive, and there was now no sign of an enemy, unless indeed a few skulking marauders might be so called. But the descent was not less dangerous, and perhaps still more destructive, than the ascent. The Alps rise more sheer from the plain on the Italian side than on the French side, and the slope is almost everywhere steeper. The snow, too, began to fall, hiding dangers which would otherwise have stared them in the face. A false step on such a gradient would have been fatal anyhow, and the curtain of snow made false steps to be both numerous and inevitable. The army had to cross what seems to have been, in the greater cold which was then prevalent throughout Europe, a glacier or an ice slope covered with a thin coating of newly fallen snow. This was soon trampled into a solid sheet of ice, on which the men kept slipping and rolling down, while the beasts of burden, breaking through the bridges of frozen snow which concealed crevasses beneath, stuck fast and were frozen to death. At last the head of the column reached a projecting crag, round which neither man nor beast could creep. An avalanche or a landslip had carried away some 300 yards of the track, and even the eye of Hannibal failed to discover a practicable route elsewhere. Destruction stared the army in the face, but Hannibal drew them off to a kind of hog's back, from which the snow had just been shovelled, and pitching his camp there, directed his men with such engineering skill and with such implements as they could muster to repair the broken passage. Never was an Alpine road made under greater difficulties. But the men worked for their lives, and by the following day the horses were able to creep round the dangerous spot and to descend till they found a scanty herbage. The elephants, owing to their uncouth appearance, had hitherto enjoyed immunity from the attacks of the natives, but they too now had their share of suffering. It was 3 whole days before the roadway was sufficiently wide and strong for them to pass. On the high Alps on which they then were, neither tree nor pasture could be found, and from regions of Arctic rigour these inhabitants of the torrid zone made their way down, half dead with cold and hunger. After the great danger had been surmounted, the descent became more practicable. The eyes of the perishing soldiers were soon gladdened with the sight of umbrageous trees, of upland lawns, and even of human habitations, and 3 days saw them safe in the valley of Aosta below. The passage, 1,200 stadia of mountain climbing, had been accomplished, but was it worth the price which had been paid for it? Of the army which had crossed the Pyrenees, scarcely half had lived to cross the Alps. Without provisions, without a commissariat, without even an assured base of operations, or the certainty of reinforcements, Hannibal was about to enter on a war which stands forth without a parallel in ancient history. With 20,000 foot and 6,000 horse, he was about to attack a power which had only lately put into the field to serve against the Gauls an army of 170,000 men. And in what condition was this handful, this forlorn hope of soldiers? The cold and hunger and exposure and fatigue of 15 days of mountaineering had done their work with them. They had been reduced to the condition of beasts, says the accurate and unimaginative Greek historian. They looked not like men, but like their phantoms or their shadows, said the Roman general who was about to meet them in the field, and, as he thought, like shadows to sweep them away. Under any general but Hannibal, and it may almost be added, with any enemy who were not so dilatory as the Romans, the remnant of the Carthaginian army would have conquered the Alps only to perish in the plains of the Po. That Hannibal crossed the Alps is a marvel, but that with troops so weakened he was able after a few days' delay to chastise the hostile barbarians, to take from them their city of Turin, to force some of them to join his army, and then to face all the power of Rome, is a greater marvel still. It is difficult throughout this period of the war, and indeed throughout the whole of it, to withdraw the attention even for a moment from its presiding genius. With sound judgment did the Romans, who calumniated his character and tried sometimes to make light even of his abilities, call the war which was now beginning, not the Second Punic War, but the War of Hannibal. His form it was which haunted their imagination and their memories. His name was for centuries the terror of old and of young alike. Nearly 200 years later, the frivolous and the pleasure-loving Horace pays Hannibal the homage of a mention which is always serious and often awe-stricken. Once in his odes he is the perfidious, but 3 times over he is the dread Hannibal. In rising with a thrill of horror into epic dignity, he compares the march of the Carthaginian through Italy to the careering of the east wind over those Sicilian waters which had engulfed so many Roman fleets, or to that most terrible and magnificent of sights, the rush of flames through a blazing forest of pines. End of section 12. Section 13 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10, Battles of Trebia and Trasimene, 218 to 217 BC. It is now time to ask what the Romans were doing to meet the storm. Publius Scipio, after his encounter with the enemy's cavalry on the Rhone, had marched up the river to the camp which Hannibal had just left, and discovering that he was already off for Italy, had flattered his soldiers and perhaps himself by representing his march as a flight. He showed, however, that he was himself alive to the gravity of the occasion by returning at once to Italy, while he sent his brother Gnaeus with the bulk of his army on to Spain. As for the Senate, the last message that had reached them from that country had told them of the taking of Saguntum, and they had accordingly dispatched troops who were to stop Hannibal at the Ebro. The news they now received was to the effect that Hannibal had crossed not the Ebro only, but the Pyrenees, the Rhone, and the Alps, and he might be expected at any moment across the Po. They now awoke. They could not help awaking to the character of the war. Orders were sent to Sempronius to return at once from Sicily for the protection of Italy. He obeyed with a heavy heart, and sending his troops, some by land and some by sea, bade them rejoin him at Ariminum, an important town on the Adriatic, situated just where the great Flaminian road ends and the plain of the Po begins. But meanwhile Scipio and Hannibal had come into collision, and the first Roman blood in the great duel had been shed. From the valley of the Dora Baltea, Hannibal had advanced toward the Po, but by turning aside westward to chastise the Taurini, he had given Scipio time to cross that river near Placentia, and to throw a bridge over the Ticinus, a stream which, issuing from the lake Verbanus Maggiore, flows southwards into the Po near Pavia. Not far from this stream the armies, or rather a part of them, met in battle. Both generals had led out their cavalry in person to make a reconnaissance in force. Scipio, to compensate, as he hoped, for his inferiority in that arm, had also taken some light infantry with him, but these proved one of the causes of his defeat. Fearing to be trampled underfoot by the cavalry, they retired behind their supports. The Gallic horse, who formed his centre, gallantly withstood the charge of the bridled Spanish cavalry of Hannibal, but the bridleless Numidian cavalry, on which he most relied, and which he had placed upon his wings, outflanking the enemy and riding round toward their rear, first fell on the retreating infantry and dealt them the very death which they had tried to avoid. Then, charging in their peculiar fashion, sometimes in twos and threes, sometimes in a compact mass, they fell on the Roman centre. This decided the conflict. Scipio received a dangerous wound, and was only, as it is said, rescued by his son, a youth of 17, who risked his own to save his father's life, and lived to conquer Hannibal at Zama, to finish the war, and to win the proud name of Africanus. The retreat of the Romans, though a hasty retreat, was not a rout, but it was ominous of what was to follow. It proved the superiority of the Numidian cavalry to any which the Romans could bring against them, and seeing that the plains of Lombardy would always give them the advantage, Scipio determined to place the Po between himself and the enemy. He crossed in safety, but a party of 600 men who were left behind to cover the retreat and to cut down the bridge fell into Hannibal's hands. Unable to cross the river there, Hannibal marched up its right bank till he found a convenient place. He there threw a bridge of boats across, and then marching down on the left side of the Po, crossed, as it would seem, the Trebia, and pitched his camp 6 miles to the south of Placentia, under the strong walls of which Scipio's army lay entrenched. The whole country to the north of the Po, with the exception of the recently planted colony of Cremona, was now lost to the Romans. Already before the battle of Ticinus, the Ligurians and the Gallic tribes along the upper Po had joined Hannibal, and now embassies flowed in from almost all the remaining tribes of Cisalpine Gaul, offering their alliance. Scipio was now alarmed for his safety. Better, he thought, the exposed hillsides than the fortified camp before Placentia. If only he could quit himself of these Gauls, so formidable as enemies, so doubly formidable as allies. Accordingly, he broke up his camp by night, put, as it would seem, the Trebia between himself and Hannibal, and marching southward took possession of some high ground formed by a spur of the northern Apennines. It was a perilous operation, for his line of retreat took him near to Hannibal, who discovered the movement before it was completed, and had not the Numidian horsemen sent in pursuit turned aside to plunder the deserted camp, it might have fared ill with the whole Roman army. But the hills to the west of the Trebia, on which Scipio's camp now lay, protected him at all events from the dreaded cavalry, and he could afford to wait patiently for the arrival of Sempronius from Sicily. Why Hannibal did not seize what seems to have been a golden opportunity, and thrusting himself between the two armies, crush Sempronius as he crossed the level country, so favourable for cavalry, between Ariminum and the Trebia, must remain a mystery. But the junction was effected without any opposition from him, and he now found himself confronted by 2 consular armies of 40,000 men. Scipio, impeded by his wound, and apprehensive of the result, as one who had already felt the weight of Hannibal's arm, was for delay. Sempronius, on the contrary, was eager to fight, for if Rome could not be defended by 2 consular armies, it might well seem that she could not be defended at all. A petty success won by his cavalry over some squadrons of Numidian horse who were harrying the country made him doubly confident. Hannibal knew his man, and knew also that the consular elections at Rome were not far off. If a battle was not fought in the next few days, it would be fought not by Sempronius, but by his successor. Accordingly, he laid all his plans for the battle which he knew he could at any moment force on. In the plain of the Trebia, on the eastern side of it, where Hannibal still lay, was a watercourse overgrown with bulrushes and brambles, and deep enough with its steep banks to hide even cavalry. It was the very place for an ambuscade, for no one would expect an ambush in a country which seemed to the ordinary glance so level and unbroken. Hannibal saw his chance, and here during the night he placed his brother Mago with 2,000 horse and foot, whom he had picked out for the purpose. Mago was young and adventurous, and sprang at the task assigned him. At dawn of day Hannibal sent his Numidian horse across the river, with orders to ride up to the enemy's camp and draw them out. Sempronius was ready to be caught, and the Numidian horse, falling back as they had been instructed across the river, drew the Roman horse and foot, flushed with their apparent success, after them. It was midwinter. Heavy rain had fallen on the previous night, and the swollen waters of the Trebia rose to the breasts of the soldiers as they made their way across. When they reached the opposite bank, they found themselves face to face with Hannibal's army. Sleet was falling fast, and the wind blew icily cold over the plains which lay between the eternal snows of the Alps and those which had lately fallen on the Apennines. In the hurry of the call to arms, the Romans had taken no breakfast, and now, faint with hunger and numbed with cold, they stood on the river's bank with the day's work still all before them. Hannibal, on the contrary, had ordered his men to take their breakfast by their firesides, and then, buckling on their armour and saddling their horses, to remain in the shelter of their tents till the signal should be given. Hastily throwing forward his light-armed troops and sharpshooters to occupy the attention of the enemy, he now drew up his main line of battle immediately behind them, his Gallic, Spanish, and African troops in the centre, and his cavalry and elephants on the wings. The light-armed troops, having played with the Romans for a time, fell back between the intervals of the maniples behind, and the 4,000 Roman cavalry, finding themselves suddenly exposed to the attacks of more than double their number, broke and fled, leaving the dreaded Numidians to attack the infantry on their own now unprotected flanks. Many of the Roman infantry stood their ground nobly, and for a short time kept the conflict doubtful. But then Mago, starting up from his ambuscade, fell upon their rear. Surrounded as they were on every side, one body of 10,000 men yet fought their way with the courage of despair through the Carthaginian ranks in front, and managed by a circuitous route to make their way to Placentia. But the rout of the remainder was complete. In vain they tried to reach the river which they had crossed so imprudently in the morning, for they were ridden down as they fled by the Numidian cavalry, who seemed to be everywhere amongst them, or were trampled to death by the elephants. A mere remnant escaped across the river and were saved from further pursuit by the violence of the storm. Well might Hannibal rejoice at the victory which he had won. He had beaten 2 Roman armies. The difficulties and the dangers and the disasters of his march from Spain had been crowned by a triumphant success, and it was doubtful whether any force remained to bar his march upon Rome. In vain did Sempronius try to disguise the magnitude of the disaster which had overtaken him. He had fought a battle, so he sent word to Rome, and it was only the storm which had prevented him from winning a decisive victory. How came it then, people asked, and well they might ask, that Hannibal was in possession of the field of battle, that the Gauls had joined him to a man, that the Roman camp had been broken up, and that the Roman armies, all that remained of them, were cowering in the fortified camp before Placentia or behind the walls of Cremona, while Hannibal's cavalry were scouring the fair plains of Lombardy. The truth was too clear, but the spirit of the Roman Senate showed no signs of breaking. They prepared even now to take the offensive. Armaments were dispatched to the remotest corners of their dominions, to Tarentum, for instance, to Sicily and to Sardinia. A new navy was fitted out, the consular elections held, and 4 more legions levied. For, says Polybius emphatically, the Romans are never so terrible as when real terrors gird them in on every side. At the first approach of spring, Hannibal attempted to cross the Apennines, but a storm more terrible even than those of the Alps drove him back to his winter quarters. When the spring began in earnest, Hannibal made a second, and this time a successful, attempt to cross the mountains, which lay immediately to the south of his position. 2 routes alone seem to have been deemed practicable by the newly elected consuls for his advance into central Italy. The one was by the central Apennines in the direction of Faesulae, the other along the coast of the Adriatic. Gnaeus Servilius lay at Ariminum, prepared to block the one against his passage, Flaminius at Arretium in the heart of Etruria to block the other. But Hannibal did not confine himself to any authorized routes, nor did he care to strike only when he could do so by the recognized laws of war. his genius could dispense with both. Accordingly, he crossed the Apennines, where they approached the western coast of Italy, near the headwaters of the Macra, and reached without serious difficulty the plains of the Arno near Lucca. The region which lies between Lucca and Faesulae is intersected by lakes, and the melting of the snows on the hills had then caused the Arno to overflow its banks, making the whole one vast morass. How would his army stand this renewal of horrors in the very land of promise? Of the fidelity and courage of his Libyan and Spanish veterans Hannibal was well assured, but as regards the Gauls, his newly formed allies, it was far otherwise. He placed them, therefore, in the middle of his line of march, that they might be encouraged by the troops who led the van, or be driven back to their duty if they tried to turn homeward by Mago and his cavalry, who were to bring up the rear. For 4 days and 3 nights the army went toiling on through the water or the mud, unable to find a dry spot on which they could either sit down or sleep. The Gauls, driven forward by Mago's cavalry over ground which was all the more difficult to pass from the trampling it had already undergone, and unused to fatigue, stumbled amidst the deep morasses and fell to rise no more. Disease attacked the horses and carried away their hoofs. Hannibal himself, tortured with ophthalmia, rode on the one elephant which had survived the last year's campaign, and escaped only with the loss of an eye. At last the invading army reached the high ground of Faesulae, and there Hannibal learned, one would think with surprise, that the consuls were still at their respective stations some 50 miles apart, and with the Apennines between them. Servilius, it would seem, was still expecting the attack of Hannibal on his front at Ariminum, when the Carthaginians had already crossed the mountains and had shown themselves in his rear at Faesulae. The other consul, Flaminius, was at Arretium, to the south of the central chain of the Apennines, and lying as he did between Hannibal and the probable line of his advance on Rome, was likely to bear the brunt of his assault. Flaminius was a marked man in more ways than one. Of a plebeian family, he had long since incurred the deadly hatred of the patricians, by preferring the interests of the citizens at large to those of their order. A senator, he was hated by the Senate, because he had supported a law which forbade senators to amass large sums by trading with merchant vessels. 16 years before, as tribune of the people, he had carried, in spite of the interested opposition of the aristocracy, a law for the division of the conquered Gallic territory in Umbria amongst the poorer citizens. Such a man the Senate might fear as well as hate, and envy as well as fear. But no malice and no efforts of theirs could now blot out those splendid monuments of his recent censorship, the Circus and the great military road which to this day bear his name. And now, in the year 217, a year so big with the destinies of Rome, the popular favour secured for him, in spite of all the old opposition, a second consulship. If the wave of destruction which was breaking over Italy was to be driven back at all, his, the people were determined, should be the hand to do it. The winter at Rome had passed amidst gloom and doubt. The augurs and the priests alone had a good time of it, and their hands were full enough. The general anxiety gave birth to portents, and was in its turn increased by them. When Flaminius was elected consul, the omens increased in number and in horror. In the vegetable market, an infant 6 months old cried "Triumph!" In the cattle market, an ox rushed up the stairs of a house to the 3rd story and threw himself out of the window. Fiery ships were seen in the heavens, and from all parts of Italy stories of terrible appearances came dropping in, which lost nothing as they passed from mouth to mouth. Once previously the Senate had attempted to annul the appointment of their enemy to the mastership of the horse because a mouse had been heard to squeak during the election, and now, when the very atmosphere seemed charged with portents, when showers of stones were falling, bucklers gleaming in the heavens, the statues of the god of war perspiring, and strange and unheard of creatures coming to the birth, it needed no prophetic insight to foresee that the proper obstacle would be forthcoming on the day of Flaminius's entry on his office, and that if religious awe could avail aught, the consul-elect would never become consul in reality. Impatient of such chicaneries, Flaminius took the law into his own hands, and making light of the sacred rites which he would have to perform on his entry into office, went off to the camp at Ariminum before the Ides of March came. Legates were sent to recall him, but he heeded them not. Evil omens, so the Senate said, pursued him even now. When he offered his first sacrifice as consul, the victim escaped from the altar and sprinkled the bystanders with its blood. When he had fallen back to Arretium, and the time came for him to break up his camp there and to follow Hannibal on his march on Rome, as he was in duty bound to do, even then the malice of the Senate or the folly of the annalists represents the gods as still taking part against him. It was clear that the man whom the gods intended to destroy they first drove mad. Flaminius ordered the standard-bearer to advance, but the standard, it was said, stuck fast in the ground. He mounted his horse, and it straightway threw him. The annalists forgot, or they did not know, that the greater the terrors which the science of the augurs put in his way, the greater was the credit due to him for despising them when duty called. It is difficult to say how far this army of angry portents may have paralyzed the Roman legionaries when they found themselves surrounded in the defiles of Lake Trasimene. It is not difficult to see that if it did so, it was the aristocracy and not the legionaries who were to blame. For it was the aristocracy who, for their own selfish ends, had long been working on popular superstition to crush the true friend of the people. Hannibal had advanced from Faesulae, laying waste with fire and sword the rich plains of Etruria. The plunder and the slaughter and the smoke of the burning homesteads, with which he attempted to draw the consul from the shelter of his camp to risk a battle, might have roused a man who was less hot-headed than his enemies represented Flaminius to have been. But it was not till Hannibal had marched leisurely by his camp and went devastating on toward Rome that Flaminius left his position and followed him. It was not, as Polybius imagined, mortified pride at the fancied slight which Hannibal had shown him. Still less was it, as the annalists tell us, and as the circle of the Scipios perhaps believed, the selfish desire to win the credit of a victory before his colleague could come up, which made Flaminius follow so closely on Hannibal's steps. Hannibal knew better than the detractors of Flaminius what Flaminius was bound to do. He knew that he could do nothing else but follow him closely, and he laid his plans and chose his ground with his own consummate skill. He had violated all the rules of war by leaving a hostile force of 60,000 men in his rear and upon his line of communications. It remained for him now to justify his temerity by success, and the greatest sticklers for the rules of war will admit that he did it with a vengeance. Hannibal had reached the shores of Lake Trasimene. Near its northern margin ran the high road from Cortona to Perugia, and above the road rose a line of undulating hills which had 2 points, the one near the tower now called Borghetto, and the other near the small town of Passignano, approach the lake so closely as to cut off what lies between them from the outer world. Between these 2 points the hills retreat from the lake in the form of a semicircle, leaving between themselves and it a plain which seems broad by contrast to its narrow entrance and outlet. Along these retreating hills Hannibal placed the main part of his army, and the plain which they enfold was the scene of the terrible catastrophe which followed. On the spur near Passignano and the hills behind it he stationed in a conspicuous position his Gallic cavalry and his veteran Libyans and Spaniards. Near Borghetto, and on either side of the road which descends into the plain, but carefully concealed from those who might pass along it by some broken ground, were his Gallic infantry and his Numidian cavalry. On the hills to the north of the plain, or rather behind their crests, were placed the light-armed troops and the Balearic slingers. Flaminius reached the hills which shut in the lake late in the evening, too late, it would seem, to attempt to pass them then. But next morning, before it was broad daylight, and without sending scouts forward to see that the further end of the pass was clear, he continued the pursuit. It was a fatal mistake. In heavy marching order and without a thought of danger, the Roman army entered the valley of death and moved along the road that skirted the margin of the lake. A thick curtain of mist hung over the lowlands which the army was crossing, and hid from view the base of the adjoining hills, while their tops were catching the first rays of the rising sun. With grim delight and in a fever of expectation must the soldiers of Hannibal, as they saw above the mist the whole crest of the hills, and each glen and hollow which lay between their folds, crowded with their brothers in arms, have listened to the tramp of the 30,000 men whom they could hear but could not see, as they passed along a few hundred yards below, each step making the destruction of the whole more sure. As soon as the rear of the Roman army had got well within the passage, Hannibal gave the signal. The Gauls and Numidian cavalry hastened down and closed up the entrance, while the passage out was already blocked by the Gallic cavalry and the veterans. And now from all sides, from above and from below, from the front and from the rear, the battle cry arose, and the enemy were upon the Romans. It was a carnage, and a carnage only. There was no time or space to form an order of battle. Orders could neither be given nor heard. The men had hardly time to adjust their armour or to draw their swords. The majority stood where they were and were cut down. 6,000 who led the van fought their way, sword in hand, in a compact mass, through the troops that blocked the outlet, and reached the hillock where they halted. The mists still hung heavy on the ground below, and half ignorant of what was going on behind them, they waited in dread suspense, unable to help their comrades, yet unable also to tear themselves away from the scene of the conflict. It was their turn now to hear and not to see. At last, as the sun rose higher in the heavens, the mist lifted and revealed the extent of the butchery below. For 3 hours the slaughter had gone on, and 15,000 Roman corpses covered the ground or were floating on the waters. Some in their terror had tried to swim across the lake, but were drowned by their heavy armour. Others who had waded into the water might be seen standing in it up to their necks and begging for their lives, till the cavalry rode in and struck off their heads. Of the conquering army barely 1,500 had fallen, and these were chiefly Gauls, the troops whom Hannibal could best afford to lose. The Roman army was annihilated. To make the disaster more complete, the 6,000 infantry who had so gallantly fought their way out of the pass were overtaken on the following day by Maharbal and forced to surrender, while 4,000 cavalry, who had been sent forward by Servilius as his forerunners to cooperate with Flaminius, fell also into Hannibal's hands. Flaminius himself, after in vain trying to play the general's part amidst the blind panic and confusion, had died a soldier's death, fighting bravely. A Gallican Subrian, recognizing him, cried aloud, "Yonder is the consul who has slain our legions and ravaged our territory," and rushing at him, ran him through with his spear. In vain did Hannibal search for his body to give him the honourable funeral which he never refused to a worthy foe. Flaminius may not have been a great general. He may have been impetuous and headstrong, and he certainly made one fatal mistake. But amidst the calumnies heaped on him by the Senate, and the gloom which always gathers round defeat, we can safely say that he was the worthiest and least self-seeking Roman of his time. End of section 13. Section 14 of Roman Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 11. Hannibal overruns central Italy, 217 to 216 BC. At Rome, no effort was made to disguise the extent of the calamity which had overtaken the state. The attempt had been made after the Trebia, and had not succeeded then, still less could it succeed now. The only man who might have had anything to gain by hiding the naked truth lay unrecognized amidst the heaps of slain in the fatal valley. It was the interest of the survivors to blacken his memory, not to strew flowers upon his grave, and they succeeded in the attempt. Roman senators even then consoled themselves for the defeat by the reflection that it was the presumptuous folly of their private foe which was responsible for it, and Roman orators and historians for centuries afterwards pointed their morals or adorned their tales by a reference to the well-deserved fate of the man who had withstood the patrician order and had despised the gods. When the first vague rumour of the disaster reached the city, an anxious crowd gathered in the Forum. Towards sunset the praetor mounted the rostra and simply said, "We have been defeated in a great battle." The scene of consternation which ensued brought home to the few survivors who had managed to reach the city, more vividly than the scene of the slaughter itself, the full reality of what had happened. The Senate alone preserved its dignity and its self-restraint. Thinking not of the past, but of the present and the immediate future, they sat day after day from sunrise to sunset, concerting measures for the defence of the city. To remedy the evils of a divided command, they determined to revive the office of dictator, an office unused for 39 years past, and therefore nearly unknown to that generation. Their choice fell on the most prudent and respected, if not the ablest, of the patricians, Quintus Fabius Maximus, Marcus Minucius being selected as his master of the horse. The dictator first made his peace by vows and offerings with the angry gods, and then took more practical steps for the defence. By his order the walls were repaired and manned. The bridges over the rivers were broken down. The country through which Hannibal's advance was likely to take place was turned into a desert, and everything prepared to withstand an immediate attack. Why did not Hannibal at once advance on Rome, as the most cool-headed of his opponents expected that he would? The answer is the same that must be given on a yet more critical occasion in the following year. He knew what the Romans themselves hardly yet fully knew, that every Roman citizen could, when occasion required, become a soldier. He knew also that amidst a hostile population, for no Italian town had yet come over to him, his attack, however impetuous, must break upon the walls of the city. If he delayed a little longer, and allowed his victories to produce their natural result, He would be borne back, he hoped, upon a wave of Italian national enthusiasm, and, bearing the banner of Italian independence, would strike down at his leisure the common oppressor. Accordingly, when the cup which he had so eagerly desired to drain seemed to be at his lips, he wisely dashed it from them. Crossing the Tiber with stern resolve, he crossed also the Flaminian road, which must have seemed to his victorious army as if it were there for the express purpose of inviting an immediate march on the capital, and hazarding an attack upon the adjoining Latin colony of Spoletium, he proved to demonstration the soundness of the judgment he had formed as to the courage of the Italians behind stone walls, and the impossibility, with so small a force as his own, of coping adequately with it. After traversing Umbria, he crossed the Apennines a second time, and at last, laden with the plunder of central Italy, he entered the territory of Picenum. Here the Carthaginians caught sight for the first time since many months of their native element, the sea, and Hannibal dispatched his first messenger with tidings of what he had done to the Carthaginian Senate. Never probably before or since did a general send dispatches to his government weighted with such brilliant achievements. From New Carthage to the Adriatic, what a catalogue of dangers met and overcome, and what crowning victories! The Ebro, the Rhone and the Po, the Pyrenees, the Alps and the Apennines, the Ticinus, the Trebia and the Trasimene. Well can we believe what we are expressly told, that such news disarmed all opposition to the lion's brood at Carthage, and closed the mouths even of the peace party. In the enthusiasm of the moment, all parties determined to send reinforcements. Why had they not taken steps to do so before, alike to Hasdrubal in Spain and to Hannibal in Italy? Meanwhile the Phoenician hero rested his troops, fatigued with all they had undergone, in the plains of Picenum. They lived on the fat of the land, and the Numidian horses, diseased as they were from their bad or their scanty food, soon recovered their condition when they were groomed day by day with the old wine of Italian vintages. Here too Hannibal took the opportunity, a hazardous one even for him in the midst of a campaign, of arming his Libyan and perhaps some of his Spanish troops in the Roman fashion. The victor of the Trasimene could be in no want of Roman suits of armour. When his troops had been sufficiently recruited and were again eager to advance, he marched at his leisure through the territories of the Marrucini and Frentani, the Marsi and Paligni, ravaging them as he went, and at length pitched his camp near Agrippa or Arpi in Apulia. Fabius, on his part, after levying 4 new legions, led them off in pursuit of Hannibal. He came up with him at Arpi, and Hannibal immediately offered the battle which it might be presumed that a pursuing army, under a successor of Flaminius, would at once accept. But Fabius had made up his mind to a policy inevitable if Rome was to be saved, but requiring no ordinary firmness and courage to carry out. That policy was to commit nothing to fortune, to follow Hannibal wherever he went, dogging his footsteps constantly, but never risking a battle, and never, so far as human foresight could prevent it, giving the enemy a chance of taking him at a disadvantage. In vain did Hannibal order the richest country to be devastated before the dictator's eyes. In vain did he shift his camp rapidly from place to place, in hopes that his rapidity might wrest from the old man what insults and annoyances could not. Never close to Hannibal, but never far behind him, with admirable resolution, and with still more admirable self-restraint, did Fabius follow his foe from place to place, always clinging to the hills, occasionally cutting off stragglers, or intercepting the booty which the flying Numidian squadrons had captured, but giving no chance of a general engagement. It was not in flesh and blood, certainly not in the flesh and blood of the hot-headed master of the horse, to submit patiently to this forever. The name of lingerer, cunctator, given to Fabius at first as a mark of approval by those who blamed Flaminius for his rashness, became for the time a term of the bitterest reproach. The lingerer was called a do-nothing, and his caution was put down to cowardice or even to treachery. Hannibal's lackey, so the soldiers, aptly enough from their point of view, nicknamed their general, would go anywhere if his master gave him the lead. Without it, he would go nowhere. But the old dictator was as proof against the murmurings of his soldiers and the mutinous speeches of his own master of the horse, Minucius, as he was against all the devices of Hannibal. At last, wearied out by his delay, Hannibal determined that Fabius, if he would not tire himself by hard fighting, should at least do so by hard marching, and leaving Apulia behind, where he had already taken the strongly fortified town of Venusia, he marched into Samnium, the most inaccessible and mountainous part of Italy, ravaged the territory of Beneventum in its very centre, took Telesia by assault, and then passed straight on out of Samnium into Campania. The plains of Campania were certainly the most fertile and beautiful plains in ancient Italy. The Italians thought them the most beautiful and fertile in the world. Campania the Blessed, where all human delights meet and vie with each other, says Pliny of it. One of two things was evident. In defence of all this wealth and beauty, either Fabius must at length risk a battle, or it would be clear to all Italians that the whole of Italy was at Hannibal's mercy, and its towns would, if from the instinct of self-preservation alone, at length join the conquering side. Fabius had followed Hannibal more quickly than was his wont, and his troops were in high spirits, for they thought that their general was at length in earnest and would strike a blow rather than leave Campania to fall into the enemy's hands. But they were disappointed. They reached the ridge of the Caliculan hill which overlooked the plain, and then they sat down to enjoy, or to endure as best they could, the now well-known sight of devastated fields and burning homesteads. Their discontent broke out with twofold force, and it was evident from the reception which they gave to a mutinous speech of Minucius that the soldiers thought the master of the horse would make a better commander than the dictator, an opinion in which it was also evident that the master of the horse himself fully coincided. Aware that the discontent of the army had spread to Rome, and even to the aristocracy whose representative he was, Fabius yet held on steadfastly to his purpose. He knew that northern Campania, with all its riches, would not support the Carthaginian army through the winter, and that Hannibal must attempt to retreat by the pass through which he had advanced. He therefore flattered himself that he had caught his enemy as in a trap, and placing 4,000 men at the head of the pass by which Hannibal must needs retreat, drew up his main army on the hills near its entrance. Laden with booty, the spoils of Campania, Hannibal halted just below him, while Fabius made all his dispositions to repel the attempt to force a passage which would doubtless be made on the following day. But Hannibal had no intention of fighting at a disadvantage, or indeed of forcing the pass at all. He intended to march quietly through it. Accordingly, he selected from the vast herds of oxen which he was driving towards his winter quarters 2,000 of the strongest, and bidding his sutlers cut as many faggots of dry brushwood and fasten them to their horns, he ordered that when the night was well advanced, the faggots should be kindled, and the oxen, with their horns ablaze, be driven up the hills which hung over the pass. Maddened with fear and pain, the affrighted beasts ran wildly up the steep sides of the valley, and Fabius himself, as well as the 4,000 men upon the Col, imagined that Hannibal was escaping that way over the hills. But true to his character, the dictator would not venture out of his camp till he could see clearly what lay before him, and meantime Hannibal led his army, which had been refreshed by half a night's sleep, quietly up the unguarded pass and reached Alephi in safety. Fabius found himself outwitted, and it was natural in the keenness of their vexation that his men should accuse him of having purposely allowed Hannibal to escape, an accusation which shortly afterwards seemed triumphantly brought home to him, when the crafty Phoenician took occasion to spare his private property while he wasted all around with fire and sword. Still, Fabius clung steadfastly to his purpose. He followed Hannibal northwards to the Peligni, and when his enemy turned southwards again towards his proposed winter quarters in Apulia, and he himself was called off to Rome to perform sacrifices incident to his office, he straitly charged Minucius to follow his policy, and on no account to risk a battle in his absence. Hannibal had long since formed his estimate of Minucius, and when he threw forward a portion of his forces to a hill still nearer to the enemy, a sharp skirmish took place, which ended in the Romans occupying the disputed position. Encouraged by this first success, Minucius made a descent in force upon Hannibal's foragers and cut many of them to pieces. Hannibal found himself for the first time in his life in the midst of the enemy, yet unable to take the field. He was, so at least his enemies thought, penned within his own camp, and on the morrow he made a hasty retreat to his old position at Geronium, fearing lest Minucius, whose qualities he had apparently underrated, should take it by a coup de main, and thus the provisions he had so laboriously got together should fall into the enemy's hands. It is not to be wondered at that when the news of this success reached Rome, the delight was great, and out of all proportion to its immediate cause. It was the first success which the Roman arms had won in the war, and it seemed to indicate that the tide had at length begun to turn. The fame of Minucius was in everybody's mouth, and as he rose in the popular estimation, so did the dictator fall. One stroke of good luck had turned the heads of the Romans more completely than had all their previous misfortunes, and they took one of the most incredibly foolish steps recorded in their history. They did not try to depose Fabius from the command for which they deemed him unfitted, but they raised Minucius to an equal command with him. For the first time in Roman history were to be seen two co-dictators, differing alike in temperament and in policy, and the one raised to an equality with the other simply because of the difference. It has been said by a high military authority that one bad general is better than two good ones, and it was apparent to those who had eyes to see that the sword of Hannibal would soon arbitrate between such conflicting claims. Fabius returned to the army, as convinced as ever of the soundness of his policy, and prepared to press upon his colleague by his personal influence what he could no longer enforce upon him by superior power. Seeing that Minucius was bent on fighting, he proposed either that they should take the command of the whole army on alternate days, or that each should have the continuous and unfettered control over his own half of it. Minucius, possibly with a slight distrust of himself, under the new responsibilities of command, chose the latter alternative, and Fabius, doubtless thinking it better to risk the safety of 2 than of 4 legions on a single cast, was of the same mind. Hannibal, duly informed by his prisoners or his spies of the arrangement which had been made, directed his attention exclusively to Minucius. Near the camp of the new dictator was a hill, with ground below it which presented the appearance of a general level, bare of trees, but in it, as in the level ground near the Trebia, Hannibal's experienced eye had discovered hollows and inequalities which might hide a considerable force. Here by night he concealed some 5,000 foot and 500 horse, and at dawn of day he sent a small body of active troops to seize the hill in full view of the Romans. Minucius took the bait. In the engagement which ensued, the ambuscade did its duty well, and it would have fared ill with the army of the new dictator, had not Fabius, observing from his own camp at a distance of a mile what was going on, come up at the right moment, and prevented its retreat from being turned into a total rout. Minucius, it is said, frankly acknowledged his error, joined his camp to that of the old dictator, and descended gracefully once more into his proper post of master of the horse. The tables were now completely turned. Fabius was the hero alike of the camp and the city. But his 6 months of office were drawing to a close, and it remained to be seen whether his mantle would descend on those who were to succeed him. He had done great things in those 6 months. If he had not, as his admirers said, altogether saved Rome by his delay, he had at least given her a brief breathing space. He had trained raw levies to look the warriors of Hannibal in the face, a feat to which they were quite unequal on the morrow of the Trasimene, and by allowing Hannibal to devastate at his pleasure the Apulian and Campanian plains, he had unintentionally elicited the most conclusive proof of the hopelessness of Hannibal's enterprise. For even now no Italian city had revolted. The serried ranks of the Italian Confederation remained unbroken, and it was clear to the keen-sighted Phoenician that he was still as far as ever from the goal of his hopes. The services therefore rendered by the Cunctator to Rome were very real services, even if they were not quite what his admirers represented them. To have escaped from Hannibal without a crushing defeat was in those times, as Livy truly remarks, a victory in itself. End of section 14. Section 15 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 12. Battle of Cannae. Character of Hannibal. 216 BC. Part 1. The Roman Senate during the winter which followed gave new and striking proofs of their confidence in their own future by sending legates to expostulate with the Ligurians for having taken the part of Hannibal, and to watch the ever-fickle Gauls. Nor was their horizon bounded by the limits of Italy. With the truest wisdom they dispatched reinforcements to their army in Spain. They demanded the arrears of tribute from Illyria, and they sent even to Philip, king of Macedon, ordering him to surrender the intriguer Demetrius of Pharos, who had taken refuge in his court. But party spirit still ran high in the city. In the election for the consulship which had just taken place, other qualifications had been thought of than those which were essential in this supreme hour, perhaps for the simple reason that the Romans did not yet realize that it might be supreme. Lucius Aemilius Paulus, who had distinguished himself in the Illyrian War, was the successful candidate on the patrician side. But he received as his colleague Publius Terentius Varro, the champion of the plebeians, a man who, if the patrician annalists can be believed, was not only of humble origin, the son of a butcher, but had himself worked in his father's business, and was recommended to the suffrages of the people by nothing but a bullying manner and a vulgar impudence. Varro does not seem, it is true, to have been more of a military genius than Flaminius or Sempronius or Fabius, But that most of the accusations laid to his charge are unjust is proved by the fact that he had held high offices before, that he was elected now in what no one could refuse to recognize as a time of danger, and that he was employed in the public service even after the disastrous name of Cannae had been indissolubly connected with his own. The spring found the hostile armies still facing each other near Geronium, but Hannibal's provisions were nearly exhausted. Not enough for 10 days remained, and the wasted country could yield no more. He began to look out for another Roman magazine which he might convert to his own use, nor had he far to go. The Roman supplies and munitions of war for Apulia were collected in large quantities at Cannae, a town to the south of the Aufidus, about halfway between Canusium and the sea. With strange short-sightedness, the Roman generals of the preceding year had neglected to garrison it strongly, and while the consuls of the new year were levying fresh legions at Rome, Hannibal, by one of his rapid marches, seized and appropriated it to his own use, as he had seized and appropriated Geronium before it. When at length Aemilius and Varro assumed the command of the army, they did so under definite instructions from the authorities at home to force on a battle. The Fabian method, they thought, had been tried long enough. It had done all that it could do, and it was apparent that the Italian allies could not stand much longer the strain to which it had exposed them. Every precaution was taken so far as numbers went to ensure a victory. A Roman army ordinarily consisted of but 2 legions, each containing 4,200 infantry and 200 cavalry. The army which was now raised consisted not of 2 but of 8 legions, and each legion contained 5,000 infantry and 300 cavalry. The Romans, therefore, could hardly now be accused of underestimating, so far as mere numbers went, the gravity of the occasion. The consuls were to act together, and those of the previous year were retained as proconsuls to assist in handling the vast host. Never before had the Romans sent so large an army at one time and place into the field, and the contingent furnished by the allies was, according to precedent, equal to that of the Romans. The grand total, therefore, of the force on which the safety of Rome might seem to depend consisted of over 80,000 men. They found Hannibal encamped near Cannae on the south side of the Aufidus, and they selected a spot for their own camp on the same side of the river, but 6 miles higher up its course. The surrounding country was level and suitable to the evolutions of cavalry, and without doubt had for this reason been selected by Hannibal. Paulus, seeing this, is said to have been anxious to postpone the battle till he should have drawn Hannibal into ground of his own choosing. The historians who have bepraised Paulus for this forgot in their eagerness to throw all the blame for what happened afterwards on the butcher's son, that the orders of the authorities to fight a battle at once were stringent, and that it was not likely that Hannibal would, by any artifices of the Roman consuls, be drawn off from a position selected by himself, well fortified and well supplied. It was impossible for an army of 80,000 men to linger long in so exhausted a country without striking a blow, and to linger there or to retreat without fighting would have been alike fatal to the Roman cause in Apulia. The evils of a divided command were great enough, but they were not created by Varro. They were even diminished to a certain extent in this case by the arrangement that the consul should take the supreme command on alternate days, and when Varro on his day pushed his camp nearer to the foe, he was encouraged in his resolve to force on a battle by a success which he won over some skirmishers and light cavalry who had been sent to bar his progress. Minucius had met with a like first success near Geronium, and Sempronius had done the same at the Trebia. Was it not possible that like effects might be produced by like causes, and that a deep-laid design of Hannibal might have had more to do with each than the prowess of the Romans? But this did not strike, so remarked the patrician annalists, wise after the event, the mind of Varro. The next day belonged to Paulus, and he signalized his command by throwing a third of his army to the north side of the Aufidus, and by forming a second camp there some miles nearer to the Carthaginians. By this step he hoped at once to protect his own foraging parties and to annoy those of the enemy. Eager for the conflict, Hannibal 2 days after drew out his forces in battle array on the south side of the river. The offer was declined by the prudent Paulus, and Hannibal, to bring matters to a crisis, sent his Numidians across the river with orders to cut off the Romans, who were encamped on its northern side, from all access to it. It was the middle of June. The country was parched and thirsty, and a dry wind, the Volturnus, which blows at that time of year, raising clouds of dust, would make a scanty supply of water an intolerable hardship. Even if he had been disposed to postpone fighting, Varro could hardly now have done so. The delay of the last few days seemed irksome enough to the rival armies, but what must it have seemed to the citizens at home? News had reached the city that the armies were facing each other, and that everything was prepared for a decisive conflict. They adventured their all, or nearly their all, on this one throw. The stake was laid down, and the throw must be made. But it was hard to have so much time to ask themselves, what if they should lose? Omens and portents seemed to fill the air as before the Trasimene lake, and the busy-tongued rumour passed from mouth to mouth, sending the citizens in crowds to the temples to seek from the gods by supplications what they could no longer gain or lose by any exertions of their own. It was the resource of the destitute, and they knew it, but it helped them to kill the period of suspense. Once more it was Varro's turn for the command, and as the sun rose he began to transfer his army to the northern side of the river, and after joining the contingent in the smaller camp there, drew the whole out in battle array, facing the south. Nearly opposite Cannae, the Aufidus, whose general course is north-east, takes a sharp bend to the south. Afterwards, for some distance, it runs east, and then once more, turning northward, reaches the line of its former course. The loop or link thus formed, Hannibal marked out as the grave of the Roman army, the grave of 50,000 men, and into it, as a preparatory step, he now threw his own small force, while Varro was crossing the stream higher up. His infantry did not number half that of the Romans, but they were many of them veterans, and all of them men on whom he knew by experience that he could rely. His cavalry were only slightly superior in numbers to the enemy, but how vastly superior in every military quality the result was to prove. In the centre of his line of battle were the Spaniards, clothed in white tunics edged with purple, and armed with swords equally suited for thrusting and for striking. Next to them were the Gauls, who, naked to the waist and armed with long swords suited to their gigantic stature, seemed as though they were the warriors of Brennus come to life again, with one more terrible than many Brennuses to lead them. This part of his force Hannibal threw forward in the form of a semicircle or a wedge, while on their flanks and some way to the rear he placed the best part of his infantry, the heavy-armed Africans, eager doubtless, many of them, to flesh for the first time in Roman hearts the Roman weapons which they bore. Beyond these again, and forming the left wing of the whole army, were the heavy Gallic and African cavalry, 8,000 strong. On the right wing he posted his light-armed Numidians, reduced by the waste of life attending such campaigns as Hannibal's to 2,000 men all told. but with spirit and fidelity enough to their great leader to fight on to their very last man and last horse. Hasdrubal led the heavy cavalry on the left, and Maharbal the Numidians on the right, while Hannibal, with his brother Mago near him, stationed himself in the centre to direct the general operations of the battle. He had been obliged to leave 10,000 men on the other side of the river to guard his camp against surprise, and was able therefore to put only 30,000 men into line of battle. 30,000 against the Roman 80,000. The odds were heavy indeed against him in point of numbers, but it must be remembered that his wings rested on the sides of the loop which he had himself selected, and could not be outflanked by the enemy. Varro, whether because he distrusted his raw levies, or because he saw, when it was too late to remedy it, that unless he massed his troops together, half of his whole army would be outside the fray, increased the depth of his maniples from 10 to 16, hoping by sheer weight to bear down all resistance and drive the Carthaginians into the river. He was, in fact, only penning his sheep more closely for the slaughter. After the usual preliminary skirmish of the light-armed troops, the 8,000 heavy cavalry on Hannibal's left charged the 2,400 Roman cavalry opposed to them. These last were picked men, belonging most of them to the best Roman families, men of equestrian and senatorial rank. They withstood the charge bravely for a time, and grappled horse to horse and man to man with the barbarians. But they were overpowered by numbers, and only a small remnant escaped from the field. Unlike Rupert at Naseby, Hasdrubal held his eager cavalry well in hand. He forbade them to pursue those who were already routed, and passing behind the whole Roman line, fell on the rear of the Italian cavalry, who were stationed on the other wing, and who had hitherto been held in check by the skilful evolutions of the mere handful of Numidians. These admirable horsemen had avoided coming to close quarters, in which they must have been crushed by numbers, but had managed to keep their vastly more numerous enemy employed till Hasdrubal came thundering on their rear. Attacked now by the uninjured Numidians in front, and by Hasdrubal's cavalry flushed with success behind, the Italian cavalry broke and fled. Hasdrubal, not yet sated with victory, left the Numidians to render an account of their flying foes, and turned his attention to the Roman centre. Here, so far, matters had gone well for the Romans, but it was so far only. The semicircle of Gauls and Spaniards, whom Hannibal had pushed forward in his centre, had been gradually forced back, or rather had fallen back in accordance with his plan, first to a level with, and then right past the heavy Africans on their flanks. The convex line of battle had thus become concave, and it seemed that the whole would be driven headlong into the river by the overwhelming masses of the Romans, who, as they yielded, kept pressing on, or were themselves pressed on by those behind and at their flanks, into every inch of ground left vacant for them. But just at the critical moment Hasdrubal fell upon their rear, and the heavy Libyan infantry, who had hardly yet taken part in the battle, wheeling inward at the same time from right and left, attacked them on both flanks. Denser and denser grew the mass of terrified Romans, pressed on all four sides at once. Huddled together without room to draw, much less to wield their swords, they stood or struggled in helpless imbecility, seeing their comrades on the circumference of the fatal circle cut down, one after the other, and doomed to wait in patience till their own turn should come. The question was no longer whether, but simply when the stroke would fall on each. Few Romans, indeed, within that fatal ring were destined to escape. As at the Trasimene, it was a simple butchery, but it was a butchery which required treble the number of victims. The Romans were never cowards, but those who stood near the centre of that seething mass must needs have died like cowards many times before their death. The thicker the hay, said Alaric long afterwards in an outburst of brutality, the easier it is to mow. But not even Alaric's imagination could have pictured such a harvest of death as this of Cannae, and even the muscles of his brawny Visigoths would have been wearied out before they had slain, as the Carthaginians did on this fatal day, a number of the enemy which, man for man, vastly exceeded their own. End of section 15. Section 16 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 12. The Battle of Cannae. Character of Hannibal. 216 BC, Part 2. For 8 hours the work of destruction went on, and at the end 50,000 men lay dead upon the ground. Aemilius Paulus, the Illyrian hero, who, though wounded by a sling early in the day, had clung to his horse, heartening on his men, till he dropped exhausted from his saddle, the proconsul Servilius, the late high-spirited master of the horse Munitius, both quaestors, 21 military tribunes, 60 senators, and an unknown number of knights were among the slain. Nearly 20,000 Roman prisoners were taken, whether on the field itself in the pursuit, or in the 2 camps which were among the prizes of Hannibal's gigantic victory. Of the rest, Varro, with a few horsemen only, had the good or the ill fortune to escape to Venusia, and it was with difficulty that after some days he managed to rally a few thousand stragglers or malingerers at Canusium, all that now remained of the Roman army. Amidst all this slaughter, the conqueror had lost only 5,500 of his infantry, and but 200 of that matchless cavalry to whom the victory was mainly due. "Send me on with the cavalry," said Maharbal to Hannibal in the exaltation of the moment. "Do thou follow behind, and in 5 days thou shalt sup in the capital." He might well think so at the time, for the worst fears of the Romans, the highest hopes of Hannibal, had been more than realized. The double stake had been played and had been lost. Lost, it would seem then, irretrievably. So many knights lay dead that, as the story goes, Mago, then sent some time afterwards by Hannibal to Carthage with tidings of his victory, emptied on the floor of the Senate house 3 bushels of golden rings taken from equestrian fingers. It was a trophy of victory which the Carthaginian aristocracy, who has already been pointed out, commemorated the number of their campaigns by that of their rings, and who had many of them joined the opposition to the noble Barcine gens, could not fail to appreciate. The news, which was necessarily slow in reaching Carthage, reached Rome apace. It was, as the saying is, in the air, even before the first courier with his disastrous tidings appeared at the Appian Gate, and rumour, as was natural, went even beyond the truth. It was believed that both consuls were dead, and that no portion of the army had survived. Livy, the most graphic of historians or of romancers, fairly shrinks from the attempt to picture the scene of horror which followed. Each flying messenger, as he reached the walls, fancied himself, or was fancied by the Romans, to be but the forerunner of the dread Hannibal himself. He knew not, indeed, as he drew near the city, whether the Numidian cavalry were not even then before him as their own messengers. A panic-stricken multitude, thinking that all save their lives was lost, made for the gates, and for a moment it seemed likely that Hannibal, when he came, would find Rome indeed, but no Roman citizens within her. Any other state must have succumbed to such a blow, But now, as after Trasimene, it was the Senate, or what remained of it, who saved the city from being abandoned by her own children. They alone preserved their presence of mind, and it was the old dictator Fabius who was once more the soul of their deliberations. By his advice, the gates were closed to prevent the exodus of the inhabitants. The citizens should not be saved, so he willed it, unless the city was saved with them. Messengers were sent along the southern military roads to see, as Livy pathetically expresses it, if the gods, touched by one pang of pity, had left aught remaining to the Roman name, and to bring the first tidings of the expected advance of Hannibal. It was difficult for the Senate to deliberate at all, for the cries of thousands of women outside the Senate house, who were bewailing their absent husbands or fathers or sons as though they were dead, drowned the voices of those who spoke. Orders were issued that the women, if wail they must, should wail within their own houses, and henceforward silence, mournful indeed, but dignified, was observed in the public streets. All assemblies of people were prohibited. Marcus Junius Pera was named dictator. The city legions were called out. The whole male population, some 8,000 slaves and criminals among them, were armed, and the angry gods were propitiated as best they might by the punishment of guilty Vestals, and by the burying alive of Greek and Gallic men and women in the Roman Forum. After a few days, more hopeful news came. A dispatch arriving from Varro himself, saying that he had escaped from the carnage, and doing his best to reorganize and to rally the 10,000 demoralized fugitives who had at last found their way to Canusium. More important still, Hannibal was not on his way to Rome, but was still encamped on the field of Cannae. The Romans breathed more freely, but from other parts of the Roman world tidings of fresh danger, fresh disaster, or fresh shame came pouring in. One Carthaginian fleet was threatening Lilybaeum, another Syracuse. The force sent northwards to watch the Gauls had fallen into an ambuscade and had been cut off to a man. Worse still, a body of Roman nobles who had escaped from Cannae, thinking that all was lost save their honour, had determined, regardless even of their honour, to fly beyond the seas, and would have carried their purpose out, had not the young Scipio rushed in amongst them, sword in hand, and sworn that he would slay anyone who would not bind himself never to desert his country. And why did not Hannibal march at once on the panic-stricken city? Roman historians and Roman generals could not refrain from expressing their thankfulness and their surprise at his dilatoriness or his blindness. In Juvenal's time, Roman schoolboys declaimed upon it in their weekly themes. Maharbal, the master of the Numidian cavalry, if indeed the story be true, and not what the Romans imagined ought to have been true, exclaimed in an outburst of vexation at the chance which was thrown away, that the gods had taught Hannibal how to win, but not how to use a victory, and the greatest master of modern warfare, Napoleon himself, has joined in the general chorus of condemnation. But perhaps the best and the all but sufficing answer to those who say that Hannibal ought to have advanced on Rome is the simple fact that Hannibal himself, the foremost general of all time, and statesman as well as general, did not attempt it. Moreover, all the arguments which we have seen held good after Trasimene against such an advance held equally good now. There were still the stone walls of the city. There was still the population of Latium and of the surrounding country, as yet untouched by the war, hostile to him to a man. Still, after the first few days of panic, of which Hannibal, laden with booty and with half Italy between him and Rome, could hardly have taken advantage, the unbroken resolution of the citizens themselves. Hannibal never liked sieges, and was seldom successful in those he undertook. He forbore at this moment to besiege even Canusium with its feeble and panic-stricken defenders. Finally, his long-cherished hope of the defection of the Italian allies seemed now at length to be, not only within his sight, but, if only he was patient and prudent, already almost within his grasp. The battle of Cannae had been too much for the resolution of Apulia. Samnium had already in part joined him. Lucania and Bruttium rose in revolt. The Greek cities in the south were prepared to hail him as their deliverer. Campania, it was whispered, was wavering in the balance, and ready at the sight of the conqueror to go over to Carthage. Thus deprived of her allies, Rome, he hoped, would fall almost by her own weight. Never did the self-control and the true nobility of soul of Hannibal, never did the unbending resolution of the Roman Senate display itself more conspicuously than at this moment. Never in the very moment of victory did Hannibal lose his head. The good of his country was even now nearer to his heart, and doubtless it was the only thing that was nearer to his heart than his hatred to Rome. Thinking that it might be advantageous to Carthage to conclude peace, and that he might now do so almost on her own terms, he called the Roman prisoners together, almost the only occasion in his life on which he brought himself to speak a friendly word to any Roman, and told them that he did not wish that the strife which he was waging should be internecine. He was willing to take a ransom for them, and some of their number might go on their parole to Rome to negotiate the matter. Even in the first flush of his victory, he bade Cartalo offer terms of peace, if he saw that the Roman wishes turned in that direction. But the Romans also rose to the emergency. 50 years before, as has been already related, they had told the victorious Epirot that Rome never negotiated with an enemy so long as he was on Italian soil, and the answer which they had given to Pyrrhus then in words, they gave now to a general greater than Pyrrhus, and crowned with a far more overwhelming victory, by their deeds. They spoke no word and thought no thought of peace. Their want of troops was urgent, but they refused, as the story goes, to buy with money men who had disgraced themselves by surrender. And when Varro neared the city, obnoxious though he was to the aristocracy on account of his low birth and of his career, and branded with the defeat of Cannae, not one word of reproach was uttered against him. His efforts only, not his failures or his mistakes, were remembered. And the citizens went forth in a body to meet him, and thanked him in words that are ever memorable for not having despaired of the Republic. The Roman historians have a right here at least to congratulate themselves that they were not as were the Carthaginians. The defeated Roman general received a vote of thanks for his unsuccessful efforts. A defeated Carthaginian would have been nailed to a cross. After the Battle of Cannae, the character of the war is changed, and it loses something of the intensity of the interest attached to it. Hitherto the tide of invasion has run, as Dr. Arnold has pointed out in an eloquent passage, in one single current, and that current so magnificent and so resistless that it rivets the attention of even the most careless spectators. There has been no reverse, hardly even a check, from the moment when Hannibal left his winter quarters at New Carthage till he stood victorious on the field of Cannae. The most vivid of historians can do little by description to make Hannibal's achievements stand out in more startling relief than they do already by their bare recital. The dullest annalist, if only he record them truly, cannot make them seem commonplace. The eye can hardly wander as it sees the great drama develop itself step by step, and sweep irresistibly on toward what seems its legitimate and necessary conclusion. The obstacles interposed by nature herself, rivers and marshes and mountain chains, seemed interposed only to stimulate the energies and to heighten the glories of him who could surmount them all. Each difficulty overcome is an earnest to Hannibal of his power to grapple with the next, and is used by him as a stepping stone towards it. That they had crossed the Pyrenees, he told his soldiers when they were hesitating on the Rhone, was a proof that they could pass the Alps. When they had reached the summit of the Alps, he told them they had already seized the citadel of Italy, and had only to walk down and take possession of the city. 4 times over he had now measured his sword with the future conquerors of the world, and each time he had been victorious in an ever-ascending series of successes. At the Ticinus he had first met the Roman cavalry, and it was their hasty retreat from the field of battle which only saved them from a rout. At the Trebia, however the council might try to disguise it, it was no retreat at all, it was a total rout. At the Trasimene it was neither retreat nor rout, it was the extermination of an army. At Cannae it was the extermination not of one, but of 2 armies, and each of them twice its usual size. This was the pinnacle of Hannibal's success, and a pinnacle indeed it was. Almost as wonderful as Hannibal's victories over nature or his enemies were his victories over his own followers. Under the spell of his genius, the discordant members of a motley Carthaginian army, disaffected Libyans and Numidians, barbarous and lethargic Spaniards, fierce and fickle Gauls, were welded into a homogeneous whole, which combined the utmost play of individual prowess with all the precision of a machine. No whisper of disaffection or of mutiny was ever heard in Hannibal's camp. Italians deserted by thousands to Hannibal, but no Hannibalian veteran, even when his star was on its wane, ever deserted to Rome. Politic as he was brave, and generous as he was far-sighted, Hannibal could arouse alike the love and the fear, the calm confidence and the passionate enthusiasm of all the various races that served under his standard. The best general, a high authority has said, is he who makes the fewest mistakes. But what single mistake can the keenest critic point out which marred the progress or checkered the success of these 3 first extraordinary years? They are years, moreover, any one of which might have made or marred the reputation of any lesser general. Unfortunately, we know Hannibal only through his enemies. They have done their best to malign his character. They have called him cruel, and happily almost every specific charge of cruelty supplies us, even with our imperfect knowledge, with the materials for its own refutation. They talk of Punic ill faith, till they came themselves to believe in its existence, or to think that the name proved itself. But what people, or what town, it may well be asked, which Hannibal had ever promised to support, did he voluntarily abandon, or of what single act of treachery can it be proved that he was guilty? They made as light as they could even of his achievements, by attributing to Phoenician cunning or to the blind forces of nature the severity of defeats which no patriotic Roman could believe were due to his individual genius alone, for it was an individual genius such as they had never seen or imagined. A storm of sleet at Trebia, the mist at the Trasimene, the wind and clouds of dust, or a ruse de guerre of some deserters at Cannae, such were the transparent fictions by which the Romans attempted to disguise from others, and perhaps even from themselves, that they had found their master. We know Hannibal, let us repeat it once more, only from his enemies. But in what character, even as painted by his best friends, can we discern such vivid and such unmistakable marks of greatness. The outline is commanding, imperial, heroic, and there is no detail with which our materials enable us to fill it in at all which is not in perfect harmony with the whole. After Cannae, the tide of invasion ceases to flow onward in one irresistible sweep. It is broken up into a number of smaller currents, which, though they are doubtless each planned by the ruling mind and conducted by the master hand, are often in the nature of by-play rather than have any direct bearing on the main issues of the war. They are, moreover, always difficult and often impossible to follow. The Romans, taught by the experience which they had bought so bitterly on 4 battlefields, decline any longer to trust themselves within the reach of Hannibal's arm, or to stake their safety on any single blow, while Hannibal, lacking the reinforcements which he had a right to expect, and which it is impossible to believe that the Carthaginian government, had they been animated by a tithe of the spirit of their general, could not have dispatched to him before this, has to adapt the plan of his campaign to his altered circumstances and his ever-straightening means. The Numidian cavalry, as they die off, have to be replaced by Gauls, and the Libyan and Spanish veterans by Samnites or Lucanians, who had long since bowed their necks to the Roman yoke. Isolated sieges, embassies to distant potentates, pressing messages to Carthage, rapid marches and countermarches, ambuscades and surprises, the sudden swoop on Rome and the doom of Carthage recognized by Hannibal and the ghastly head of his brother Hasdrubal, thrown with Roman brutality into his camp. These still lend life and variety and a deadly interest to the struggle, such as we find in few other wars. But we feel all the time that the war is not what it was. It is not that Hannibal's eye has grown dim or his natural force abated. His right hand never lost its cunning. Invincible as ever in the field, we shall see Hannibal for years to come, marching wherever he likes. No Roman general, and there were sometimes 6 of them round him, daring to say him nay. Following the example of Fabius, they dogged his footsteps or hung upon the hills above him, while he encamped fearlessly in the plain below. But when he turned his face toward one or the other, they scattered before him in all directions as the jackals before a lion. Yet we feel throughout what Hannibal must soon have come to feel himself, that fate had at length declared against him. It is a noble but a hopeless struggle, and we are fain to turn away from the spectacle of so heroic a soul struggling against what it knows to be inevitable. It is indeed a psychological puzzle how any one man, even though he were the greatest product of the Phoenician race, can have combined such opposite, nay, such contradictory qualities as must have met in the man who, like one of the world stormers of more modern times, Attila or Genghis Khan or Tamerlane, could carry everything before him in one impetuous and overwhelming sweep of conquest, from Saguntum to Cannae, in the 3 first years of the war, and then, for its 12 remaining years, could maintain the struggle by a warfare which was in the main defensive, hoping against hope, and each year confined to narrower limits, with an ever-decreasing force against an ever-increasing foe. It would be well worth the while of the military student to trace, if it were possible with accuracy, the means by which the genius of Hannibal, as great in defence as in attack, and in patience as in impetuosity, prolonged for 13 years a warfare which, if only the Romans had been led by a Hannibal, or the Carthaginians by anyone but him, must in one way or the other have been brought to a close almost at once. But we cannot do so, for at the very time that the war undergoes the change which has just been described, we lose also the guidance of the historian Polybius, who, if anyone, could have enabled us to follow closely its vicissitudes. Although, therefore, we have dwelt at length upon the first 3 years of the war, wherein victories and defeats are on so gigantic a scale, and where each step can be traced with accuracy, or has a direct bearing on the main result, it seems consistent alike with the scope and object of this book, and with our own views of what is desirable or even possible, to pass more lightly over its remaining 13 years, endeavouring mainly to bring into relief those incidents which appeal to the imagination, which are characteristic of the rival nations or of their leaders, and which are of universal or of lasting significance. End of section 16. Section 17 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 13, Revolt of Capua, Siege of Syracuse, 216 to 212 BC. The victory of Cannae led almost immediately to the revolt of Capua, a city second only to Rome in wealth and power, and able to put into the field, when disposed to do so, a force of 30,000 men. But this acquisition was shorn of half its value by the stipulation made by the ease-loving inhabitants, and granted by Hannibal, that no Capuan citizen should be required to serve in his army. It was an arrangement which cost him dear, but cost him what it might, it was ever afterwards religiously observed by him. Naples Hannibal had already tried to capture by a coup de main, but failing in the attempt, he had not cared to besiege it in form. Nor was he more successful at Nola, which was prevented from revolting by the energy and skill of Marcus Claudius Marcellus, the ablest general whom the agony of the last 3 years had brought to the front, perhaps as able as any whom the Second Punic War produced for Rome at all. As consul, 6 years before, Marcellus had slain with his own hand the huge Gallic chieftain Viridomarus, and had, for the third and last time in Roman history, dedicated the spolia opima in the temple of Jupiter Feretrius. When, after the battle of Cannae, Vero was recalled to Rome, it was Marcellus who had taken the command of the 10,000 Roman survivors at Canusium. Like Fabius, Marcellus knew how to avoid defeat, but he knew better than Fabius how and when to strike a vigorous blow. If Fabius deserved to be called the shield of Rome, Marcellus might with equal right be called its sword. He was a rough soldier, uncultured as Marius, and hardly less cruel. But during the next 8 eventful years, Rome could hardly have done without him. The dread of Hannibal had at length taught the city to know a good general, and to keep him when she had found him, and she showed her appreciation of Marcellus by breaking through for ever the insane tradition which brought a military command to an end on a predetermined day. For the next 8 years his is the name in the Roman annals which we hear most often, and that on all the most critical occasions. He served, in fact, as consul and proconsul in alternate years, in almost continuous succession, and when at last he fell in an ambuscade, his body was treated with marked honour by the great Hannibal himself. Foiled at Nola, Hannibal turned his attention to Casilinum, a town situated on the Volturnus, and then containing a mixed garrison of Praenestines and Perusians, who had taken shelter within its walls when they heard of the disaster of Cannae. Leaving a sufficient force to blockade the place, he went with the remainder into winter quarters at Capua, a few miles to the south. It has been remarked by many writers, modern as well as ancient, that Capua proved a Cannae to Hannibal. Given over to luxury and to Greek vices, it was certainly not the place best suited for the winter retirement of an overstrained army, and doubtless the troops who had ere now wintered amongst the snows of the Apennines or in the open plains of Apulia must have luxuriated in the easeful quarters which Hannibal's sword had opened for them. It is true also, as has already been pointed out, that this year was a turning point in the war. But that it was so is due to other causes than the luxury of Capua, and it would not seem to be true that the troops were in any way demoralized by their winter's comfort. They were irresistible as ever in the field. The real difference was that the Roman generals had learned in the school of adversity not to trust themselves within the reach of Hannibal's arm, and from this time to the end of the war in Italy they acted on the Fabian maxim, and never gave him an opportunity of fighting a pitched battle, or what was the same thing, of giving them a crushing defeat. The consuls for the year 215 were the old dictator Fabius and Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus. Incredible exertions were made by Rome to bear the strain which was put upon her. Double taxes were imposed and paid, and free will contributions were offered by the citizens, which it was understood were not to be repaid till the treasury was full. In other words, not till the war was over. The year, therefore, which followed the butchery of 8 legions at Cannae saw 14 new ones raised to take their place, 6 of them in other parts of the Roman world, and the remaining 8 in Italy itself. On his side, Hannibal can hardly have mustered more than 40,000 men, even if we include his recent levies in Samnium. It must be remembered that till towards the end of 216, after fighting 4 pitched battles and marching and countermarching through the whole of Italy, Hannibal had received no single soldier and drawn not a single penny from the home government of Carthage. Never before or after was war so made to support itself, and never, even in the hands of the author of that sinister maxim, was it waged with such astonishing results. But if Hannibal's victories had not yet done for him all that he had hoped in Italy itself, might it not be possible to gain his object by taking a wider sweep? If Italy could not be armed against Rome, might not the surrounding countries, whose existence was already threatened, be armed against Italy and Rome alike? Circumstances at the moment seemed to smile on the project, for Hero, the ancient and faithful ally of Rome, was just dead, and Hieronymus, his grandson and successor, straightway joined the Carthaginians. Sardinia, too, was planning revolt from the city which had stolen her with such infamous bad faith from Carthaginian rule, and about the same time ambassadors arrived in Hannibal's camp from Philip, king of Macedon, offering to conclude with him an alliance offensive and defensive. But the bright vision rose before his eyes, only to vanish away. The revolt of Sardinia was stamped out before it came to a head. Hieronymus was weak and foolish, and setting himself to imitate the able Dionysius, who had once ruled Syracuse, showed that he was able to imitate him only in his arrogance and his vices, and was soon dispatched by the well-deserved dagger of the assassin. Finally, the Macedonian ambassadors, when returning with the treaty which had just been concluded between Hannibal and Philip, fell, as ill luck would have it, into the hands of the Romans, and so gave them a timely warning to prepare for what might otherwise have burst upon them like a thunderclap. Amidst such hopes and such disappointments, the year passed away. Throughout its course, Hannibal had retained Tifata, a hill above Capua, as his headquarters. No better place could have been chosen. Here he could wait in safety the results, if any, of the alliances he was planning. here receive the long-expected reinforcements from Carthage, if ever they should come. Here he could protect Capua, his latest and his most important acquisition. Here, with his one small army, he could keep 3 separate armies, headed by no meaner generals than Fabius, Gracchus, and Marcellus, at bay, and dealing his blows upon them in rapid succession, could threaten now Cumae, now Naples, and now Nola, till at last the approach of winter warned him to transfer his troops to his former headquarters at Arpi in Apulia. The elections for the year 214 B.C., after the consul Fabius had given a solemn warning to the electors to let military considerations alone influence them at such a time of need, ended as was to be expected, and as Fabius had himself intended, in the re-election of the Mentor himself, Marcellus being chosen as his colleague. Seldom in Roman history had 2 such men held office at the same time, and the memories of the older citizens had to travel back to the days of Decius Mus, or even of Papirius Cursor, till they found, or thought they found, a parallel to it. In this year, indeed, and for some years to come, Rome was likely enough to need her shield as well as her sword. The 14 legions, which had been thought sufficient in the previous year, were raised now to the still more astonishing number of 18, and the wealthier citizens contributed from their private means the sums which were necessary to raise the payment of the sailors of the fleet. Capua had already begun to tremble for her safety, but she was reassured when the movement of Hannibal showed that it was his intention not only to keep what he had already won in Campania, but if possible to win the whole. In vain, however, did he attempt to surprise or to bring over Cumae, Naples, and Puteoli, seaport towns which would have done good service by opening direct communication with Carthage. Hanno, moreover, on coming to cooperate with him, with the numerous Lucanian and Bruttian levies which he had raised, was intercepted by Gracchus in the heart of Samnium. Gracchus promised freedom in the event of victory to the armed slaves of whom his force consisted, and in the battle which ensued, conscious that they were carrying their liberty as well as their lives in their hands, they cut to pieces Hanno's army and received their reward. The word of a Gracchus in this, as in other epochs of Roman history, was his bond, and a bond which was of first-rate security. These reverses brought Hannibal's plans of Campanian conquest to an abrupt conclusion, and when he received a friendly message from Tarentum, a place more important to him just then even than the Campanian towns, from its proximity to Macedon, he paid it a flying visit. But here, too, the Romans had anticipated him, and Fabius, taking advantage of his absence, besieged and recaptured Casilinum. When Hannibal went into his next winter quarters at Salapia in Apulia, the tide of victory had clearly turned against him. He was already waging a warfare which was mainly defensive, and it might have seemed to anyone who had not felt the terrors of his spring that if only the 3 armies which lay watching him during the winter had ventured to beard the lion which lay crouching in his den, they would have had a chance of bringing the Second Punic War to a conclusion then. During the next 2 years the interest of the war is for the first time in some measure diverted from Hannibal. The great Carthaginian, though he had not yet spoken aloud the word impossible, must have occasionally whispered it to himself. He was still without adequate reinforcements from home, for the considerable armament which the news of Hannibal's triumphant progress through Italy had at last shamed the Carthaginians into raising for him had, when they were on the point of embarkation, been diverted to Sardinia and Spain. In this last country the star of Carthage was not just then in the ascendant, and Hannibal, who had received only a paltry force of some 40 elephants and some 4,000 Numidian cavalry from his countrymen at home, was compelled, partly from necessity, and partly, it would seem, from lassitude, to spend the greater part of the summer of 213 in the neighbourhood of Tarentum, without attempting any active operations. With admirable policy, he had, even in the moment of disappointment in the preceding year, abstained from ravaging the Tarentine lands, while he harried those of the surrounding towns, and now he reaped the result. In the course of the winter he was half offered, and he half forced for himself, an entrance into the city of Tarentum, though he was unable to eject the recently arrived Roman garrison from the citadel. Other and lesser Greek towns in the south followed the example of this, the greatest of them all, and Hannibal, compelled to relax his grasp upon Campania, made up for its loss by appropriating to himself a large part of Magna Graecia. Meanwhile, the war, which seemed for the moment to have spent its force in Italy, had broken out with fresh fury in Sicily. Marcellus, the best general whom the Romans possessed, was dispatched to quell the revolt. The whole island, with few exceptions, had declared for Carthage, and the active emissaries of Hannibal, the desperation of the soldiers who had deserted from Rome, and the cruelties of the Romans in the first towns which they recaptured, cut off all hopes of a reconciliation. The Carthaginian government, too, from some unexplained reason, now awoke from its sleep, and sent Hamilcar with considerable reinforcements to Sicily. Had they only sent half the force to Italy in 216 which they sent in 214 to Sicily, the war might have had a different course. They were willing and able, it seemed, to send reinforcements at a time and to a place where they were not much needed. They would not send them at the time and to the place where they would have been all important. After massacring the inhabitants of several towns, Marcellus laid siege to Syracuse. But all his efforts were frustrated by the science and by the engines of the famous mathematician Archimedes, and after 8 months of checkered warfare he was obliged to convert the siege into a blockade. Syracuse was the greatest Greek city in Sicily, possibly the greatest of all Greek cities. It contained within its walls 4 distinct towns: the island of Ortygia, the oldest and the strongest part of the city; Agrigentum, or the city proper, crowded with magnificent buildings; and the 2 suburbs of Tycha and Neapolis. The whole had been recently surrounded by a wall 18 miles in circumference, which in part abutted on the sea, but was in part carried over rugged hills or low-lying marshes, defensible in themselves, and now rendered doubly strong by art. The city possessed 2 harbours, in the larger of which the Carthaginian fleet under Hamilcar was riding at anchor, while a Carthaginian army under Hamilcar hovered near the walls or made flying expeditions to other parts of Sicily, thus distracting the attention of the besiegers. The blockade, therefore, was never effective or complete, and it is not to be wondered that it was nearly 3 years before the city fell. It was indeed treachery from within, rather than force from without, which ultimately enabled Marcellus in the year 212 to gain possession of the heights of Epipolae to the rear of the city, and making these his basis, to conquer in succession its different portions. The 2 suburbs fell first, and the plunder which they yielded whetted the appetites of the soldiery for the still richer stores which lay behind the walls of Agrigentum and Ortygia. It was now too late for Hamilcar or Hamilcar to save the city. Hamilcar sailed away without striking a blow, and the army of Hamilcar, which lay encamped on the low grounds of the Anapus, fell victims to the fever which had so often before saved Syracuse from a besieging force. By a curious caprice of fortune, the best defence of the city was now turned against its defenders, while it left its assailants on the higher ground unscathed. The Roman deserters and the mercenaries had long established a reign of terror within the city. Having nothing to hope and little therefore to fear, they were bent on holding the place to the bitter end. But when Marcellus had been admitted by some of his partisans into the island of Ortygia, Agrigentum could no longer offer resistance. The deserters and the mercenaries, the only portion of the inhabitants who deserved punishment, managed to escape by night, and the remainder threw themselves on the mercy of Marcellus. They might well expect to receive it, for they had been involved in hostilities which were not of their own seeking, and it would be hard if the short-lived folly of Hieronymus should be held by Marcellus to have effaced the recollection of the 50 years' fidelity of Hero, his grandfather. But it seldom suited the Romans to remember past services or extenuating circumstances when they had anything to gain by forgetting them. Marcellus, as Livy tells us, had burst into tears when he first stood on Epipolae and saw Syracuse as he fancied in his power beneath him. But these were not tears of compassion, or if they were not forthcoming now when they were most needed. The city was given over to plunder, and the death of Archimedes while intent upon a problem, a man whom, just as Alexander bade his troops spare the house of Pindar in the sack of Thebes, even the rough Marcellus had wished to save, gave proof that plunder was not the only object of the infuriated soldiery. So fell Syracuse, the virgin city, which had seen 2 Athenian armaments perish beneath its walls, which had for centuries saved Sicily from becoming altogether what its greater part then was, a Carthaginian appanage, which had once and again, when its turn came under Dionysius or Timoleon, almost driven those same Carthaginians from the island, and once under Agathocles had threatened the existence of Carthage itself. It fell to rise no more, at least to its former opulence. Its temples were left standing because they would not pay for moving, and they belonged to the conqueror as much where they were as if they had been transferred to Rome. But the choicest works of art, vases and columns, paintings and statues, were swept off to adorn the imperial city. In so doing, Marcellus set an example only too fatally followed by the conquerors who succeeded him. It was a practice new in Roman warfare then, and to be condemned at all times and under all circumstances, a practice cruel and destructive to the states despoiled, and useless for all moral or high artistic purposes to the despoiler. End of section 17. Section 18 of Rome and Carthage, The Punic Wars by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 14. Siege of Capua and Hannibal's March on Rome, 212 to 208 BC. We have hitherto concentrated our attention as much as possible on the main current of the war in Italy, but it must not be forgotten that throughout these first 6 years, which we have described in detail, a side conflict was raging in Spain, the result of which might go far to decide that in Italy. To the importance of the Spanish contest, the Romans and the Carthaginians were equally alive. It was from Spain, if from any country, that Hannibal must derive his reinforcements, and it was in Spain, if anywhere, that those reinforcements must be intercepted and cut down. The Romans saw that if a second army crossed the Alps and swooped down upon the north of Italy, while Hannibal was at his pleasure overrunning the south, the city would be taken between 2 fires and could not long resist. To Hannibal, on the other hand, Spain was the new world which the genius of his family had called into existence. The names of his father Hamilcar and of his brother-in-law, the elder Hasdrubal, were still names of power among the Spanish tribes whom they had conquered or conciliated, and the younger Hasdrubal, a worthy member of the same family, had been left in Spain by Hannibal when he started on his great expedition to preserve the family traditions there and to raise fresh levies for the Italian war. Publius Scipio, as we have seen, instead of returning in the autumn of B.C. 218 with all speed and with all his forces from Massilia to Italy, where he might possibly have met and crushed the worn-out troops of Hannibal as they descended from the Alps, had sent the bulk of his army straight to their Spanish destination, while he himself returned to Italy with only a few followers. After his defeats at the Ticinus and the Trebia, and while the memories of the Trasimene lake were still fresh in the Roman minds, he was sent off to Spain with a naval and military force which a less courageous and self-reliant people would have been unwilling to spare. There he joined Gnaeus, and henceforth the two brothers carried on the war in common, bringing over Spanish tribes as much by their address as by their arms, and winning, if the accounts they sent home were true, an almost unbroken series of successes. After making sure of the country to the north of the Ebro, the Scipios crossed that boundary river, sent to their homes the Spanish hostages, which, having been deposited by Hannibal in Saguntum, fell by the caprice of a Saguntine citizen into their hands, and in the autumn of the year 216, the year, it should be remembered, of the battle of Cannae, defeated Hasdrubal in a pitched battle near a town called Ibera, when he was on the eve of starting for Italy with the large army which he had recently raised in Spain or had received from Carthage. Rightly viewed, therefore, the battle of Ibera, though the place at which it was fought is quite unknown, was one of the most decisive in the whole of the war, for it prevented the dispatch of reinforcements to Hannibal in the year when they would have made him wholly irresistible. The two brothers made the most of their success. They enrolled Celtiberian mercenaries, the first instance of such a practice on a large scale in Roman history. They won victories which, if they were not half of what their dispatches represented them to be, were yet signal victories. They formed an alliance with Syphax, a Numidian prince, and seemed in B.C. 212 to be on the point of ejecting the Carthaginians from Spain, when, in the mid-career of their success, they inadvertently separated from each other. They were then attacked by Hasdrubal and by Mago, who had recently been sent thither from Carthage in detail. Their armies were defeated and dispersed, and themselves slain. It seemed for the moment as if the Romans would be driven from Spain in the very year in which they had confidently counted on driving out the Carthaginians. But the death of the elder Scipios, as we shall see, opened a free field for a younger and still abler member of the family, and one whose high destiny was to accomplish in Spain what his father and uncle had been compelled to leave unfinished. While these events were taking place in Spain, the flame of war had burst out afresh in Italy. Early, it would seem, in the winter of B.C. 212, Tarentum had fallen into Hannibal's hands, and in the campaign thus begun, the hero seemed to awake like a giant refreshed from his year-long repose. He was needed each moment at Tarentum, where the citadel still held out. He was needed yet more at Capua, round which the Roman armies, like vultures scenting their prey afar, seemed to be gathering for the last time. The home government at Carthage itself needed his controlling mind. The war in Sicily needed it, the war in Spain, and the war in Greece. His spirit and his influence, if not his bodily presence, were needed everywhere, and everywhere once again they seemed to be. 6 Roman armies were in the field against him. By a searching inquisition, every free-born citizen, many of them below the age of 17, had been swept into the ranks which were intended not indeed to face him, for that they never dared to do, but to harass his movements. Yet he managed, in spite of them all, to push the siege of the Tarentine citadel on the one hand, and on the other to show himself for a moment when required on the hills above Capua, where his mere appearance caused the 2 consular armies which were threatening it to vanish away before him. 1 Roman army of irregulars he annihilated in Lucania, another of regular troops under the praetor Fulvius he annihilated in Apulia, while a third, consisting of the slaves liberated by Gracchus, as soon as their liberator had fallen in an ambuscade, dispersed in all directions, thinking that they had done enough for their stepmother Italy. But amidst all these brilliant achievements and these romantic shiftings of the war, the one point of fixed and central interest was the city of Capua. That guilty city had long felt that her turn must soon come. She had gone now unpunished for nearly 4 years, and the safety and the honour of the Roman state alike demanded that the day of reckoning should be no longer postponed. The mere presence of 2 large armies in her neighbourhood during so considerable a part of these 4 years had caused a scarcity within her walls before even a sod was turned of the Roman lines of circumvallation. But Hannibal, appearing at Capua while his enemies thought he was in Iapygia, put the 2 armies which were threatening it to flight, and, as it would seem, revictualled it for the coming blockade. It was not till he had gone far to the south again, and was scattering the smaller Roman armies there in the manner which has just been described, that they ventured to close in once more around the place, and began the siege in earnest. News of ever-fresh disaster reached Rome from the track of Hannibal's flying squadrons, and the Senate could only console itself by the reflection that the consular armies of Fulvius and Appius, which had fled before Hannibal's advance, were as yet intact, and were free, during his absence at all events, to prosecute the object which they had most at heart, the punishment of the guilty Capua. Gaius Nero, the praetor, was ordered to cooperate with the consuls Quintus Fulvius Flaccus and Appius Claudius Pulcher, and the 3 armies in their several camps, each with a large magazine established in a town to its rear, settled down before the devoted city. A double line of circumvallation was soon completed, the one to guard the besiegers from the sorties of the besieged, the other to repel the expected attack of Hannibal from without, B.C. 211. The days of Capua were clearly numbered, unless help came from him. An adventurous Numidian from the garrison made his way unobserved through the double lines of the Romans, and informed Hannibal of the danger of the city. Taking a select band of horsemen and light-armed troops, the Phoenician hero started from Tarentum, and before the enemy dreamed of his approach, he appeared on Mount Tifata. According to the plan which had been prearranged, a simultaneous attack was made on the Roman lines by the beleaguered garrison and by Hannibal. Some of the elephants, whose bulky frames had been with difficulty forced to keep pace with his cross-country march, were killed in the attack. Hannibal threw their bodies into the ditch, and a few of his troops, crossed over on the bridge thus formed, found themselves within the Roman lines. But it was only for a moment. They were outnumbered and driven back, and Hannibal gave up all hope of thus raising the siege. One plan alone remained. He might advance on the capital, and the terror of the citizens when the danger which had so often approached them and had so often been withdrawn had at last really come, might drive them to recall for the defence of Rome the armies which were besieging Capua. Once more a Numidian messenger made his way through the Roman lines round Capua, and bade the citizens hold out bravely, for Hannibal's departure did not mean that he had deserted them. It rather meant that he was making one more effort for their deliverance, and then he was off for Rome. The news of what was coming reached the city long before Hannibal reached it himself, perhaps before he wished to reach it. A few days' delay would, he knew, only increase the panic of the citizens. Slowly he advanced along the Latin road, passing each day some Latin fortress and devastating the country right up to its walls beneath the eyes of its affrighted garrison. Before him fled a panic-stricken throng, women and children and aged men, leaving their homes like animals when the prairie is on fire, a prey to the destroyer. On he went through Latium, through the only district of Italy which had not yet felt his dreaded presence, no one daring to say him nay, till he pitched his camp upon the Anio, only 3 miles from Rome, and the flaming villages announced in language which could not be mistaken that he was really there. He was there in fulfilment of his lifelong vow, the hater face to face at last with the object of his deadly hate. He was there, the destroyer of every Roman army which had ventured to meet him, to destroy the city which had sent them forth. So thought at least the flying rustics and the mass of the Roman citizens, but so did not think the calm and clear-sighted Hannibal himself, nor yet, after the first days of panic had passed by, so thought the Roman Senate. The imagination, indeed, of the citizens pictured to themselves the total destruction of their armies at Capua. The air was filled with cries of women who ran wildly about the streets or flocked to the temples of the gods, and throwing themselves on their knees, raised their suppliant hands to heaven, or swept the altars with their long dishevelled hair. But the Roman Senate, as after Trasimene and after Cannae, were once more worthy of itself. When the terrible news of Hannibal's first approach came, they had been disposed to recall the whole of their armies to the defence of the capital, a measure of precaution which would have fulfilled Hannibal's highest hopes and saved the beleaguered Capua. But fresh confidence came. They recalled only Fulvius, who, marching by inner lines amidst a population who bade him Godspeed, managed to reach Rome by the Appian just before Hannibal reached the Anio by the Latin way. 2 legions which had lately been got together in the country round Rome, when they were joined by the army which had just arrived, gave the city a respectable garrison, and Hannibal made no attack — he probably never intended to make one — on the city itself. Unmolested by the Romans and almost within their view, he ravaged the whole country round, destroying the gardens and the villages, and carrying off into his camp with stern delight the crops and the cattle and the booty of every kind on which he could lay his hand. Then, with a body of 2,000 horsemen, he rode right up to the Colline Gate, and passed leisurely along the walls to the Temple of Hercules, gazing wistfully at the cruel stones which alone stood between him and his hopes, and alone saved the inhabitants, Romans though they were, from his avenging sword. The fates were against him, but he must have felt that he had nobly kept his vow. Little wonder is it, when the facts themselves are so dramatic, and when the chief character is so heroic, that the imagination of those who recorded the scene ran riot in the process, and filled in the details with what they thought ought to have happened. They pointed, for instance, their eulogies on the faith of the Romans in their own future, by telling us how they put up to auction the ground on which Hannibal's camp was pitched, and how it was bought at its full value, while Hannibal, by way of reprisals, offered for sale to his troops the silversmith's shops in the Roman Forum, and flung his spear over the walls in token of his contempt and hate. But Hannibal was great enough to know when he had delivered his blow, and he wasted no time in lamenting that it had failed. Accordingly, he marched off northward into the Sabine country, which he had only skirted in his first campaign, and then, sweeping round to the south, he turned fiercely upon the Romans who were making believe to follow him, and after taking one distant look at the unbroken and impenetrable girdle of men and earth and iron which girt Capua in, he left her to her inevitable fate. Inevitable indeed it was, for the Romans knew no pity, and the citizens themselves must have felt that the murder of all the Romans residing in the city at the time of their revolt would have steeled even those who were naturally pitiful against them. The senators, abandoned to despair, shut themselves within their own houses, and left the responsibilities of the defence to the Numidian leaders. At last, when the surrender of the city was only a question of hours, they met at the house of one Vibius Virius, the author of the revolt, and after holding high festival on such fare as the besieged city could supply, and could lend them courage for what they were about to do, they passed round the poisoned cup, and to the number of 27 balked their Roman conquerors of their long-expected revenge. Of the remaining senators, when next day the gates were opened, 25 were sent by the orders of the consuls to Calais, and 28 to Tinum, but close behind them followed the victor Fulvius, and by his command they were scourged and beheaded one by one before his eyes. When the bloody work was only half finished, a dispatch from the Senate arrived bidding him reserve for their decision the question of the punishment, but the butcher thrust it into his bosom, and it was not till the last head had fallen that he read the letter, which might have postponed, but would hardly have averted their fate. 300 noble Campanian youths were thrown into prison to perish, many of them later on a trumped-up charge. The bulk of the citizens were dispersed among the Latin colonies or were sold into slavery. The city itself was spared. A signal instance, remarks Livy — is he speaking in irony or in earnest? — of Roman clemency. But it was no longer to have citizens or any form of civic life. Without magistrates and without a senate, it was to receive year by year a prefect from Rome, who should deal out Roman justice to such waifs and strays of population as might be drawn thither by the incomparable beauty of the situation or by the fertility of the soil. It was a warning also, Livy remarks, and here he is on safer ground, to any other city which had revolted, or might yet be disposed to revolt, of the amount of protection she might expect henceforward from Hannibal, and of the vengeance which would surely fall upon her from Rome. In vain did Hannibal endeavour by some brilliant stroke to counteract the fatal impression which the surrender of Capua must produce on his Italian allies. An attempt to surprise Rhegium failed, and all his efforts to capture the citadel of Tarentum failed also. Just now, too, Marcellus, his worthiest antagonist, returned from Sicily, flushed with victory, and eager, so the Romans thought, at last to measure his sword with his ancient foe. Now also an alliance was formed by Rome with the brigands of Aetolia, which cut off Hannibal's last hope that Philip of Macedon would ever be able to join him in Italy. Everything, in fact, seemed to betoken that the end was near, but those who thought so reckoned prematurely. In the year which followed the fall of Capua, the year B.C. 210, Hannibal surprised and slew the praetor Gnaeus Fulvius before Herdonia. Herdonia itself, which was meditating revolt, he burned to the ground, after transferring its inhabitants to Metapontum and Thurii, two of the few towns which were still faithful to him. In B.C. 209, when Samnium and Lucania had already submitted to the Romans, and while one consul, Fulvius, was threatening Metapontum, and the other consul, Fabius, was pressing the siege of Tarentum in his rear, he fought 2 brilliant actions in Apulia, which drove his third antagonist, the sword of Rome himself, to take refuge in Venusia, and to adopt the more cautious tactics of its shield. In B.C. 208 and 207 his superiority in the field was as incontestable as ever. Tarentum, indeed, which it had cost him so much to win and so much to keep, had been betrayed by the commander of its garrison into the hands of the Romans, and suffered the fate, or worse even than the fate, of Syracuse and Capua. All the Bruttians found within it were put to death. 30,000 of its Greek inhabitants were sold as slaves, and all the works of art it contained, except its angry gods, were carried off to Rome. Yet Hannibal encamped beneath its walls as though the place still belonged to him, and in vain offered battle to its new possessors. When he moved northwards into Apulia and found himself with his ever-diminishing force face to face with 2 consular armies there, he yet ventured to detach a flying squadron, which cut to pieces a Roman legion on a spot some 50 miles to his rear, and he held his own in the open field, waiting patiently till the moment should come for striking a blow. At last the moment came, and the blow which he struck was a heavy one. The consuls Crispinus and Marcellus, as fate would have it, had left their camps, each with a small band of followers, and had ridden in company to the top of a wooded hill which lay between their 2 armies. They were observed by the Numidian cavalry, ready as ever for a surprise or a deed of daring. There was a sudden charge, and Crispinus, wounded to the death, staggered back to his camp, while the body of the other consul, the bravest of the brave, was found by Hannibal himself where it had fallen. The Phoenician gazed on it for a while in silence, and then, remarking, "There lies a good soldier, but a bad general," ordered it to be honourably burned, and the ashes to be sent to his son. But dangers greater than the loss of Marcellus were now threatening the Romans, for in the year 209 symptoms of exhaustion, if not of disaffection, had begun to show themselves even within the bounds of the Confederation, amongst the Latin colonies themselves. 12 of the 30 colonies, and those some of the oldest and the most important, in the most widely scattered parts of Italy, declared that the Romans must look for no more men and money from them, for they had neither men nor money to give. The news fell like a thunderbolt upon the consuls, who were the first to hear it, and the Roman Senate knew that if the example spread, all was lost. But they were prudent enough, or generous enough, to require no forced service. Accordingly, throwing themselves on the fidelity and devotion of the remaining 18, they prepared to face their redoubtable antagonist with such help as they alone could give her. End of section 18. Section 19 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 15, Battle of Metaurus, 207 BC. It seemed to augur ill for Rome that the stress of the war had at length begun to tell on the spirit and the fidelity of the Latin colonies themselves. But more ominous still, news reached the city in B.C. 208 that after the vicissitudes of the 10 years' struggle in Spain, Hasdrubal had at length eluded Scipio and entered Gaul by the passes of the western Pyrenees, was raising fresh levies there, and early in the following summer might be expected in Italy. Rome had been in no such peril since the morrow of the Battle of Cannae, for the approach of Hasdrubal indicated that the great Spanish struggle to support which Rome had sent out some of her best troops and generals, even when Hannibal was threatening her existence, had at last been played out and had ended in favour of Carthage. It seemed indeed that Carthage, by conquering in Spain, had assured her victory in Italy also. For the last 2 years one son of Hamilcar had been overrunning Italy from end to end, and had more than once brought Rome to the brink of destruction, and now, with her resources diminished, her population halved, and her allies wavering, she had to face the onset of a second son of the same dreaded chieftain, who would sweep down with new swarms of Gauls and Spaniards from the north, while his brother, for the last time, moved up for her destruction from his retreat in Bruttium in the south. A bitter comment this on the brilliant victory which Scipio was reported to have just won at Baecula in Spain. For Hasdrubal, his defeated adversary, was not penned, as he should have been, within the walls of Gades, but was collecting allies at his leisure in the heart of Gaul. A few precious months of winter remained to prepare for the double danger which the spring would bring. Gaius Claudius Nero, a man who had done fair service before Capua and in Spain, was one of the consuls selected for the year of peril. His plebeian colleague, Marcus Livius, was one of the few Romans then living who had enjoyed a triumph. But his temper had been soured by an unjust charge of peculation, and he was personally hostile to Nero. However, in the face of public danger, he was brought to forget his grievances and to act in concert with his colleague for the public good. Livius, so the Senate arranged, was to await the approach of Hasdrubal near the frontiers of Hither Gaul, while Nero was to impede as best he could the movements of Hannibal in the south. 70,000 Romans and as many allies were put into the field for this, the supreme effort, as it seemed, of the Republic. As soon as the weather permitted, Hasdrubal started from Auvergne. Everything was in his favour. The mountaineers were friendly, the mountain passes were free from snow, his army gathered strength and bulk as it advanced, and was in a more effective condition when it crossed the plains of Italy than when it had crossed the Pyrenees. What a contrast to his brother's advance 10 years before! Less prudent than his brother, however, Hasdrubal sat down to besiege Placentia when he should have been pressing on toward his destination. When at last he moved forward, the Roman army retreated before him till it reached the small town of Sena to the south of the Metaurus. From this place Hasdrubal sent messengers who were to bid Hannibal meet him at Narnia, only some 30 miles from Rome. But Hannibal the messengers failed to find, and falling into the hands of the Romans, their dispatches were read not by the Carthaginian, but by the Roman general. Since the beginning of the campaign, Hannibal had been rapidly shifting his quarters backwards and forwards between Bruttium and Apulia, amidst a network of Roman fortresses and armies, always followed and never opposed by his vastly more numerous foe. The victories attributed by Livy and others to Nero during this period are purely fictitious, and are explicitly contradicted by Polybius himself. Hannibal, as fate would have it, must have gone southwards just before his brother's messengers were dispatched to find him. Had it been otherwise, they must have reached him in safety, and in that case we can hardly doubt that the brilliant march northward would have been not Nero's but Hannibal's, and that the Metaurus would have seen the collapse of the fortunes, not of Carthage, but of Rome. Nero formed a bold resolution, one almost without precedent at this period of Roman history, to desert the province and even a portion of the troops confided to his keeping by the Senate, with the remainder to march rapidly northward, a distance of 200 miles, to join Livius, to crush Hasdrubal by a combined assault, and then to return again before Hannibal should have discovered his absence. It was a bold step, but hardly bolder than the extremity of the danger required. Above all, it was justified by the event. Nero took care not to inform the Senate of what he proposed to do till he was already doing it, thus putting it in their power to cooperate with his later movements, but not giving them the chance of impeding the decisive blow. He had already sent messengers to the friendly cities near his line of march, bidding them help, as best they could, the progress of their deliverers. The 6,000 infantry and the 1,000 cavalry selected for the enterprise started, like the 10,000 Greeks before them, in total ignorance of their destination. They believed that they were about to surprise some petty Carthaginian garrison near at home in Lucania, and their enthusiasm, when the momentous secret was communicated to them, was only equalled by that of the Italian provincials, who thronged the roadside with provisions, vehicles, and beasts of burden, and accompanied the army with their blessings and their prayers. The soldiers declined everything, and pausing, we are told, neither to eat nor to drink, hardly even to sleep, in a few days they neared the camp of the other consul. Nero entered it at night, and distributed his wearied troops among the tents which were already occupied, so as to avoid exciting the suspicions of Hasdrubal till he should meet them in the field. But next morning the quick ear of the Carthaginian noticed that the trumpets sounded twice instead of once within the enemy's camp, and when the Romans offered battle, his quick eye rested with suspicion on the travel-stained troops and the draggled horses of a portion of the army. Concluding that the other consul had arrived, and that his brother's army must have been dispersed or annihilated, he remained within his camp throughout that day, and at nightfall began to retreat towards the friendly Gaul. He reached the Metaurus in safety, but here his guides played him false, and instead of crossing at once by the ford, he wandered hither and thither on the nearer side, vainly searching for it in the darkness. Morning light brought the Romans, and Hasdrubal had now no choice but to draw up his army where it was, with a rapid and dangerous river in his rear. The Spanish veterans, his main strength, he placed on the right, intending to lead them in person against Livius. The Ligurians, with the elephants in their front, formed the centre, while the Gauls, untrustworthy as ever, except when led by Hannibal, were drawn up on a hill to the left, which, by the mere advantage of position, they could hardly fail to hold against Nero. The Spaniards under Hasdrubal's own eye fought nobly, and with every prospect of success, till Nero, unable to dislodge the Gauls, left them to themselves, and by a brilliant manoeuvre, passing behind the whole length of the Roman army, fell at once on the Spanish flank and rear. Thus surrounded, they were cut to pieces where they stood, and Hasdrubal, after doing all that a general could do to save the fortunes of the day, rushed into the midst of the enemy's cavalry and died as became the son of Hamilcar and the brother of Hannibal. The greater part of the elephants, when they became unmanageable, were killed by their drivers, who were furnished with weapons for the purpose, and who knew how and where to strike the fatal blow. The Gauls were slaughtered as they lay on the ground, heavy with wine or wearied out by their night's march. The victory of Rome was not bloodless, but it was complete. Hasdrubal's army, whatever its size, was annihilated, and some of the Roman annalists, regardless alike of truth and probability, strove to make out that the slaughter of the Metaurus equalled that of Cannae. From the agonies of suspense, the Romans passed at once into the exuberant enthusiasm of victory. They had been rudely awakened to the consciousness that there were two Hannibals in Italy. They forgot now that there was still one, that the Hannibal was still in Italy, still unconquered, and, as far as they knew, unconquerable. A well-deserved triumph was granted to the victorious generals. It was the first which the Sacred Way had seen ever since Hannibal had entered Italy, for it was the first time, by the confession of the Romans themselves, that victory had smiled on their arms. The consuls triumphed in common, but Nero was the hero of the day. To him was due alike the strategy of the northward march, a march perhaps only equalled in history by the advance of Marlborough from Belgium to the Danube in the campaign of Blenheim, and the brilliant stroke which decided the battle. To Nero, however, also belongs the act of revolting barbarism which wound up his achievements, and must for ever detract from his fair fame. Returning to his army in Apulia as quickly as he had left it, he carried with him the head of Hasdrubal, which he had caused to be severed from his body, and with true Roman brutality ordered this ghastly trophy of victory to be flung into the camp of Hannibal, who, it is said, was still ignorant that the general opposed to him had ever left his quarters. Hannibal recognized the features of the brother whom he had so long and eagerly expected, and in them sadly saw the doom of Carthage. End of section 19. Section 20 of Rome and Carthage, the Punic Wars, by Reginald Bosworth Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 16. Publius Cornelius Scipio, 210 to 206 BC. It is necessary, now that we have reached this, the decisive point of the war, to direct our attention once more to Spain. For it was on the Metaurus that Spain, as well as Italy, was lost to the Carthaginians. And it was in Spain at this very time that, moving in an atmosphere of mingled war and love, amidst romantic expeditions and hairbreadth escapes, fortunate in what he did, and perhaps more fortunate in what he failed to do, surrounded by devoted friends like Laelius, or by court annalists who saw all his doings through the bright halo which he or they diffused around him, the young general was being nursed by fortune into fame, who was soon to drive the Carthaginians from Spain, then, without striking a blow, was to compel Hannibal to withdraw from Italy, was next to crush that greatest of all heroes in Africa, and finally to bring to a conclusion there the long agony of the Second Punic War. Publius Cornelius Scipio is one of the central figures of Roman history. His presence and his bearing exercised a strange fascination over all who came within its influence, and his name, with the romances that began to cluster round it even in his lifetime, was a yet more living power with posterity. It turned the head of even the sober-minded Polybius, and has given an air of unreality and of poetry to such fragments of his history of this portion of the war as have unfortunately alone come down to us. Let us pause for a while on the antecedents and the surroundings, the virtues and the failings of so important and conspicuous a personage. Scipio was the son of that Publius who, by an unlooked-for reverse of fortune, had just been defeated and killed in the field of his numerous victories, and in the full tide of his success. But fortune, so capricious toward the father, was unswerving in her devotion to the son. He was then only 24 years of age, but young as he was already known to fame by his conduct on 3 critical occasions. As a mere stripling of 17, he had saved, or it was believed that he had saved, his father's life at the battle of Ticinus at the risk of his own. After Cannae, it was his resolute bearing which had shamed or frightened the recreant nobles of Rome from deserting the fast-sinking ship of the state. At the age of 23, he had been candidate for the curule aedileship, and when the magistrate objected that he was not yet of legal age, he replied that if all the Quirites wished to make him ideal, he was old enough. It was a characteristic reply, a sample of that contempt for the forms of law, and that mingled respect and contempt for popular opinion, which mark his conduct on several occasions of his life, and goes some way to explain alike what he did and what he failed to do. And now, when his father and uncle had fallen in Spain, and the comitia were being held for the election of someone to fill their place, and, as the story goes, people were looking anxiously one upon the other to see who would offer himself for a task wherein two Scipios had failed, it was the young Publius himself who, with mingled modesty and self-reliance, came forward, and was straightway chosen proconsul amidst the acclamations of all present. A second secret of Scipio's influence was the popular belief, in part at least shared by himself, that he was the special favourite of the gods, and inspired by them in all he did. Stories were in the air of his divine descent, and even of his miraculous birth, which he had too much prudence either to affirm or to contradict. Why should the favourite of the gods refuse to avail himself of any help they offered him? In the existence of the gods and in their special help to him, Scipio doubtless implicitly believed, but the ostentatious secrecy of his visits to the capital before undertaking any work of importance must have been suggested by the credulity of the multitude rather than his own. At all events, his interviews with Jupiter there never ended in any other way than a careful consideration of the circumstances of the case in the privacy of his own study would have been likely to suggest. He was not, therefore, as has sometimes been said, a real enthusiast, nor was his a genuinely prophetic nature. On the other hand, he was no mere vulgar impostor. He had enough of enthusiasm himself to evoke it toward himself and others, not enough to allow himself under any circumstances to be hurried away by it. One of the greatest of Roman heroes, he was himself only 3 parts a Roman. He was fond of literary men, and was himself not destitute of Greek culture, a weakness which certainly could not be charged against any genuine Roman of the old school. By turns the hero and the enemy of the populace, he knew how to win, yet how to despise, how to use, yet sometimes how to abuse popular favour. In Spain, with the air and the surroundings of a king, he had enough Roman feeling to reject the royal gewgaws and the regal title which the Spaniards pressed upon him. At Rome, after his victory at Zama, he showed that he still retained enough of the genuine republican spirit to refuse the invidious honours, the dictatorship for life, and the statue in the Capitol, which the citizens in the ecstasy of their joy would fain have given him. But he had not that inborn reverence for law and for authority which had made the Romans what they were, and which would have bidden him cheerfully remain in Italy, even when he knew he had it in him to finish the war in Africa, rather than resist the powers that be. A Roman of the old type would have submitted to an accusation or to a punishment which he knew to be unjust, rather than involve himself in the semblance of illegality. But Scipio, when his brother Lucius was called to give an account of the moneys which he had received from King Antiochus, and was about to present to the Senate the document which would have cleared or condemned him, proudly snatched it from his hands and tore it to pieces before their eyes. So again, in his last appearance in public life, when it was his own turn to have his conduct called in question, he reminded his accusers by a happy stroke of audacity which was akin to genius, that this was the day on which he had defeated Hannibal at Zama, and called upon them to follow him to the Capitol, that they might there return thanks to the gods who had given them the victory, and pray that the Roman state might have other citizens like himself. The appeal was irresistible, and the Romans once more showed that they could not judge a Manlius in sight of the Capitol. These incidents have a grandeur peculiarly their own, but it is hardly a Roman grandeur. As a young man, Scipio was fond of romantic situations, and fortune showered them upon him. The charms of his personal presence and the moral and the material victories which they won, his adventurous interviews with Spanish or Berber princes or with hostile generals, his chivalrous treatment of captive maidens and their bridegrooms or their suitors, fill a large part in the histories which remain to us of his Spanish and his African campaigns. Much of the setting of these stories may be imaginary, but the stories themselves doubtless rest on a substratum of fact, and they reveal to us, however dimly, a union of gallantry and generosity, of prudence and of passion, of sensibility to the charms of beauty, and yet of resistance to their power, which enable us to feel something of the fascination which made Scipio the idol of his soldiers, of the natives of Spain and Africa, and of the great body, and those the more generous, of his fellow citizens. Above all, if Scipio had not the most characteristic Roman virtues, he was free from the worst Roman vices. He was not cruel, not faithless, not indifferent to human life. As times went, he was not self-seeking. He could appreciate virtue in an enemy. He could be generous to a fallen foe. He could observe the terms of a capitulation. He could suppress a mutiny without promiscuous massacre, and could sometimes take a town without slaughtering the inhabitants in cold blood. He could even enter into the peculiarities and characteristics of nations other than his own, and, unlike his younger namesake, could shrink from obliterating a seat of ancient civilization and commerce at one fell blow. In fine, if he was not a worthy antagonist to Hannibal, he was the least unworthy that Rome, the nurse of heroes, could in this 16 years' war produce. And if he was the favourite of fortune, it must be admitted that the capricious goddess has seldom conferred her favours on one who did so much to deserve them. Scipio crossed to Spain with 11,000 men toward the close of the year B.C. 210, and early in the spring of the following year he struck a blow which showed that a general of a new stamp had appeared upon the scene. Finding that the 3 Carthaginian generals, Hasdrubal and Mago, sons of Hamilcar, and Hasdrubal, son of Gisco, were passing the winter in widely different parts of Spain, each more distant from New Carthage than he was himself, and hearing also that the garrison had been reduced to 1,000 men, he determined to make a rapid descent upon that city, the headquarters of the Carthaginian government and the key to their position in Spain. New Carthage was a noble city situated on a landlocked harbour, the only good harbour on the south-east coast of Spain. It was surrounded on all sides by water, save where an isthmus only 250 yards wide connected it with the mainland. Its fortifications, strong everywhere, were doubly strong here, but there was one weak spot which fortune or the gods were preparing to reveal to their favourite. The object of the enterprise was entrusted to Laelius, Scipio's lifelong friend, alone, and it was arranged that he should enter the harbour with the fleet just when Scipio with his land force appeared before its walls. Not a whisper of what was coming reached the city till it was already come, and not a misadventure or a hitch occurred from the moment when the adventurous Scipio left Tarraco to the time when New Carthage was in his power. The assault, indeed, of the Romans on the fortifications of the isthmus was repelled, but Scipio intended it to be so, for it was not the real point of his attack. Taking advantage of the ebb tide, which left the waters of the lagoon on the western side so low that they could easily be forded, a fact known to few but himself, and by a happy inspiration, bidding his soldiers follow him boldly where Neptune himself pointed out the way, Scipio led a select body of his troops to the attack through waters which besiegers and besieged might well have thought would submerge them all. The walls here proved to be accessible, and they were quite undefended. The attention of the garrison had been called elsewhere, and with the help of scaling ladders and the god of the sea, the small band soon found themselves masters of New Carthage. New Carthage, with its mines of gold and silver, its arsenal and its dockyards, its merchant vessels and its stores of corn, its stands of arms and its engines of war, its skilled workmen and its hostages drawn by the suspicious Carthaginians from all the Spanish tribes, all belonged to Rome. The work of slaughter over, and terrible work it was, Scipio addressed himself to the distribution of the booty. If the stories that have come down to us may be trusted, the survivors of the massacre had reason to admire the skill with which their conqueror managed to turn foes into friends, and so, as it were, to arm Carthage against herself. Under promise of their freedom, the Punic shipwrights cheerfully transferred their services to Rome. Captive princesses who might have been given up to the Roman soldiery, or reserved by the young general for himself, were restored to their parents or their betrothed lovers, and the hostages, those standing monuments of Carthaginian mistrust, were dismissed to their homes and converted into so many pledges of Roman moderation and goodwill. It seemed once more as if the Spanish war was over, and Laelius was dispatched to Rome to report to the Senate, perhaps to magnify, the achievements of his friend. We are surprised indeed, after so brilliant a beginning, to find that the young general, instead of pressing on at once to Gades, fell back on Tarraco, whence he had started, and that Hasdrubal, after he had been conquered by him in a decisive battle at Baecula, was yet able, as has been already related, to give him the slip and to go off with a considerable force to Italy, thus to all appearance accomplishing the object of the long Spanish struggle. It was not till Hasdrubal had spent the winter months in Gaul, had invaded Italy, and had fallen on the Metaurus, that Scipio ventured to advance into Baetica, and then, step by step, after a decisive victory at Alinga or Silpia, drove the Carthaginians into Gades, their first and their last possession in Spain. Nor was it till the year B.C. 205 that Mago, the last of the brood of Hamilcar, passed over into the Balearic Islands, leaving to Rome, or rather to 2 centuries of half-suppressed revolts against her cruel and treacherous rule, the empire which his family had founded and built up, and of which they had so long postponed the fall. End of section 20.